Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Chibiusa's Brother from Sailor Moon Part 1. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 1, Time Traveling Prince. Author's notes. Hey guys, this is just a small preview of one of my ideas I have. I'll try to work on my censor story again, as well as my clone story, during this week, and if it works out, I'll continue updating both stories, possibly even this one. It all depends on how well I can multitask, so to speak. Either way, any feedback you have on this is appreciated. Summary: Serena gave birth to twins. As part of an alliance with the strongest village in the elemental countries, where the natives have lost most of their technology in favor of harnessing an energy known as chakra, the fourth and his wife raised and trained Naruto. When King Endymion tells the fourth that Naruto's sister was sent back in time, Minato sends him back as well to keep her safe. Necessary facts: Naruto was born 10 minutes before Rini and uses chakra as his primary medium, but can tap into his lunar powers, which act as a more powerful type of chakra. Rini knows her brother, and has met him at least once. Unlike Rini, who doesn't recognize Serena, Darien and the others as her expectant parents and the scouts at first, Naruto is aware of the fact but doesn't reveal this. The 9 Biju are the guardians of the elemental countries. Kyubi is the guardian of the land of fire, as he is the demon lord of fire. Kyubi marked Naruto by touching him with 2 of its tails, giving him his whisker markings. The 2 tails are the tail of intelligence and the tail of healing. The tail of intelligence gives Naruto a better understanding of the world around him as well as a strong sense of tactics. He is not all-knowing or a tactical genius like Shikamaru or Amy. He is just more into adoption and thinking strategically than most 5-year-olds. About half as strong as canon Naruto. The fourth has trained Naruto since he was 3, that's the same age the Hyugas start, so it sounded like the first one you could believe, and he knows at least one offensive and defensive jutsu for each element, and has also been given the basic fundamentals in sword fighting. His main element is wind. The fourth has trained Naruto since he was 3, that's the same age the Hyugas start, so it sounded like the first one you could believe, and he knows at least one offensive and defensive jutsu for each element, and has also been given the basic fundamentals in sword fighting. His main element is wind. The fourth has trained Naruto since he was 3, that's the same age the Hyugas start, so it sounded like the first you could believe, and he knows at least one offensive and defensive jutsu for each element, and has also been given the basic fundamentals in sword fighting. His main element is wind. 1. Who needs a DeLorean when you have stamps? It was a typical summer day in the land of fire. Normal life was going on in the village hidden in the leaves. But 10 miles northeast in a large clearing, things were anything but normal. The resident Biju guardian, Kyubi, stood next to a group of 5 humans with a variety of seals in front of them. The members of the group were the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, his wife Kushina Uzumaki, their teacher Jiraiya Dasanin, his last living student, Hatake Kakashi, and another blonde man who the 4 have seen as family. The blonde man was 5 years old with blue eyes that resembled sapphires. On each cheek were 3 whisker marks that declared him marked by a Biju. He wore tight pants and a white t-shirt with a flame on the front and the Uzumaki swirl on the back. On his back was a backpack containing an Anbu suit and a short sword. On one side of the pack was a fox-shaped Anbu mask. His name was Naruto Tsukino, and he was about to do what most believed could only be accomplished in fantasy and science fiction stories. He went back in time. Minato and Jiraiya took one last critical look at the complex set of seals they had spent the last 7 hours creating. Nodding to themselves, Minato then approached Naruto and knelt before giving his blonde companion a few last-minute words. Very well, Naruto, the guardian of time, Pluto, was able to obtain the proper time coordinates. You should leave at the same time your sister did, in a day or 2 at most. Because of how it would look if someone saw the seal appear when you make the jump, we placed you on top of a building that your father has confirmed will still be nearby when you go. That way you can avoid any awkward questions when you get there. Once there, locate your sister and keep her safe. You should be able to find her by looking at her chakra signature, which should match yours. You can also expect your mother's past self and the other scouts to lend a hand. Just remember not to tell them too much about the future. Naruto nodded and Minato hugged him before everyone else joined in. If everyone is pretty finished, we have some work to do, Kyubi said as he looked amused at the small group of humans below him. Very well, Minato said with a smile as he stood up and moved to a corner of the seal array. The other 3 adults moved to their own corners, while Naruto moved to the circle drawn in the center of the seal array. The Kyubi spread its legs before shooting out its 9 tails into position around the seal array in a non-hexagonal ring with the tip of each tail in its own circle. Once everyone was in place, the 4 adults nodded and began going through a sequence of hand signs. As they did, Kyubi began to glow red as he began charging the array with his chakra. When the 4 adults finished their hand signs, they shouted, "Ninja art! Activate the time seal!" The seal glowed a pale blue briefly before Kyubi's chakra surged out of the circles, causing the seal to light up as it spread from the outer 9 circles to the inner circle. The inner circle then glowed brighter for a split second before a transparent dome of red light surrounded Naruto. A second later, a beam of light shot out of the dome into the sky before dying. As the beam disappeared, the light in the seal dimmed as well, disappearing completely. Where the blonde had just been standing was now just a lightly burned area. From his corner, Jiraiya smiled and said, "Who needs a DeLorean when you have seals?" The other humans in the clearing chuckled before Minato turned to Kyubi and bowed before saying, "Thank you, Kyubi, for your help. We couldn't have done this without it." The Kyubi gave him a fox-like smile and said, "I know. But it wasn't a problem anyway. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be going now. The other guardians will surely be interested when I tell them about this." Minato bowed again before the flames surrounded the guardian before dying, revealing nothing where the great fox had once been but a lightly charred patch of grass. The present, Tokyo, 1 mile northwest of the park where Rini appeared. The citizens of Tokyo were going about their daily business. Suddenly, a beam of red light shot from the heavens, colliding with one of the tallest skyscrapers in the downtown region. At the top of the building where the light made contact, a dome of red light briefly formed before disappearing, revealing a stunned Naruto who looked around with a dazed look before shaking his head free of the cobwebs the time travel had caused. Naruto approached the edge of the building and looked out over the city. His attention was suddenly drawn to a park about a mile away when he saw a pink flash appear above the park. Smiling, Naruto thought to himself, "Looks like I got out just in time. I should hurry and make sure she's okay. Though I think I should stay in the shadows for now. It'll be easier to keep her safe that way." With that thought, Naruto turned towards the door in the roof and entered. Chapter 2. Getting to know the place. Author's note: if something is in italics, it means a mini flashback. Naruto was almost at the bottom floor of the skyscraper he'd landed in. He'd taken an elevator after reaching the level below the roof and taken it to the first floor. As the elevator passed the 10th floor, Naruto looked again at the note the 4th had given him from Pluto. "Find the hidden key in Hikawa Shrine. Look for the moon mark on the tiled wall that's in line with the westernmost gate. The mark will appear at 3:37 the day after your arrival. Expect a battle shortly after." Naruto put the note in his pocket and thought, "I really wish Pluto wasn't limited in what she could say about future events. So many things could have been avoided if she could have told us about the invasion." The elevator gave one last ping as it reached the ground floor before the elevator doors opened, revealing a crowded lobby. Naruto tightened the straps on his backpack as he stepped out of the elevator and walked through the crowd, seeming to want anyone who paid attention to him to blend in. As he left the building and walked down the street, Naruto thought back to the last month when the man he had come to see as his uncle or even his second father had improved the training he had received. "Naruto, there's a new jutsu I'm going to teach you." "Really? What is it?" "The Shadow Clone Jutsu. It is normally forbidden for anyone under Jounin to learn due to the amount of chakra it requires. However, I believe that with your lunar abilities you should be able to create at least one of these clones, which will be useful since it learns everything they do. This will be a great help in your training since we can do more during the day, as we are planning to enhance your training starting tomorrow." Well, at least now we know why Pluto had recommended Minato-sensei and the others intensify my training. And that Shadow Clone Jutsu was a godsend for us. There was no way we could have done so much without it. Naruto turned into an alley and looked around to make sure no one was there to see him do what he was about to do. Folding his hands in a way that people of that time would probably assume was to ward off some kind of demon, Naruto softly shouted, "Shadow Clone Jutsu!" 3 puffs of smoke appeared before dispersing, revealing 3 mirror images of the blonde. The original looked at the 3 clones, which was the maximum he could create and still fight, and said, "We need to find Chibiusa. But we also need to get the lay of the land. Track her chakra signature and make sure she's safe. Don't show yourself unless absolutely necessary. The longer we stay in the shadows, the better." The clone he pointed at nodded in understanding. The other two head into town and map out as much of the town as you can. I want to be able to write a map of all the main streets by nightfall. I'll take the northern area so I can get to it if trouble starts sooner than Pluto thought. Everyone has what they're supposed to do. The clones nodded and Naruto said, "Very well, I want you to dissipate at sunset. Whoever takes the west side dissipates first, and the other waits 10 minutes before dissipating as well. Remember not to draw attention to yourselves." The clones nodded again, and Naruto sent them on their way. The clones then joined forces with different-looking people before leaving the alley and merging into the crowds at either end. Naruto waited a minute before exiting the alley he'd entered and turning north before also merging into the crowd. He had a full third of the city to familiarize himself with and a shrine to locate next. Chapter 3: Konoha's Alliance Revealed. Author's Notes: Because my computer cannot type some of the Black Moon Clan's Japanese names, I will be using their English names. Night, Tsukino Residence. Naruto's shadow clone was in a tree, looking at a house across the street. A shift in the tree branch he was on drew his attention to the original, who landed next to him. "Is something going on that I should know about?" the original asked, looking toward the house. The clone smiled and said, "Sis has really been driving Mom crazy today. She keeps demanding to have the silver crystal and basically tore Mom's room apart looking for it. And if some of the screams I heard were correct, she also tried it while Mom was in the bathroom. Oh, also, she hypnotized Mom's family into thinking she was their cousin. She would have gotten Mom too, but Luna bit her. I guess the pain acted the same way it would against the genjutsu." The original nodded at this and then raised an eyebrow. "And how do you know they were in the bathroom one of those times?" The clone smiled and said, and I quote, "Get out of the bath, you little monster. This is my soaking time." Naruto shook his head and said, "She's going about this the wrong way. Constantly asking him not to give her that thing." The clone shrugged, but before he could say anything, they heard screams. "Ah! Get off me, you little runt! What are you doing in my bed?" The clone laughed as the original shook his head. "It's 10 o'clock at night. Don't you have any common sense?" The clone got his laughter under control and said, "Not likely. If there's one thing Chibiusa is, it's stubborn." Naruto frowned but had to admit the clone had that fact down. He was like that too when it came to getting things done. If he didn't do something the first time, he kept doing it until he did, even if it killed him. The original sighed and said, "It's going to be a long night." The clone nodded before dissipating and giving the original all of his memories. Once Naruto had regained all of his memories, he shook his head again and thought, "Yeah, this is going to be a long one." Naruto spent the rest of the night in the tree, remaining in a state of half sleep and half awake, the kind all ninja are trained to enter when they're out in the field. Fortunately, there were no more screams that night, so Naruto was able to get some sleep. As the sun rose, its rays illuminated Naruto's face. As soon as he felt the warmth of the sun, Naruto's eyes flew open, and he looked to the east. Smiling at the sun and the fact that it was what woke him up and he didn't scream, Naruto thought, "Maybe there's still hope for her." Stretching his arms, Naruto gave a small yawn before standing up and falling to the ground. Landing in a crouch, Naruto looked around, noting the differences in the landscape's appearance between daylight and night. You never know when you'll need to get the lay of the land. Standing in a crouch, Naruto's stomach began to growl. With an amused smile, Naruto looked at him and said, "Didn't I feed you last night before we got here?" His stomach growled again in response. Naruto chuckled and said, Okay. We'll grab something from one of the fast food restaurants in a minute." Yeesh. Naruto crossed his fingers and a clone appeared. Addressing it, Naruto said, "I'm going to get something to eat and look around some more. Keep an eye on Chibiusa but stay hidden. Don't let anyone know who we are. The longer we stay out of our enemy's sight the better, even if it's just for one more day." The clone nodded and entered the tree. Naruto walked over to stand on the sidewalk as he took out an envelope that had come with Pluto's note from his backpack. Opening it, he counted the money and thought to himself, "I have enough for today and maybe tomorrow if I'm really frugal. After that, I need to find some way to get some money." Nodding to himself, Naruto put the envelope back in his bag and headed to the nearest fast food restaurant. Hikawa Shrine, 3 o'clock. Naruto got off the bus at the bus stop near Hikawa Shrine. As he got off, the driver called out, "Are you sure you'll be okay on your own?" Naruto turned around and smiled at the old man driving and said, "Yeah. I have family coming here a little later. I'll be fine until they show up." "Thanks for asking, and thanks for the ride." The old man smiled as well and said, "You're welcome." As the doors closed, Naruto caught sight of such a kind young man. Very polite. Naruto's smile grew wider as he thought, "You would be too if you had Kushina-sensei as your adoptive mother." Turning as the bus took off, Naruto's face took on a more serious look as he looked at the shrine entrance. Looking at his watch, he noticed the time and thought, "Half an hour before showtime. I'd better make sure I know where that door is, and then I'll get moved. I don't think it's a good idea to let whoever's coming know who I am when things are starting to get a little confusing." When he reached the top of the stairs, Naruto got a surprise. About 15 feet from the entrance, a shrine maiden was sweeping the driveway free of leaves. But what surprised Naruto was the chakra he was sensing. Naruto's eyes widened as he thought, "No way. It's barely been a full day and I've already found one of them." The shrine maiden looked up from where she was sweeping, and when she saw him she smiled and said, "Hello? Can I help you with something?" Naruto shook his head a few times to clear his mind of what he'd been thinking before smiling and saying, "No, ma'am. I just wanted to look around the shrine a bit." The maid smiled again and said, "All right. Just don't enter any of the buildings if the doors are closed. Those are private." Naruto nodded and passed the maiden in a turn to the west when he reached the inside of the main wall. After Naruto disappeared on the other side of the wall, Rei Hino thought to herself, "There's something strange about him. I sense some kind of strange energy from him. Those whisker marks of his are cute though. I wonder how he got them." Naruto stopped at the building that had a door facing west. As he lined up with the door, Naruto looked at the wall. Walking over to it while looking around to make sure no one saw him, Naruto ran a hand along the wall and pushed some chakra into the section he was standing on. He saw a faint glow around the level where his eyes were that was rectangular in shape before it disappeared. Nodding to himself, Naruto turned around and checked again before heading into the building and jumping onto the roof. Making sure no one could see him from where he stood, Naruto took off his backpack and opened the lid before reaching in and pulling out his mask. A few minutes later, as Naruto finished tying his shoe, he felt more chakra presence that he recognized. Narrowing his eyes, he thought, "What are the other explorers doing here? And why is Chibiusa with them?" Glancing at his watch and noticing he had about 15 minutes before the mark appeared on the wall, Naruto made a quick decision and roof jumped towards where he felt the presences. He landed on the central building and nodded to the clone next to him, who dissipated, giving the original his memories. Naruto examined them, and when he finished, he noticed that Chibiusa's chakra signature was on the outside while the other 5 signatures were on the inside. Focusing his chakra on one of her ears, Naruto bent down and placed his ear to the ceiling. Listening to the conversation, Naruto smiled and thought, "So she made some fake photos, huh? Not a bad idea, but I'm afraid fakes will only make a priestess suspicious." After Naruto listened to the rest of the conversation in the fire hall, he returned to the west wall. Landing on the ground, Naruto saw the brick shape from earlier on the wall glow a bright blue before a yellow crescent moon appeared on the front of the section before it slid down and fell to the ground. Naruto approached the now revealed secret compartment and reached in. When he pulled out the key, he found a note. "Don't go to the light, head for the rooftops after a minute." Naruto thought in confusion as he looked at the note before a bright light shot into the sky behind him. Turning around, Naruto's eyes widened as he felt the crescent moon mark on his forehead appear as he reacted to his twin's distress. "That's the moonbeam. What the hell is going on there?" Naruto looked back at the note and frowned. Putting the note in his pocket, Naruto bent down and picked up the block before sliding it toward the wall where it looked like it had never been touched. Returning to where he could see the light, Naruto thought, "I hope you know what you're doing, Pluto." After the minute was up, the beam faded away and Naruto headed to the rooftops, honing in on his sister's signature. When he got there he heard, "I finally tracked you down, Moon Brat. It wasn't easy." Naruto frowned when he heard his mother ask who the owner of the voice was and what he wanted. "I'm going to have to talk to her about controlling that light show of hers." He led them straight to her. Naruto then sweat dropped when he heard the comment about the woman's tutu. Looking over the rooftop he was on across from the building where the others were, Naruto raised an eyebrow at how the threat was dressed. That tutu isn't the only thing out of style, Naruto thought as he squirmed at the purple-haired lady's choice of clothing. Naruto heard the woman introduce herself as Katsuki of the Black Moon clan of the Negaverse. Frowning, he thought, Negaverse? Didn't Pluto tell Minato-sensei that Mom had dealt with them before? I thought they would have learned their lesson the first time after she defeated Beryl. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when he heard, "Get back here!" Naruto saw Chibiusa burst out of the house and run off with the lady right behind her. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto thought, you're not going to catch my sister, before taking off across the rooftops to reach her before his assailant. When Naruto reached them, he saw Katsuki launch a fire attack at Chibiusa. Naruto pumped as much chakra into his legs as he dared and grabbed her bridal style before jumping onto the roof on the other side. Katsuki's head snapped up as her eyes widened and she said, "What?" Naruto smiled at her expression and said, "Come on, Katsuki, right? Surely you didn't think Konoha wouldn't send help to their ally, did you?" Chibiusa looked up from her position and looked at the fox mask with a crescent moon mark on its forehead, wondering who it was that had saved her. Sailor Moon landed beside him and said, "Good work, but who are you and what is Konoha and what do you mean by ally?" Naruto looked at his transformed mother and said as he left his sister, "Later. For now we have some business to attend to." Meanwhile, Katsuki was looking at Sailor Moon and said, "Who are you? And who does your hair?" Naruto's sweat dropped from the hair comment, which only grew bigger as he listened to his mother's speech. Am I really related to that? Naruto thought when he finally realized what his mother was currently wearing. Combined with the sailor suit and his mother's speech about the beautiful protector of the moon, justice, and love, the shinobi-trained blonde was starting to wonder how her enemies didn't die laughing. Before you say anything about him having seen Pluto to know what to expect, he only knows about her. He hasn't actually met her yet. She was brought out of her thoughts when Katsuki said something to Sailor Moon, and then threw a wall of fire at them. The two girls screamed as the fire came towards them while Naruto formed hand signs. Water style, water bullet jutsu! Shots of water shot out of a slit in the mask where Naruto's mouth was and burst through the wall of fire before continuing on and hitting Katsuki in the face, knocking her to the ground. Turning to the two girls beside her, she said, "Get a move on! This isn't a haunted house you can get lost in and scream. This is a combat situation." She pointed at Sailor Moon and said, "And you're supposed to be used to this by now. How many fights have you been in and you still freeze up? I thought Moon Soldier would have had more control over herself." The girls looked at him as if they were about to cry, but before they could start, Katsuki stood up and felt the bruise on her face. Getting angry, she yelled, "You ruined my face! I'm going to kill you!" Naruto turned his head to look at her and said, "Ruined? Please, ma'am, I just made your face match your outfit." Sailor Moon and Chibiusa snorted and started laughing while Katsuki got even angrier and shouted, "That's all!" But just as she was making the motions to launch another fire attack, a rose shot up her arm and stabbed her into the ground. Naruto raised an eyebrow and thought, a rose? What kind of throwing weapon is that? I still guess it was effective enough now. Who threw that? Naruto's eyes began to twitch rapidly as he followed the flight path and saw a black-haired man in a tuxedo with a top hat and a white mask over his face. Naruto put a hand over his mask and thought, please tell me that's not my father. He barely registered the conversation between Katsuki, Sailor Moon and the now introduced Tuxedo Mask. Finally he couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted, "What the hell is wrong with you guys? Are all heroes and villains crazy? If you guys showed up in Konoha dressed like that, we'd have tied you up and thrown you into Kiri. Then we'd see how you guys handled the real world, right?" Naruto was panting a little when he finished speaking as everyone just stared. Naruto shook his head and said, "Sorry, but I really needed to get that off my chest." "Now then, where were we?" Naruto turned to look at Katsuki and said, "Oh yeah, now I remember I was about to kick your ass for the next century." Naruto's hands entered the familiar cross shape as he shouted, "Shadow Clone Jutsu!" To everyone's surprise, two clones appeared side by side before the three of them started making hand signs. Right after they finished, the clones pulled back before shouting, "Wind Style, Wine Bullet Jutsu, / Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu!" Right after they said their attacks, two air bullets shot out before being joined by a fireball that combined with the wind to double its size. Katsuki's eyes widened as the fireball slammed into her. She flew out of the resulting cloud of smoke and bounced to the ground, smoking. Her outfit was completely ruined, with burns all over her body, and her hair had an ember or two still smoldering in it. Naruto smiled as he felt 4 more signatures coming behind him. "You girls sure took your time getting here," Naruto said without looking back. "Whoa," Sailor Venus said as she and the rest of the Sailor Scouts looked over to where Katsuki was shaking again. Katsuki snarled once she was on her feet and said, "I don't know who you are, but mark my words, you will pay." Then she disappeared in a swirl of fire. Naruto shook his head and started walking away. But before he got too far, he heard one of the girls scream, "Wait! Who are you? And why do you have the Moon Kingdom symbol on your mask?" Naruto turned around and looked at the group in front of him. Cocking his head to the side, he said, "Who am I? Well, I guess for now you can call me Moon Fox. It describes me enough for now, I suppose. As for the mark on my mask, Konoha is an ally of the Moon Kingdom. Since I was the one they sent to aid our ally, we thought it would be appropriate to put it there." "Ally? What do you mean? And where is Konoha?" "It's not a place I've heard of," Mercury asked. Naruto smiled and said, "You wouldn't know where he is. After all, he's pretty well hidden at the moment. And as for what I mean by ally, think carefully about where the princess is from and you'll understand." "Princess? You mean Princess Serenity?" Mars asked. Naruto shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I can't say anything more. For now, just know that I'll lend a hand to the girls when I can." And before they could ask any more questions, he waved his hand and disappeared in a swirl of wind and leaves. When the leaves fell to the ground, Jupiter shook himself in surprise and said, "Who was that child?" Mercury shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I really hope he's on our side." 10 minutes later, the group of girls were coming down the stairs. The scouts had sneaked off to change again, and then made a big fuss about finding Chibiusa. Tuxedo Mask had also run off somewhere, but hadn't returned. As the girls walked away from the stairs, they heard a scream, "Hello, Chibiusa!" Turning around, Chibiusa's eyes widened as a blonde she recognized came running down the stairs and hugged her. "It's that boy from before. But how does he know Chibiusa?" Ray thought. Chibiusa got over her surprise and instantly wrapped her hands around the blonde and hugged him back. When the two separated, Chibiusa looked at Naruto in confusion and said, "Naruto? What are you doing here?" Naruto smiled and said, "Mom and Dad were worried, so they asked me to come here and keep you out of trouble. They apologize for not being able to come themselves." Turning to the girls, he bowed and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Naruto Tsukino and I am Chibiusa's twin brother." All the girls had their eyes wide open and all said at the same time, "Twin brother?" Naruto stood up from his bow and said, "And you must be Usagi, am I correct? Chibiusa told me a lot about you when she visited last time. It's nice to finally meet you." Usagi was looking between Naruto and Chibiusa in confusion as she said, Yeah? Nice to meet you too." After a few minutes of talking with the rest of the girls, Usagi, Chibiusa, and Naruto began walking toward Usagi's house. As they walked, Naruto tightened the straps of his backpack, which held a fox mask with a crescent moon on its forehead. Chapter 4: How to Install. Usagi, Chibiusa, and Naruto were walking through downtown Tokyo on their way to Usagi's house. Naruto and Chibiusa were slightly behind Usagi, and Naruto noticed the glances his sister was giving their mother. Frowning slightly, Naruto turned his head towards his sister and asked softly, "What's wrong, sister?" Chibiusa frowned and replied in the same voice, "She knows where the silver crystal is, I know it. But she won't give it to me." Naruto sighed and said, "You're doing this the wrong way, Chibiusa." His sister squinted at him and said, "What do you mean?" Naruto sighed and considered how to phrase what he was about to say next. Tightening the straps of his backpack, he said, "Most people don't like having another person demand things in their face. If you're going to get the crystal, you'll have to be a little more subtle." Naruto then frowned as an idea occurred to him. "Why do you need the silver crystal from this period anyway? I thought the crystal was kept safe in the palace during our time. And for that matter, why didn't Mother use it when you guys were invaded?" Chibiusa's eyes widened for a moment before looking down at her feet as the two continued walking behind their expectant mother. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her reaction and was about to ask her what was wrong again when Chibiusa snapped her head up to look where she was going and said, "The crystal disappeared right before the invasion started. I'll take it this time and bring it back." Chibiusa frowned at her mother's back before continuing, "But this idiot here won't give it to me. I don't even know why he has it. Pluto didn't tell me either." Naruto frowned and thought, she's hiding something. But why would the crystal just go and disappear like that? And why didn't Pluto tell her about her mother? He could understand telling her and then warning her not to say anything about the future, but sending her here without telling her what she needed to know was pointless. Usagi looked at the two children following her and noticed the expressions on their faces. Frowning at Chibiusa's face, her face then turned confused when she saw Naruto frowning. Don't tell me he's chasing the crystal too. Usagi thought in exasperation before asking. Is something wrong, Naruto? Naruto's head snapped up to meet his mother's eyes when he heard the question. He then shook his head from his previous thoughts and smiled before saying, No, it's okay, Usagi. Thanks for asking though. Usagi nodded and turned her head forward again and thought. At least he's a lot more polite than that little monster. Chibiusa shot her brother an incredulous look, which Naruto caught and frowned again before shaking his head again, thinking how his sister was treating their expectant mother in the back of his head. Naruto absent-mindedly tightened the straps of his backpack again as the trio continued to move through the crowd. Scene change. Tsukino residence. As the trio began to arrive at Usagi's front door, Naruto mentally prepared himself for anything. There was no telling how the Tsukinos would react to his presence. When Usagi opened the door, she shouted, I'm home! The three of them walked through the entrance and took off their shoes on the mat as Usagi's mother came into the hallway. Smiling when she saw her daughter and the girl she thought was her niece, Ikuko said, Welcome back, you two. Noticing Naruto, her eyes widened slightly and she said, And who are you? Naruto stepped forward and bowed before saying, Naruto, ma'am, I am Chibiusa's twin brother. Our parents thought that since Chibiusa had such a good time here when she visited before, I would enjoy it as well. Ikuko frowned and said, Where were you yesterday? Didn't Chibiusa say anything about your visit? Naruto smiled on the outside while on the inside he was preparing to take a page from his sister's book and use a genjutsu if what she said next didn't work. I couldn't take the same flight as Chibiusa since I came home from a school activity after her flight left. Mom and Dad felt it would be best to send me on a flight the next day. As for her not saying anything, I'm sure she thought you were told I was coming today. Ikuko nodded and said, I see. Still, I wish we'd been there to pick you up from the airport. You didn't have any trouble finding your way around, did you? Naruto smiled again and said, No, ma'am. I found everything fine. Ikuko smiled and said, I'm glad to hear that. Turning to his daughter, he said, Usagi, please show Naruto to the guest room. He can share it with Chibiusa. We'll take out the futon later tonight. Turning to Chibiusa, he continued, Chibiusa dear, would you like to help me in the kitchen? I was just getting ready to make dinner. Chibiusa smiled and nodded. As her grandmother left with her sister following, Naruto looked at Usagi and said, So, shall we go, cousins? Usagi nodded and headed up to the attic. As they climbed the stairs, Usagi looked back and said, You know, I find it strange that you found us at the shrine. What were you doing there instead of coming here first? Naruto smiled as he thought to himself. So my mother might notice things sometimes right now. That's good to know. Maintaining his smile, Naruto said, I was actually planning on coming here next, but I wanted to see the shrine first since I had read a lot about it before coming here. Usagi gave an before accidentally hitting her head on the trapdoor above the stairs at the top. Why is he like that? Usagi asked while rubbing her head. Naruto frowned and said, Are you okay, Usagi? Usagi waved her hand and said, Yeah, I'm fine. I bet Chibiusa did that on purpose, the little monster. Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, Something tells me you and my sister don't get along very well. Usagi snorted and said, That's one way of putting it. That little runt won't leave me alone. Naruto looked down the stairs and frowned before looking forward again and finished climbing the stairs. When he got upstairs, he noticed a good-sized room with a balcony and a bed on one side. Aside from a closet containing a few changes of clothes for his sister, the room was fairly empty. Well, here we are, Usagi said. Naruto simply nodded and walked over to the bed and dropped his backpack. Finally, letting her curiosity get the better of her, Usagi asked, So what do you have in your backpack anyway? Chibiusa didn't bring anything with her when she came. Naruto frowned as he recognized that his mother was trying to get information out of him about his origins. The frown quickly turned into a smile as she turned around and said, Do you really want to know? Usagi nodded, saying, Naruto's smile grew wider as he said, Okay, I'll tell you. What I have there is. Usagi leaned forward before Naruto's smile turned foxy, and he closed his eyes and said, "Clothes!" Usagi's face fell as Naruto laughed. Usagi stood up in an instant and said, "That's not funny, twerp!" Naruto shrugged and said, "I thought so. But seriously, all I have are a few changes of clothes, as well as a few other things I might want while I'm here." Usagi sighed and said, "And here I thought you'd be nicer than your sister." "I can tell you're going to be just as annoying as her," Naruto frowned and said, "I'm sorry, Usagi. One of my senseis did something similar to me and I couldn't resist trying it. I'll try to be a little more mature from now on, too." Usagi frowned and said, "If you say so. By the way, what do you mean sensei and what did he do to you?" Naruto smiled and walked over to his backpack. Opening it, Naruto reached out and pulled out a small photo album his 4 teachers had given him before he returned. Flipping to a page that only had the one he was looking for, Naruto flipped the book over in his hands and held it out to show Usagi, who walked over to look at it. What he saw was a man with silver hair who seemed to defy gravity, a headband over his left eye and a mask covering his mouth, his arm wrapped around a grinning Naruto. The man's visible eye was closed, giving the impression that he was smiling as well. Naruto smiled at the picture and said, "Kakashi-sensei was one of my teachers in school. He lost his eye in an accident, so he always had that headband like that. And he always wears that mask too. I once asked him what he was hiding underneath it. He did the exact same thing I did before I took it down. And do you know what was underneath it?" Usagi shook her head before Naruto smiled and said, "Another mask." Usagi's face fell again before she shakily stood up. Looking at Naruto amused, she said, "You had a strange sensei boy." Naruto chuckled as he closed the album and put it in his backpack, saying, "Yeah." Naruto took out the few changes of clothes he had with him, making sure his expectant mother didn't see the Anbu outfit and mask left in his backpack before putting it under the bed and hanging up his other clothes. When he was done, the two went downstairs to watch television. Dinner had been interesting when Kenji and Shingo were introduced to Naruto. Kenji had commented that he could tell Naruto was from his side of the family because of how similar he and Usagi looked. Naruto had simply rubbed his head in embarrassment at the comment. Shingo had asked about his markings thinking they were cool and Naruto had simply said they were birthmarks. Thankfully, none of the Tsukinos asked him about his and Chibiusa's parents. Naruto had just assumed they had asked Chibiusa yesterday and decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth. After dinner, Naruto had helped with the dishes and then watched TV with the rest of the family. That night, as Naruto was getting ready for bed, he looked over to where his sister was letting her hair down and said, "We need to talk about Chibiusa." Hearing the serious tone in her twin brother's voice, the pink-haired girl turned around and said, "About what, Naruto?" Naruto walked toward the stairs and made sure no one was coming to check them. Finding no one there, he approached his sister and touched her forehead, saying, "About this." Just as he touched her forehead, Chibiusa's crescent moon mark appeared. As it did, Naruto's own mark also appeared. Naruto looked at him for a moment before saying, "You need to learn how to control that Chibiusa thing. It directed the invaders right at you. What were you thinking using that? What do you think would have happened if you fired that moonbeam and no one was around to keep you safe? You're lucky Pluto told me where to be when that thing exploded. That and the fact that Sailor Moon and the other scouts came when she saw it. If we weren't there to scare off that tutu-wearing monster, you might have been captured, maybe even killed." Chibiusa looked down and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to use it. It just happened. One moment Usagi was threatening me, the next the moonbeam activated." Naruto sighed and said, "Chibiusa, you need to learn to control your moon powers. The moonbeam is only supposed to be used as a summons to the royal court when the heir apparent is in danger. Usagi threatening you is no reason to light up the sky like you did. I can't tell you how important it is for you to keep your powers under control instead of letting them run wild like they did today. If you don't, it'll drive those guys right back at you." Chibiusa looked down again as Naruto gave another sigh. The two marks disappeared as Naruto said, "Understand, Chibiusa, I'm not saying all of this to make you feel bad. It's my duty not only as a Konoha ninja but also as your brother to keep you safe. I don't want to lose you. Not now, not ever. Right now, keeping you safe until we get back to our time is my top priority. Nothing comes before that. But if I'm going to be able to keep you safe, I need you to never do anything like this again unless you're truly in danger, okay?" Chibiusa nodded and Naruto said, "All right. It's getting late. Let's go to bed. Chibiusa nodded again and got into bed while Naruto turned off the lamp and lay down on the futon. Chapter 5. Most people in Tokyo generally prefer to sleep in on Saturdays, regardless of the season. Or at least spend a few extra minutes in bed. Not so for one person in the Tsukino residence. By the time the sun rose over Tokyo, a certain blonde man was already dressed and doing his Saturday morning routine, which his sensei had drilled into him. As the sun's rays illuminated his sister's face, Naruto smiled from his sitting position as he watched Chibiusa scrunch up her face before opening her eyes. When she saw him doing squats, her face became puzzled and she said, "What are you doing? Don't you know it's Saturday?" Naruto chuckled and said, "Good morning to you too, sleeping beauty. And I'll have you know that if I was back in Konoha right now and still in bed, Kushina-sensei would have probably used a water jutsu on me by now." Chibiusa's eyes dimmed slightly before she muttered, "But you're not in Konoha right now." Then, in an even calmer voice that Naruto heard anyway thanks to his training, she said, "And I'm not in Crystal Tokyo anymore." Chibiusa, Naruto thought sadly before getting up from his position and walking over to the bed. He sat down and said, "What's wrong, sister?" Chibiusa looked at her brother from her position in bed and said, "I don't want to be here. I want to go home." Naruto sighed and said, "We can't. Not without the silver crystal. That crystal is the main source of power in the Tokyo crystal. Without it, the invaders will never be driven out. That's why you were sent here to retrieve it." Naruto tilted his head before continuing, "But I don't think it's the silver crystal from this moment that you were sent here to retrieve." Chibiusa's eyes widened and she sat up and looked at Naruto as if he was crazy before asking, "What do you mean? Why wouldn't they send me here if it wasn't to get the crystal from this time period?" Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly in thought before saying, "I don't see how or why the crystal would disappear like you said it did. Maybe it had a reason for doing so, I don't know. But what I do know is that Pluto knows more than it's allowed to say. Maybe the time crystal came here to avoid being stolen." Naruto placed a finger on his chin and continued, "Or maybe it fused with the crystal from this time period?" He shrugged before saying, "Who knows? Maybe it even went inside someone. It wouldn't be the first time it's happened, after all." And with that, Naruto returned to the floor and began doing push-ups while Chibiusa lay back, thinking about what her brother said with a worried expression on her face. Closing her eyes, she thought, "No way, none of that is possible." Right, time jump. 4 hours later, Naruto and Usagi were running through the back streets, Usagi looking around as they ran. Luna was currently with them, looking around as well. As they ran, Usagi looked at her blonde companion, who was surprisingly able to keep up. He had a determined look on his face as he focused on something only he seemed able to sense. "Are you sure you know where you're going?" Usagi asked in a doubtful voice. Naruto nodded and said, "Positive." "Okay, alright," Usagi said as they crossed the street. As they passed the intersection, they heard someone calling their name. "Usagi! I'm impressed. You jog every morning? Who's that with you?" Both blondes stopped and looked back. As they did, Usagi's face lit up while Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Oh great, this is just what we need. Chibiusa's all alone without protection, and now she shows up. It's going to take forever to get there at this rate." Usagi evidently had other thoughts on the matter, as she launched herself at the speaker. "Ah, Mamoru!" Mamoru smiled and said, "It must be a sign or something, since we kept running into each other." Usagi looked up from her hug, but just as she was opening her mouth to tell him about her problem, the two heard, "Oh aye! Romeo and Juliet! Less hugging, more running!" The two looked over Usagi's shoulder and saw Naruto looking at them impatiently. Mamoru looked confused and said, "Usagi? Who exactly is this?" Usagi looked somewhat embarrassed before saying, "That's right. You two haven't met yet. Mamoru, meet Naruto, he's Chibiusa's brother." Mamoru's eyes widened as he said, "Brother?" Naruto's eyes narrowed again and he frowned as he said, "Twin brother, if you want to get technical. Now let's go." Mamoru mouthed twin before calling out to Naruto, who had turned around and was about to run down the street again. "Wait, what's the rush?" Naruto yelled over his shoulder as he walked off with Luna by his side. "Chibiusa went off somewhere by herself, that's what happened. Now are you two lovebirds just going to stand there or are you coming over?" Mamoru's eyes widened again before he and Usagi took off after the smaller blonde. When they caught up, Mamoru asked, "What do you mean? When did you last see her and where?" Before Usagi could respond, Naruto interrupted and said, "That doesn't matter. Just keep going, because I won't stop until we get to her." Mamoru gave Usagi a questioning look that caught Usagi's eye. Panting slightly at the pace her future child was setting, she said, "Don't ask me how, but he seems to know where it is. He said it was some kind of twin." Mamoru raised an eyebrow, but decided it would be best to save his breath since Naruto didn't seem to be in the mood to answer questions right now. As the group continued running towards where Naruto sensed his sister was, he thought, "I hope nothing happens to her until we get there." Scene change, neighborhood park, swing set. Naruto slowed down, and then stopped from his brisk pace as he reached the ring around a swing set in a small neighborhood park. Usagi placed her hands on her knees, panting slightly before straightening up and looking over at one of the swings where she saw Chibiusa sitting on it. Mamoru was also standing beside her. Meanwhile, Naruto looked around to make sure they were alone. "Oh, Chibiusa," Usagi said, glad to have found her. Chibiusa tightened the key around her neck and murmured, "Mommy, Daddy." Naruto sighed, thinking, she doesn't seem to be talking about Usagi and Mamoru. She must be thinking about home. Sending her here when she wasn't trained for this kind of thing was a bad idea. They should have sent her to Konoha and let me find the crystal. "Everyone's been looking for you. Is everything okay?" Usagi asked, unaware of the thoughts of the other blonde currently in the area. Chibiusa ran a hand over her eyes and said, "Leave me alone." Usagi and Mamoru, "Huh?" Ed as Naruto frowned. Taking a step forward, he said, "They were just worried about you, sister." Chibiusa didn't answer him and Mamoru approached her side before kneeling down. "Chibiusa." Chibiusa hummed and continued, "Let's go home." Chibiusa looked at him and after a moment nodded and Mamoru smiled and said, "Okay, give me your hand." As Chibiusa took his hand, Mamoru suddenly had a vision of a city that looked like it was made of glass. Naruto noticed the dazed look and thought, what the hell? Usagi also noticed and said, "Mamoru, what's wrong?" Mamoru looked up and said, Nothing, I'm fine." Before looking back at Chibiusa, who was in his arms with a sad look still on her face. Luna tilted her head as she hummed, trying to figure out what was going on. Mamoru put Chibiusa on his back and Usagi picked up Luna before the group began walking back to the Tsukino residence. Naruto tilted his head as he looked at his future father for a moment before heading to Usagi's side. As the group walked along the sidewalk beside the main road leading to the Tsukino residence, Usagi looked at Chibiusa and said, "You know you had us all worried, Chibiusa. You shouldn't take off like that without telling us where you're going." Chibiusa frowned as she looked down from her position and said, Okay. Sheesh, I just wanted some time alone." Naruto frowned, but before he could say anything Usagi said, "We were worried about you, idiot." Chibiusa gave him a raspberry before placing her head back on Mamoru's shoulder and letting out a contented sigh. Usagi frowned and said, "Don't get too comfortable, brat. Or do I need to remind you that that's my boyfriend you're currently sleeping with?" Luna's sweat dropped as Naruto simply moved his eyes for a moment to see what was happening, seeing that there was no need to play peace yet. Chibiusa muttered before saying, "He's not your boyfriend anymore. He's mine now." Naruto raised an eyebrow at that statement, while Usagi laughed, looking ahead and said, "Yeah, right. That could happen. Mamoru and I are meant to be together. It's fate, and you can't fight fate." Naruto's eyebrows straightened and he thought, "While I would normally argue the point of fate, she has that right." Mamoru looked at Usagi and said, "Come on, Usagi, relax. She's just a kid. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were jealous." Usagi's head snapped up to look at her husband-to-be and said, "Me? Jealous of that brat?" "As if," Chibiusa smiled and said, "Of course she's jealous. I would be too if I knew I didn't stand a chance." Usagi's face turned red, but before she could shout out a reply, Naruto's calm voice interrupted her. "That's enough, sister." All the other members of the group looked at Naruto, who had turned his head to look at his sister. Seeing that he had her attention, he said, "Stop trying to get under Usagi's skin. We both know the two of you are together, so stop saying things like that. Actually, if I didn't know better, I'd say you were the one who was jealous." Usagi was looking at Chibiusa with a smug grin on her face, but before she could say anything, Naruto said, "I wouldn't gloat, Usagi. You're just as bad. Chibiusa is just a kid. There's no way she and Mamoru can be a real couple. So stop taking everything she says literally." Usagi and Chibiusa stared at Naruto for a second before they both puffed out their cheeks and simultaneously shouted, "Whose side are you on?" Naruto chuckled as he and Mamoru grimaced at the decibel levels before saying, "No one. I'm just the referee." Mamoru raised an eyebrow before laughing at Naruto's statement that drew the eyes of his passenger and future wife. Scene change. Tsukino residence. The Tsukinos were currently gathered around the group, with Chibiusa in the middle of the gathered group. Naruto was leaning against one of the fence posts. "We were so worried about you. Where the hell have you been?" Ikuko asked as she leaned over with her hand on Chibiusa's head. "Yeah, we've been looking everywhere for you. You can't just take off like that," Shingo added. Chibiusa looked down and said, "Sorry. It's fine, dear, as long as you're safe," Kenji said before looking back and focusing on Mamoru and continuing. "By the way, Usagi, so who is this young man? Is he the boy?" Usagi and Mamoru stood at attention as Usagi started to stutter, trying to say he was just a friend when Shingo looked at him slyly and said, "Ugh, this guy looks too old to be Usagi's boyfriend." Naruto caught the look on Kenji's face and smiled as he thought, "Oh boy, he's in trouble. B-boyfriend?" Kenji shouted as Mamoru started to sweat and started backing away saying, "Well, I'd better get back to my morning jog. See you, Usagi." Naruto chuckled as Mamoru escaped with Kenji going in front of the doors and shouted, "Hey! Come back here!" Ikuko laughed and leaned on Usagi and said, "Hello, Usagi. He seems like a nice young man. Why don't you invite him over for dinner so we can get to know him better, okay?" Kenji apparently heard her because he said, "Honey, he's too old." Naruto smiled from his position as he noticed Kenji shaking a little from the parents' anger. "A little overprotective?" Naruto thought with a raised eyebrow before moving away from his column and saying, "I don't see what the problem is. He seems like a nice guy to me." Kenji looked at Naruto and frowned and said, "You're too young to understand Naruto. He's too old to be dating someone Usagi's age. Kids that age only think about one thing." Naruto raised his eyebrow and said, "If you say so," before heading home. While doing so, Chibiusa said, Can I eat something good now?" The Tsukinos minus Usagi. "Huh?" Ed before turning to look at Chibiusa in confusion. Ikuko tilted her head and said, "Who are you?" Naruto stopped in his tracks as Usagi and Chibiusa widened their eyes as Shingo and Kenji questioned her as well. Shit, Chibiusa's little hypnosis spell must have worn off, Naruto thought, preparing to cast a genjutsu. Turns out he didn't need to worry. Chibiusa quickly turned her lunar pea ball into an umbrella with a swirling design and hypnotized the family. Naruto caught Luna biting Usagi and smiled, thinking that was twice what happened. However, Usagi looked steamed and headed towards Chibiusa, who was surrounded by the family, who were wondering how they could forget her. However, before she could say anything, Naruto said, "Hey, Usagi, can you come up with me? I want to show you something." Usagi was about to yell at her blonde companion when she caught the look he was giving her. Sighing in defeat, she followed Naruto into the house while the rest of the family talked with Chibiusa. As Usagi closed the door, Naruto turned around and said, "Sorry about all this, Usagi, but trying to confront Chibiusa out there would only lead to pointless arguments. It would be best if you left her alone." Usagi looked angry and said, "But he hypnotized my family. Now I want to know what you two are doing here and where you came from. And I want to know right now." Naruto sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Usagi. I wish I could tell you, I really do. But I'm afraid it's necessary to know, and right now you don't know." Naruto turned around and walked toward the room he was sharing with Chibiusa, Usagi yelling at him that he wasn't done yet. Naruto just did his best to ignore her as he continued walking. When he reached the attic, he thought, "I'm sorry, Mother, but I don't think you can handle the truth right now." Scene change. Enemy base. A man with red hair and a black inverted crescent moon mark on his forehead was looking at a projection of a star-shaped city. Surrounding him and the platform on which the hologram was projected was a ring of mirrors. A woman with blue-gray hair wearing a blue outfit that looked like it belonged to a gymnast suddenly appeared in one of the mirrors before leaving. Walking up to the man, she said, "Did you call Rubius?" Rubius looked over his shoulder and said, "Birdie, look at this." Birdie sighed and said, "Not Crystal Tokyo again. I was getting a pedicure." Rubius frowned and growled, "Birdie, we traveled back in time to make sure this cursed city was destroyed, and all you care about is your toenails. We have to find that Pinkford rabbit, do you hear me?" Birdie put a hand on his cheek and said, "Our luck has been bad. That boy is as hard to find as a rabbit." Rubius smiled and said, "You know, I have some other ideas on how we can destroy Crystal Tokyo." Just after he finished speaking, the hologram showing the city flipped on its axis, giving him a view of the city's skyline. Once it did, Rubius began explaining how the center of Crystal Tokyo was called the Crystal Nucleus, and how with that disappearance, the city would be destroyed. As he spoke, the hologram was replaced by what looked like a beauty salon. "This is Crystal Nucleus?" Birdie asked in disbelief. "That's right, and I want you to take care of Niga Moon," Rubius said. "Consider it done. Crystal Tokyo is finished," Birdie said while striking what was supposed to be a dramatic pose. Rubius smiled and said, "Yeah, I can't wait for that to happen." Returning to the hologram, he let out an evil laugh. Scene change. Mamoru's apartment. Unknown day. Naruto was sitting on a couch in Mamoru's living room with a math book on his lap and a notebook covering one side of the book as he copied the problems onto the page and answered them. Lying on the rug was Chibiusa as she worked on a grammar book. Mamoru was lying next to her. "Mamoru, do you like school?" Chibiusa asked while frowning at a certain question she was struggling with. Mamoru smiled and said, "Of course. But if you want to get into a good school like me, you'll have to study hard, if you say so. These math questions seem pretty easy to me. If this is what we're working on now, the rest of the year will be a breeze," Naruto said from his spot, drawing glances from the other two occupants in the room. However, before the two could say anything, there was a knock on the apartment door. Mamoru got up from where he was lying and walked over to the door and opened it. "What are you doing here, Usagi?" Naruto looked up from his troubles and noticed Chibiusa doing the same at the mention of her future mother's name. "I came to apologize." Usagi's sad voice came before continuing. "I was so happy to see you that I didn't realize you were in a bad mood. I'll try to be more aware next time." "That's not the problem, Usagi." "Oh, well, if it's about my grades, I'll do my best to raise them. That's not Usagi either. I just don't feel that way about you anymore." Naruto's head snapped towards where the voices were so fast Chibiusa swore she should have gotten a whiplash. "How can you say that, Mamoru? Don't you remember the past? We loved each other then. What's changed now?" "I don't want my present and future to be dictated by the past, Usagi. Why can't you understand that I just don't feel the same way about you now? So why are Chibiusa and I still alive?" Naruto thought with narrowed eyes. "Chibiusa and Naruto are here, aren't they?" Usagi's voice sounded so sad it made Naruto want to rush to the entrance and get some answers out of Mamoru the hard way. "I know she's just a kid, but she seems to be replacing me." "Don't be silly, you're right. I'm sorry, Mamoru. I guess we weren't meant to be together after all." Naruto and Chibiusa were already at the entrance when Usagi closed the door. The two looked at the scene in confusion, and it was only the sad look on Mamoru's face that kept Naruto from tearing him apart. Walking over to his shoes, Naruto put them on and started walking. He stopped in front of his future father and said without looking at him, "I don't know what's going on, but I hope you have a good reason for doing that to him." Right after he finished speaking, Naruto walked towards the door and ran out while Mamoru looked down. Naruto ran out of the apartment building and focused on finding Usagi's chakra signature. Taking off, he began running toward the Tsukino residence. As he got closer, he saw a slumped figure sitting inside a phone booth. As he got closer, he saw it was Usagi crying. Just as she reached the cabin she heard, "Mom, I'm sorry. I don't think I can invite Mamoru to dinner now." Naruto frowned and opened the cabin door and said hesitantly, "Usagi? Do you mind if I come in?" Usagi shook her head dejectedly as she continued to cry. Naruto closed the door and walked over to her, put a hand on her shoulder and said, "I know things look bad now, Usagi, but everything will be okay in the end." "How can you say that? He said he doesn't love me anymore," Usagi asked as she cried even harder. Naruto sighed and said, "Usagi, I admit I don't know everything right now. But what I do know is that what you and Mamoru have is something that only gets stronger after all this is over. For now, it's best if you do your best to move forward and not lose hope, okay?" Usagi rubbed an arm against her eyes to clear the tears and nodded slowly. Naruto nodded back before patting Usagi on the shoulder and leaving the booth to return to Mamoru's apartment. Scene change. Beauty shop. Future crystal nucleus location site. Static electricity began to crackle on the roll-up barricade above the tent entrance before the attached motor activated and lifted the segmented metal sheets with a low hum. After they finished rolling up, the air in front of the tent shimmered before revealing Birdie in a yellow summer dress with a pink umbrella in her hand. Opening the umbrella and placing it over his right shoulder, he looked at the tent before shouting, "So Droido, where are you, Droido?" What looked like a gray-skinned woman with green hair appeared out of nowhere and said, "I'm here." "Excellent," Birdie said. "Check out my new beauty shop where we sell my specially designed line of cosmetics. They'll make any girl a beauty for a few minutes, and then she'll be filled with Niga energy. Enough, I hope to turn this place into a stronghold for the Sai Niga moon. Do you understand? The more cosmetics you sell, the better." "Sounds like fun," the woman said. Birdie smiled and said, "This shop is located at the center of Crystal Tokyo. Once we infuse it with Niga energy, Crystal Tokyo will be just a thing of the past." Scene change. Roof of an unknown building. Birdie stood on the edge of a building as she looked at a beauty salon flyer in her left hand, while holding a stack of more in her right hand. Smiling, he said, "Okay. All that's left is to distribute them." Just as she said this, a strong wind blew behind her, scattering all the sheets, much to her dismay. As the sheets spread across the city, one landed next to the phone booth where Usagi saw her. Scene change. Mamoru's apartment. Naruto and Chibiusa were walking down the hallway that Mamoru's apartment was connected to on their way home when Naruto suddenly felt his mother's chakra fluctuate. "What the hell?" Naruto thought as he noticed Mamoru stiffen as well. "Usagi," Mamoru thought, trying to decide what he should do. Her thoughts were interrupted by Naruto, who had stopped walking and said, "Aren't you going to help her?" Mamoru looked confused and asked, "What do you mean?" By then, Chibiusa had stopped walking, looked back, and said, "Yes, Naruto, what do you mean?" Naruto frowned and said, "I don't know what's going on, but what I do know is that you still have some kind of feelings for her. Are you going to stand there and do nothing, or are you going to help her?" Mamoru looked down before closing the door and running down the hallway past the two children. As she turned the corner, Chibiusa tilted her head and said, "What were you talking about?" Naruto just shook his head and said, "Don't worry about it. Come on, let's go back." As Naruto walked past her, Chibiusa frowned and thought, "What's going on?" Scene change. Tsukino home. That night, dinner was a quiet affair. Everyone at the table could tell something was wrong with Usagi, but she wouldn't tell them what it was when asked. Naruto gently brought the subject to Usagi's attention by talking about how easy school was for him. When the rest of the family joined in, Usagi smiled and thought, "Thanks, Naruto. I'll do my best to stay strong." Chapter 6. Mercury Rising? Opening scene. Classroom. Naruto and Chibiusa were currently in class while the teacher was explaining math problems to some of the students. Naruto wasn't paying much attention, choosing to stare out the window and think about other things he felt were far more important than the equations he already knew how to do. Naruto sighed and thought, "It's not bad enough that we're at war with the invaders. Now not only do I have to keep my sister safe, but I have to figure out what's going on between those two. I just don't understand. I know Usagi and Mamoru are going to get married in the future. That fact is obvious since Chibiusa and I are still close. So why did he break up with her? It's obvious it's tearing him apart as much as it's her. Why?" I sigh, wondering what Kushina-sensei would say if she were here. I'm sure she would know what to do in a situation like this. "Naruto!" Naruto jumped up from his desk with rapt attention and said, "Yes, Kushina-sensei?" The entire class stared at Naruto for a moment before all the kids started laughing. Chibiusa put a hand to her mouth to try to hide her giggles, but Naruto heard them anyway. Blushing in embarrassment, Naruto mumbled an apology and sat back down. The teacher raised an eyebrow, but simply shook her head and said, "I don't know who this Kushina of yours is, Naruto, and I don't care. However, I would appreciate it if you would refrain from daydreaming in class. Now I have a question for you. How would you solve the problem on the board?" Naruto looked at the board and was about to answer when the bell rang. All the kids clapped before grabbing their things and running off to start heading home. The teacher sighed and said, "Class dismissed," though it was clear she was just saying it out of habit, since almost everyone was already moving. As Naruto headed towards the door, the teacher said, "Naruto, wait a second." Chibiusa looked back from the hallway and said, "I'll wait out here." Naruto nodded and walked back inside and said, "Yes, sensei?" The teacher looked at Naruto for a moment and said, "Naruto, you're a good student, and you seem to know the material we're covering. That's why I waited so long before saying anything, since you seem to be so good." Deep in thought, he said, "But I prefer it if you pay attention in class. Will this be a problem? Perhaps it's something I can help with." Naruto smiled sadly before shaking his head and saying, "No, sensei, I'm afraid it's a family problem. But thanks for asking anyway." The teacher looked ready to say something else, but decided against it and simply nodded in understanding. Naruto bowed before turning and walking out into the hallway. As she approached him, Chibiusa gave him a questioning look, but Naruto just shook his head and she nodded, knowing her brother would tell her when he was ready. Change of scene. Downtown Tokyo. Naruto and Chibiusa were heading through downtown Tokyo on their way to the Tsukino residence after school. As they crossed the bridge, Chibiusa looked down and saw an ice cream shop. Running to the side of the bridge, she knelt down and looked at the shop while Naruto simply raised an eyebrow and calmly stood beside her. That must be the new ice cream shop everyone's talking about. It looks so delicious, mint chip. I want some, Chibiusa said. Naruto smiled at his sister and then looked at himself. Chibiusa then frowned and said, "Wait a minute, I'm acting like a kid taking a bath with ice cream. I have to keep my mind on the silver crystal." Naruto raised an eyebrow as he looked at her and said, "What's wrong with wanting ice cream once in a while?" Chibiusa looked at him and was about to speak when they heard someone calling them. "Hey Chibiusa, Naruto, where are you going?" The two looked back to see Ami looking at them with a small smile. Ami tilted her head and said, "The ice cream shop? Not just at home," Chibiusa said. Ami's smile grew a little as she said, "Wow, you two have great discipline." Chibiusa closed her eyes and said, "I'm trying," before giving Ami a quick glance before closing her eyes again and turning away slightly. Naruto smiled and thought, "You weren't trying that time you came to Konoha. Tuchi-san had a field day when you ate that ramen with me and Minato-sensei. He actually ran out of bowls that day after he finished serving us." Ami looked at the shop and said, "I heard your ice cream is really delicious, but I'd like some company." Chibiusa turned around completely frowning and said, "Don't look at me, I hate sweets." Naruto's laughter drew the two girls' attention to him as he said, "Chibiusa, did you forget what happened that time we went to Ichiraku's to eat ramen with Minato-sensei?" Chibiusa looked down in embarrassment, while Ami raised an eyebrow before saying, "Why don't you join me? Tell you what, if you two don't mind keeping an old high school girl like me company, I'll buy you 2 doubles. How does that sound?" "Sounds good to me," Naruto thought as he saw the emotions playing on his sister's face before saying, "Sure, I don't mind. Come on, sis, a couple of scoops of ice cream can't hurt." Chibiusa looked up and said, "Fine, but only because you wanted the company." Naruto looked up as he shook his head with a smile and said, "Of course, just to offer you company." Chibiusa shot her a glare as Ami covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. Chibiusa then walked over to where the stairs led to the shop and said, "Come on, let's go. There's a rotten peach on the last one. Come on, hurry up." Naruto chuckled and shook his head again before following after his sister. Ami smiled before slowing down to a more leisurely pace when Chibiusa yelled, "I'll save us a spot in line." Change of scene. Park. Naruto, Chibiusa, and Ami were currently sitting on a bench simply enjoying the peace and quiet that came after they finished their ice cream and talked for a bit. Ami sighed from her position between the two boys and stood up, saying, "That was fun, guys. Well, let's get back to the books. It was good to get to know you better." Chibiusa waved and said, Bye, Ami. "Thanks for the ice cream." Naruto nodded and said, "See you, Ami." Ami smiled at them and started walking away. As she did, Chibiusa narrowed her eyes at the thought, Ami is awfully smart. I wonder if she has the crystal. No one would be foolish enough to give it to Usagi. Naruto studied Ami walking for a moment before saying, "There's something different about her." Chibiusa, "Huh, Ed," when she was brought out of her thoughts. Turning to her brother, she said, "What do you mean?" Naruto shrugged and said, "I'm not sure. He just seemed to have a lot on his mind." Naruto stood up from the bench and said, "Come on, let's go back." Chibiusa nodded and stood up before following her brother out of the park. Scene change. Enemy base. Rubius looked back at the map of Crystal Tokyo. Crystal Tokyo. 1,000 years in the future, and soon it will be under my control." Rubius laughed as Birdie stepped out of the mirror and said, "Did you call Rubius?" Rubius continued looking at the map as he said, "I've located the first of Crystal Tokyo's 5 star points. Go turn it into a stronghold for the Niga moon. Once we control all 5 points, Crystal Tokyo will be ours." Change of scene. Downtown Tokyo. Naruto and Chibiusa were running to make up for lost time talking to Ami. As they ran, Chibiusa looked at her brother and said, "Hey Naruto, do you think Ami has the silver crystal?" Naruto's eyes widened and he nearly tripped in surprise before looking at Chibiusa and saying, "What gave you that idea?" Chibiusa shrugged and said. Well, you said it's possible the crystal came to this time period to hide. Ami would be the perfect choice since she's so smart. I mean, let's face it, no one would be foolish enough to give something so important to Yasagi, right? You also said she seemed to have something on her mind. Maybe she was thinking about that. Naruto looked at Chibiusa for another moment before shaking his head and looking forward again. As he ran, he thought, there's no way Ami would have the crystal. Just because she had something on her mind doesn't mean she was thinking about the crystal. There are tons of things she could have been thinking about. And she's Mercury, not Moon. Yet, Chibiusa was starting to think that Naruto wouldn't answer her when she sighed and said, While it's possible, it's also highly unlikely. But if you want to check her out, I guess we can try. Our best bet would be to see if she'd let us stay at her house for a night. We'll have to ask Usagi where to find her once we get back to the Tsukinos. Chibiusa nodded as the two continued running towards the Tsukino residence, quickening their pace, eager to ask Usagi where they could find Ami after dinner. Scene change, cram school. After Ami's class leaves, Chibiusa and Naruto were waiting outside the crowded school Usagi had told them Ami went to at night, waiting for said brunette to leave the building. Naruto was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, while Chibiusa stood a few feet in front of him, looking thoughtful. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt Ami's chakra signature approaching and looked to the side as she left. When Chibiusa saw her, she shouted, Ami! Ami looked at the two children in surprise and said, Chibiusa, Naruto, what are you doing here? Did you come with Usagi? Chibiusa shook her head and said, No, but we have a favor to ask, Ami. Can we come and stay at your house one of these nights? What's wrong, Chibiusa? Aren't you and Usagi getting along? Ami asked, trying to understand why Chibiusa was asking this. Chibiusa looked down and said, Oh no, it's nothing like that. You see, she has a big test coming up and I don't want to upset her. You know how easily she can get distracted. As he said this, an image of Usagi laughing at a comic while Chibiusa read a textbook appeared in his head. Naruto simply nodded his agreement. Ami placed her hand under her chin and looked up, obviously imagining a similar vision. Nodding, he said, I've been there. I think I can help you too, and you can probably sleep better from Usagi the hyena. Come on, come on. Ami took Chibiusa's hand as Chibiusa thanked her while Naruto simply raised an eyebrow at the nickname before giving a small smile and pushed off the wall and followed the two, tightening the straps of his backpack as he did so. As they walked, Chibiusa looked to the side and thought, Now for sure I'll get that crystal. Scene change. Mizuno apartment. Time, 10:07 p.m. Ami, Naruto, and Chibiusa were kneeling at a table in Ami's family room. Ami was on one side with Chibiusa and Naruto on the other. Chibiusa was reading a children's book while Naruto flipped through his math book to see what to expect in the coming weeks. When he shook his head at something he saw in the book, Ami looked up from reading a medical text and raised an eyebrow when she heard Naruto mutter about how late they were going to be learning things by the end of the book that he had learned at least a year and a half ago. Chibiusa's head began to tilt, drawing Ami's attention to her. Ami looked at the clock for a moment before turning to Chibiusa and said, Chibiusa, why don't you go to bed? Chibiusa woke up abruptly, put down the book with her head on it, and said, But I want to finish reading this. Ami smiled and said, Go to bed, Chibiusa, you can finish reading it in the morning. Chibiusa looked to the side and thought, If he doesn't go to bed soon, I'll never get the chance to check his things. She then looked over at Naruto, who had looked up from his math book to observe the interaction between the two. Seeing that her brother was wide awake, she shook her head and thought, How can Naruto be awake right now? He always wakes up before the sun comes up. Maybe part of his shinobi training was learning how to go without sleep. Chibiusa shook her head from those thoughts and looked at Ami and said, Hey, aren't you tired? Ami smiled as she put her chin in her hands and said, No, I always study better at night. I'm a night owl. I guess I forgot how little Chibiusa you are sometimes. Go ahead and go to bed if you want. She turned her head to study Naruto, who had started muttering about lax rules again while looking through his science book that he had absent-mindedly pulled from his backpack and was currently lying on top of his math book. Raising an eyebrow again, he said, I must admit, Naruto, I'm surprised you're still awake enough to check your school supplies. Naruto looked up from his book and shrugged as he said, I've always had more energy than anyone. Kakashi-sensei once wanted to see how long I could go before falling asleep. I ended up going for a couple of days reading some of the books in the library before I finally collapsed. Ami's eyes widened as Chibiusa looked at her brother in amazement. Ami shook her head in surprise and said, "You spent 2 whole days reading without sleeping? Naruto, that's unhealthy. As a child, you need at least 11 hours of sleep to grow." Naruto shrugged as he leaned back slightly from his reading position with his hands behind his head and said, "Maybe other kids need that many each night, but I've always been able to go longer without it." Ami shook her again and said, "Be that as it may, you really should try to get more sleep." Naruto chuckled and said, "Yes, mother." Chibiusa looked around as she said this and said, "Where are your parents, Ami?" Ami looked down and said, "My mom is working late at the clinic tonight. As for my dad, I'd rather not talk about it." Naruto noticed the sad look on Ami's face and decided to steer the conversation away from that topic. "Your mother is a doctor, right?" he asked. Ami nodded and said, "That's right, a pediatrician, and that's what I want to be too." Chibiusa nodded and said, "Yeah, in Germany, right?" Naruto raised an eyebrow at that and thought, "Germany? I didn't know Mercury left the team before." Ami nodded and hummed softly to herself and said, "I'll be packing soon." "Wow, my first trip abroad. You won't be alone? It's so far away," Chibiusa said. Ami nodded, resting her head on one of her raised arms and saying, "I know, that's the only bummer about studying abroad, you know. I've never been this far away before." She looked down before continuing in a softer voice. "It's going to be hard to leave, but the pros outweigh the cons in this case." Chibiusa frowned and thought, "I'd better find that crystal soon." Naruto frowned as well and asked, "Well, how long are you going away for? I mean, overseas implies you'll be returning. It's not like you're planning on moving there permanently, right?" Ami nodded and said, "Well, yes, I plan to return, but that probably won't be for another 2 or 4 years at least." Naruto hummed and said, "Plenty of time. Still, I have to admit it would be well spent on your case if you really want to become a doctor like your mother. But I'm surprised you're going to medical school so soon. After all, you're still in high school, right?" Ami nodded and said, "Well, yes. But I scored high enough on some tests that I can go now. It would save me a couple of years in the future if I went now instead of waiting until after high school." Naruto nodded and said, "True. Still, I don't think I'd go so soon if it were me." Ami tilted her head and said, "Why not?" Chibiusa also tilted her head and said, "Yes, Naruto." "Why not?" Naruto gave a sad smile and said, "I can understand if Germany is the best option for you, Ami. But I don't think I could leave my friends for that long. Yes, sure, we could write letters or even have a conference call sometimes, but for me it just wouldn't be the same." Ami looked down and said, "I know what you mean. It's going to be hard. But I have to consider everything, not just how it will feel not to be with my friends." Naruto nodded and sighed, yes, before cheering up and saying, "Well, it's getting late. My sister and I should probably go ahead and head to bed." Chibiusa, whose eyes were constantly drooping downwards while the other two were talking, suddenly startled and said, "But I'm not tired." Right after she said this, a yawn left her mouth, making Naruto chuckle, and Ami brought a hand to her mouth to cover her giggle. Naruto shook his head and said, "Yeah, and I'm the uncle of a fox. Come on, sister. Good night, Ami. Don't stay up too late, you should get some sleep too." Ami raised an eyebrow at the change in the usual saying, but nodded anyway before wishing the two children good night as Naruto dragged his sister to the guest room they would share. An hour later, the family room light went out and footsteps were heard as Ami entered her room. 5 minutes later, Chibiusa got out of bed and slipped down the hallway. As she passed him, one of Naruto's eyes opened and he looked at her before rolling over and going back to sleep. If Chibiusa was stubborn enough to search before she slept, who was he to stop her? Change of scene, ice cream parlor. Birdie faced the shop and said, "Is the first stop an ice cream parlor? How fun." Looking over his shoulder, he called, "Frosty, are you here yet?" A woman in a long winter kimono appeared and said, "Sorry I'm late. Fashionably late, the best kind," Birdie said, continuing as he looked back at the store. "We need a quick fix on this dump." The woman began to blow towards the tent, which quickly became covered in solid ice. Birdie smiled and said, "That's perfect ice for the first point. And tomorrow we'll have new flavors." Change of scene. The next day, Ami was walking with Naruto and Chibiusa down a street. As they walked, they ran into Usagi, who started walking with them when she saw them. "Hey guys, what's the buzz?" Usagi asked as she adjusted to his rhythm. "Same as always," Ami said as Chibiusa gave a big yawn. "Do you guys stay up all night talking?" Usagi asked with a smile. Ami said before looking at Naruto and Chibiusa and said, Chibiusa, Naruto, you can come back anytime, okay? Chibiusa smiled and said, Thank you. Naruto simply nodded, showing that he listened as he kept his eyes forward and practiced spotting things, trying to identify what birds were currently calling and where they were. As they walked, Chibiusa thought, what's a little lost sleep if I can get that silver crystal? As they walked, Usagi explained how she and the others wanted to give Ami a farewell party. Do you want to throw me a farewell party? Ami asked before shaking her head and saying, No way, it'll be too much trouble. Usagi smiled and said, Come on, you know there's no way we're letting you leave without a fabulous party, Ami. But all my friends and family will be there. Ami said, looking down before continuing, I'll be sad. I won't want to leave. Ami, it'll be like going to summer camp for the first time. You miss everyone the first week, and then it's a blast. Come on, think of all the loot you'll get. Ami shook her head and said, Please cancel. But Ams, I'm using it as an excuse to buy a new party dress. Ami laughed while Naruto and Chibiusa just rolled their eyebrows. Ami became serious and said, You see, Usagi, it's like this. I really want to be a doctor and take care of little children. But leaving my friends is a big problem for me. I'm afraid I'll lose my nerve. It will be hard enough to say goodbye. So please cancel. Usagi looked sad and said, Okay, if that's what you want, Ami. Scene change. Mizuno apartment. Naruto and Chibiusa were back at Ami's apartment watching as she put the last few things into her suitcase. There, that should do it, Ami said as she entered one last medical message before closing her suitcase. Why are you packing now? Isn't your flight for another 2 weeks? Chibiusa asked from her position on the ground. Why indeed? Naruto thought with an eyebrow raised from the wall he was leaning against. No, it isn't, Ami said. Chibiusa's eyes widened in realization as she said, Oh, I see. You told your friends the wrong flight date. That way they can't come and wish you goodbye. And you won't be sad. Ami gasped as Naruto's eyebrow rose higher as he thought with a small smile. Sneaky Ami. I didn't think you were someone who would choose that approach. Ami turned around and said, I should have known a smart girl like you would figure it out. Will you say goodbye to me? Chibiusa nodded and thought, I guess she doesn't really have the crystal like Naruto thought. Because she wouldn't leave town with that, Naruto said. If that's what you want, Ami. Ami nodded and said, Thank you. Naruto nodded and pushed away from the wall. Walking over to where Ami was standing, he raised his hand and said, It was nice meeting you, Ami. Take care, okay? Ami nodded and shook her hand. Chibiusa then walked over and hugged her before the two left to find the other explorers. Change of scene. Bus stop. Chibiusa and Naruto found Usagi talking with Rei and Makoto about something. As they got closer, they heard Usagi say, You guys go ahead. I'll leave our gift at Ami's house and do my best to convince her to stay. You'd just be wasting your time, Chibiusa said as the twins revealed their appearance. Usagi turned to her future children and said, What do you mean, Chibiusa? It was Naruto who answered him. He's already heading to the airport. He's leaving today, really? Usagi asked before a hand reached her shoulder and grabbed the package, surprising everyone except Naruto, who had already sensed the person approaching. I'll take it, Mamoru said from his spot next to her car. Go on, Minako needs you. He continued. Right, Usagi said as Mamoru got into the car. He started the engine and shouted, Naruto, Chibiusa, are you coming? Chibiusa nodded and said, Yes. Naruto tilted his head before nodding and jumping into the back. As the car drove away, Usagi said in a sad voice, Goodbye, guys. Change of scene. Tokyo International Airport. Mamoru's car stopped at the front of the airport, and the 3 passengers got out. Chibiusa looked at the large building and said, How are we going to find her? It'll take us forever to look everywhere. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated. Sensing a chakra presence that felt closer to water than normal and even colder than a shinobi from the land of snow, he smiled and opened his eyes. As he ran off, he said, Follow me! Mamoru and Chibiusa hurried to catch up with the blonde. When they did, Mamoru asked, How do you know where to go? Naruto entered the building with the other 2 right behind him and said, The same way I found Chibiusa that time in the park. Mamoru thought about mentioning the fact that Naruto hadn't really explained anything about that moment either, but let it drop as he followed the blonde who obviously knew where he was going. Beside him, Chibiusa was doing her best to keep up with the 2. She was a 5-year-old princess, for crying out loud. not a ninja in training or a high school senior. Thankfully, Naruto was keeping his speed relatively low since sprinting would have gotten them into trouble with the LEOs. Law enforcement officer. 10 minutes later, the three of them approached the lounge attached to the gate for the next flight to Germany. Ami was standing by a window, looking at them. As they approached, Ami noticed them and her eyes widened in surprise as she said, "Guys? What are you doing here? And how did you know which door to go to?" Naruto smiled and said as he tightened the straps of his backpack, "The girls found out you were leaving today and asked us to give you a gift they wanted to give you before you left. As for how we found you, let's just say I have my ways." Chibiusa snorted and said, "Yeah, well, they don't seem to be that good of friends. They couldn't even come say goodbye in person." Naruto frowned and said, "Sister, stop it. You know they would have come if they could." Chibiusa looked down suitably chastened as Ami frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Naruto shrugged and said, "I'm not sure. But something seemed to come up." Mamoru walked over and handed the gift to Ami. Upon opening it, he found a new power stick and a communicator, along with a note. Mercury raised the stick in awe before looking at the note. Reading it aloud, he said, "Dear Ami, you'll always be one of us. Take care, and love the rest of the gang." Ami's eyes started to water, and she turned to Mamoru and said, "Mamoru, I can't do it. Not now anyway. I mean there's plenty of time, right? I can reapply in a couple of years when I'm ready, but right now I want to be here with them. Do you think you could take me back?" Mamoru nodded and the group began to leave the airport. Once they were on the road, Mamoru said, "I think the girls are on a mission, Ami." Ami squeezed her new transformation pen and thought, "I know the explorers are in danger, I can feel it. They need me." In the back seat, Naruto remained silent as he searched for the other scouts' chakra signatures. Pinpointing their general location, he opened his eyes and thought, "We'd better hurry, their chakra's already gone to scouting levels, and it feels like they're already fighting too." Ami looked back and saw the serious expression on his face. She began to wonder what Naruto had said about how they'd found her, and how Usagi had said he'd tracked Chibiusa the other day. Coming to a decision, she asked, "Naruto, can you find them?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yes." Chibiusa seemed confused by the conversation, but remained silent as Naruto closed his eyes again and focused. Finding them, he opened his eyes again and said, "They're at the new ice cream shop. They seem to be fighting too." Chibiusa finally couldn't stand it anymore and frowned as she said, "What are you talking about? Why would girls fight?" Naruto looked at his sister wondering if she really hadn't figured it out yet before shaking his head and saying, "Don't worry about it, sis." The rest of the trip was uneventful until Mamoru dropped Ami off at the bridge, who then ran off to help her friends. As Mamoru shut off the car, Naruto looked in the direction of Ami's retreat and thought, "Hang on, guys, help is on the way." Getting out of the car, Mamoru turned to his two other passengers and said, "Why don't we wait for you here?" Naruto nodded and leaned against the car to wait. A short time later, the five girls were talking on the bridge. Chibiusa turned to Mamoru and said, "Why isn't Ami upset with them? They didn't even come to see her off." Mamoru smiled and said, "You'll understand someday." Naruto looked at the five girls laughing at some joke and smiled, thinking, "I'm glad she's staying. Mom and the others will have to face some serious challenges. Only by sticking together will they defeat them. But for now, they can just enjoy each other's friendship." Chapter 7, Tsukino Residence. Naruto was running through a basic taijutsu kata with Shingo watching. "Wow, Naruto, you're pretty good," Shingo said as Naruto executed a roundhouse kick followed by a pivot leg sweep. Naruto shrugged and said, "My senseis were all kinds of martial arts in their spare time, so they all ended up teaching us something when our classes were over." Shingo smiled and said, "Did your teachers teach you and your classmates martial arts in their free time? Now that sounds like a school I'd like to go to." Naruto chuckled and said, "Well, what can I say? The school was pretty close to a military base and was mostly for kids who had parents in the military. Even most of the teachers were once in the military at some point." "Wow," Shingo said before frowning and looking back at the house. "Does that mean Chibiusa can fight too?" Naruto chuckled and shook his head as he did a quick punch combo before walking up to his future uncle and said, "No, Chibiusa doesn't go to the same school as me. She goes to one that's more focused on the finer points of life. That's why Mom and Dad wanted me to accompany her this time to make sure she stays safe." Shingo nodded before the two heard. "What do you think you're doing, twerp?" Naruto sighed and shook his head as he thought, Chibiusa, what did you try to do just now? Turning to Shingo, who had also shaken his head, he said. We should probably go see what those two did this time. Shingo nodded, and the two entered the house. As they entered and headed for the stairs, they heard. Oh, I forgot. I'm supposed to help Rei at the temple today. Usagi ran down the stairs, leaving a trail of dust as she left the house, stopping only long enough to put on her shoes. The two boys glanced at each other before rolling their eyes. Shingo then lost interest and headed to the family room when Naruto came upstairs and saw his sister lying on the floor in their mother's room with swirling eyes. Seeing the school books spread out on the table, Naruto shook his head again and said, You tried to look for her when she fell asleep doing her homework, didn't you? Chibiusa nodded slightly, causing Naruto to sigh and look around before doing a few hand signs. Placing his now glowing hand on his sister's head, Naruto focused his chakra and willed the small-level healing jutsu to do its work by lowering the lump on his sister's head. Chibiusa groaned before sitting more comfortably and rubbing her head. He turned to Naruto and smiled and said, Thanks, Naruto. I need that. Naruto shook his head once more and said, You wouldn't have needed it if you hadn't antagonized Usagi. Chibiusa frowned and said, She has the crystal, and I'll get it no matter what. Come on, let's go to the temple. Naruto sighed and said, Yes, sister. Scene change. Hikawa Shrine. Naruto watched from a corner of the spell shop as Usagi emerged from the locker room in her temple attire and Rei tightened the belt appropriately for her. In his lap, he looked at the magazine ad Rei's grandfather had apparently placed for teaching martial arts. Looking up from the ad and holding it up to show Rei, he said, Hey Rei, are you going to help with this? Rei looked at him and frowned before saying, As if. There's no way I'm helping Grandpa make a fool of himself in this temple. Naruto frowned and said, How do you think I'd do that? Most temple cultures practice some form of martial arts. And you don't take karate? Rei snorted and said, Well, yeah, but Grandpa and Chad are just trying to teach girls my age. He's just being a pervert trying to put girls in leotards. Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, Leotards? Who the hell actually fights in them? At my school we didn't wear leotards when we were taught how to fight. We wore clothes that were closer to what you'd wear on the streets. That caught all the girls besides Chibiusa's attention as they looked at him. You mean they taught you how to fight at your school, Naruto? But you're only 5 years old. What kind of school would teach martial arts to children at such a young age? Ami asked in a voice that made it clear she didn't approve. Yeah, isn't it a little young to learn how to fight? Minako asked. Naruto shrugged and said, Hey, it's voluntary for us younger students, and most of the kids who go there come from military families. Most of the teachers are military too. All of us, both boys and girls, think it's a good way to bond with our parents since it gives us something else in common with them. Are you sure it's not just because you guys learn how to hit each other? Chibiusa asked with a cheeky grin on her face, making everyone look at her before Naruto laughed to get their attention. You're just jealous that you don't have such kind and fun teachers at your sister's school. While we learn how to do cool things in the outside world, you girls learn how to have etiquette and perform tea ceremonies. Chibiusa sneered and said with a smile, Well, at least I don't have to worry about running 5 miles while I'm scheduled for PE class. The girl's eyes widened as Naruto grinned and said, Try 10. You increased our distance after you, Mom, and Dad visited us last year. Why do you think I can always catch you no matter how big your lead is? The girls and everyone outside the dais who had been listening to the conversation felt their jaws drop when they heard that, while Chibiusa simply shook her head and muttered something under her breath about shinobi and their chakra training methods and wondering what could have convinced her parents to condemn their son to such torture. Naruto's smile grew wider when he heard that while everyone else tried to understand what she was saying. Standing up and tightening the straps of his backpack, Naruto said, I'm going to see what kind of martial arts the old man will be teaching. It doesn't really say in the advertisement. 30 minutes later, the girls had closed the shop. Usagi and Chibiusa followed Rei to the area where their grandfather was to have classes. Peeking through some holes in the door, they saw an unusual sight. Naruto and Chad were attacking the old man with low and high combos while the old man defended himself with far more flexibility than should be possible for someone his age. All three had smiles on their faces when Grandpa said, Come on, two! Show me what you can really do! The two younger fighters stopped and took a step back as Naruto raised an eyebrow and looked at Chad before the two nodded to each other and walked back even faster than before. Outside, Rei and Usagi gasped at the sight of a child a fraction of Rei's age able to fight the way he was with an old man who kept pace, while Chibiusa simply shook her head as she continued to watch. After a few minutes, the three took a break and began stretching exercises. "Wow, Rei, your grandpa is like a rubber band," Usagi said as they watched. Rei flinched and said, "You're supposed to take it easy. Your doctor told you not to do any strenuous activity." The doors suddenly opened, surprising the three of them, and Grandpa said, "Who says this is exhausting? And what does that coot know anyway?" Rei got up from the ground and looked at the old man and said, "Enough, Grandpa. You're going to have a heart attack." "I'm not," Grandpa said as the two looked at each other, and lightning began to pass between them. Rei broke contact after a minute and said, Forget it. I'm not getting into a staring contest." As she ran off to the temple, Grandpa gave the victory sign and said, "Ha! I always win staring contests." Naruto just shook his head and turned to Chad and said, "Are they always like this?" Chad looked at his fellow martial artist and shook his head before saying, "You have no idea." Grandpa looked at Usagi and said, "Hey, do you want to train?" Usagi's eyes widened as she backed away with her hands in front of her and said, Sorry, but I have to get home." Before taking off, Grandpa turned to Chibiusa, who also looked a little nervous before Usagi suddenly reappeared and grabbed her before taking off again. Naruto shook his head and grabbed his backpack by the door before walking past the old man and said, "I'd better go with them, Grandpa. It was fun training with you though." The old man smiled and said, "Same here, kid. Come back anytime." Naruto nodded before leaving after his family. Scene change. Enemy base. Birdie approached Rubius, who was once again looking at the map of Crystal Tokyo. "Rubius, have you seen Katsi? She has my makeup." Rubius frowned and said, "I don't mind your makeup, Birdie. But to answer your question, we found another star point and she went to claim it. It's actually a temple and it doesn't even have guards." Scene change. Hikawa Shrine Night. Katsi appeared in the air above the dojo that had been installed in one of the oldest rooms of the temple and peeked through the roof. As he landed in the fighting ring, he smiled and said, "Soon this place will be filled with negative energy, making it ours." As he finished speaking, blue fire burst forth from beneath his feet, covering the room with its glow before sinking into the ring. The next afternoon, Chibiusa and Naruto were walking back to the temple. Usagi once again ran off, and the two decided to follow him since Naruto was interested in watching the self-defense class. As they walked, Chibiusa looked at Naruto and said, "Hey Naruto, just out of curiosity, how long were you holding out yesterday?" Naruto looked at him thoughtfully and said, "About half. Though I must say, fighting someone closer to my size than usual made it a lot easier. Do you have any idea how hard it is to actually land a good punch on someone who's over 3 feet taller than you? I still get my ass kicked when I'm sparring with Kakashi-sensei, and don't even get started with Jiraiya-sensei." Chibiusa frowned when she remembered meeting the self-proclaimed super pervert, but stopped when she saw Grandpa trying to attract customers by trying to hand out flyers to girls on the street. "No luck, Grandpa?" Naruto asked as he and Chibiusa approached. The old man looked down sadly and said, "Not a single child, not a single student. I thought this would have been a great success." The two children were about to say something before a voice behind the old man caught their attention. "Hey Grandpa, the class is full," Chad said as he glided down the stairs with a group of girls behind him. Grandpa's eyes widened and he said, "Chad, are all these girls here for class?" Chad nodded and said, "Yeah, isn't this fancy?" Grandpa smiled and said, "I'm sure you will." "Oh, Rei is going to be so upset." Grandpa turned to the 5-year-olds and said, "Why don't you two join in?" Naruto and Chibiusa looked at each other, and Naruto shrugged and said, "Well, I may be the only male in the royal class, but it should still be interesting." Chibiusa shrugged and said, "I think I'll join in too." Grandpa smiled and said, "That's the spirit." Scene change. Hikawa Shrine Dojo. Rei and Usagi were walking toward the dojo while Rei complained about having to do Chad's homework since she was helping Grandpa with class. Peeking through the slightly open doors, they were surprised to see one of the older women knocking people over. "Whoa, that's brutal," Usagi said as the two closed the doors. Rei felt a presence behind her and turned her head as Usagi took a thoughtful pose and said, "Hey, that trainer, she looks a little familiar. Hey, I'm ready, cool?" "Huh," Chibiusa said, making Usagi and Rei widen their eyes seeing Chibiusa in a leotard and leg warmers while Naruto stood next to her shaking his head as he was only wearing the shorts and t-shirt he originally arrived in this period. His backpack was still on his shoulders, making Usagi and Rei briefly wonder if he would ever go anywhere without it. "You can't go in there. I absolutely forbid it," Usagi said as she started waving her arms wildly while Rei tilted her head back at the sight of Chibiusa's leotard. Suddenly the group heard a cry for help from inside, making Naruto and Chibiusa look confused. Standing in front of the two older girls, the children watched as a girl was thrown onto the mat. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he felt the energy in the area now that he was right next to it, while Chibiusa gulped and started to back away, saying, "That doesn't look fun. I don't want to do this anymore." As Chibiusa turned around and ran off, Usagi turned to look at Rei and said, "She's just like me." Naruto frowned and went after her. As he followed, he thought, "I bet it's the invader's fault. And with my sister so close, I might have to take some serious measures." Reaching her, Naruto grabbed his sister's arm and dragged her to one of the shrine's empty buildings. Once the door closed, Chibiusa pulled her arm away and said, "What's wrong, Naruto? Why did you drag me here?" Naruto turned to her and said, "Didn't you feel that energy at that dojo, sister? Also, don't you think it's strange that that woman tore everyone to pieces so brutally on the first day of school? I think it has something to do with the invaders. After all, this shrine is one of Crystal Tokyo's future landmarks." Chibiusa's eyes widened before she looked confused and said, "Wait, how do you know that?" Naruto shook his head and said, "Just as you visited me in Konoha, I visited you in Crystal Tokyo, remember? I remember Mars explaining to me that one of the star points was once a temple. Combine that with that strange energy I felt, and you have a potential time bomb situation. Now I want you to go with one of my clones home and wait for me there." "But why can't I just stay here and watch?" Chibiusa asked. Naruto gave her an "Are you stupid?" look while crossing her fingers, and a clone appeared. Turning to him, he said, "Take her back to the Tsukino house. I'll be there as soon as everything is settled here." The clone nodded and led his sister further into the building towards the exit that was closest to the shrine entrance, as Naruto took off his backpack and began to pull out his shinobi gear. "I'm going to have to make a seal soon so I can change faster. Maybe I can contact Minato-sensei and he can help. I need to send a report soon anyway," Naruto thought as he began to change. Scene change. Dojo. An hour later. Let's face it, it takes a while for a group of untrained girls to beat the shit out of each other. It's also worth noting that the anime somehow managed to go from day to night during this time. Rei was keeping his grandfather's unconscious body safe by keeping his body between himself and Rhonda. Said monster was stomping on the girls' backs. He was about to slam his foot down again when he was stopped by a sleeved arm. Rei's eyes opened as she felt another presence behind her, and looked to see a blonde-haired figure wearing a mask blocking her attacker's foot with his right arm. "Moon Fox," Rei said softly in surprise. Katsy's eyes widened when she saw the figure, and she screamed in pure rage. "You?" "Yes, I am," the figure said, and everyone could hear the smile in his voice before he pushed Rhonda away with his arm, which became coated in a blue energy that sent the dark moon minion flying into the back wall. Turning to look at Rei and his grandfather, he said in a gentler tone, "Are you okay, Rei?" Rei nodded and said, "Yes, I am, but how do you know my name?" Moon Fox laughed and said, "It's not difficult when your grandfather says it at least twice during your heartfelt talk." Rei watched this before looking back up. His eyes suddenly widened and he opened his mouth to say something before Moon Fox leaned forward and kicked behind him, slamming his foot into Rhonda's face. As Rhonda launched herself towards the ropes on the other side of the ring, Moon Fox turned around and went through a rapid series of hand signs and shouted, "Lightning style, static pressure jutsu!" Static electricity began to crackle in the air before converging on Rhonda, who began to scream in pain before collapsing. Moon Fox then looked towards the entrance of the dojo and said, "Are you guys just going to enjoy the show or do you really plan on helping?" Everyone's attention turned to where the blonde was looking to reveal not only Sailor Moon but also Tuxedo Mask. "Correct," Sailor Moon said before taking out her scepter and shouted, "Moon Scepter Elimination!" Just after she called her attack, crescent moons of energy shot out and impacted against Rhonda, causing her outer skin to shatter like glass before the rest of her body turned to dust. Katsy gasped and looked into her compact before angrily closing it and growling, "I can't believe you embarrassed me like this again. I'm coming after you for this." "Fire!" Spreading her arms, fire shot out towards Sailor Moon and Moon Fox. Sailor Moon ducked, preventing her head from being burned while Moon Fox ran through more hand signs and shouted, "Earth style, Mud wall jutsu! Before spitting out a blob of mud that rose up into a wall and blocked the wave of fire. Turning to Rei, who had instantly covered her grandfather again, he said, "We'll get his attention, you transform." Rei's eyes widened and she opened her mouth to ask how Moon Fox knew, but he had already run out of the hole created by Katsu's other burst of fire. Sailor Moon and Tuxedo Mask were nowhere to be seen, showing that they had already passed. Moon Fox looked back as she exited the dojo to see her opponent right on her heels. Powering chakra through her legs, she leaped forward as she turned and ran through more hand signs. Water style, water bullet jutsu! As Moon Fox got loose with the projectiles, Katsu fired another stream of fire at them and the two attacks cancelled out. Said Shinobi landed next to Sailor Moon. Taking the opportunity to hit both targets at once, Katsu launched another attack only for Sailor Mars to appear and knock Sailor Moon back as Moon Fox jumped out of the way again. Sailor Mars ducked as the fire destroyed a streetlight behind her. Mars stood up and said with a hand signal, "You're going to pay for that, big time." Mars Firestorm Blast! A red stream of fire shot out from Mars before colliding with Katsu's blue flames. As the two clashed, Katsu chuckled and said, "What a coward! You're no match for my ice fire!" Mars grunted with exertion as everyone else raised an arm above their faces, trying to block the heat of the two attacks. As the blue fire began to push the red towards Mars, Katsu laughed again and said, "Give up, Mars, you can't win! I have to help her!" Moon said as she took a step toward the fight before a hand on her shoulder and other arm stopped her. "No! Let her be, this is her fight!" Tuxedo Mask said while Moon Fox nodded. A red flash suddenly appeared around Mars so briefly that only Moon Fox caught it as she made her hand sign again and began to concentrate as her hair began to float. "Hey, Grandpa, are you with me?" Mars thought as he concentrated. "Lend me your strength to banish this Niga monster." Moon Fox raised an eyebrow as she felt Mars' chakra suddenly flare as if she was about to perform a B-class jutsu before shouting, "Mars Celestial Fire Surround!" A ring of fire surrounded her before shrinking until it surrounded her fingers and shot out, forming rings of fire that passed through the blue fire and hit Katsu, igniting her tutu. Katsu screamed and said, "My tutu! I'll get you for this!" Before disappearing, leaving small embers in the air before they too disappeared. Moon Fox shook his head and said, "What a coward!" Mars smiled as he stood up to his full height and wiped his forehead and said, "Yeah, that'll teach him how to play with fire." Moon Fox nodded and said, "Yes. Congratulations on unlocking your second attack, by the way. One more and you'll be considered a superclass scout." Mars tilted her head in confusion and said, "Thanks, but what do you mean by superclass?" Moon Fox chuckled and said, "You really don't think you and the other explorers are the only protectors of the planets? There are literally millions of planets in our galaxy, and almost all of them have their own guardians. Each of those guardians has a certain rank. They're beginners like you and the others super, which is the next class up, eternal after that, and cosmic is at the top. In fact, there's only one of those as far as I know." "Oh," Mars said, trying to absorb all the new information, although when she thought about it, something should have been obvious to her. Meanwhile, Sailor Moon and Tuxedo Mask were having their own chat. "Thank you for helping us use Tuxedo Mask, especially knowing how you feel about me," Sailor Moon said while holding a fisted hand to her face. Tuxedo Mask looked at him and held a dispassionate look on his face as a vision of a crystal city appeared before Princess Serenity appeared and then shattered like glass. Looking down, he said, "Well, I'm just doing the right thing. No sense in getting all mushy about it." Moon Fox frowned and walked over and said, "I call bullshit." Everyone looked at him as he continued, "You can play that tune all you want, but you can't fool me. Now, what's really going on, Tux?" Tuxedo Mask frowned and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't see how it concerns you either." Moon Fox performed a small hinge on her face, causing it to appear blurry to anyone looking at it other than her eyes, which would appear to be green as she removed her mask and gave her male sparring partner a hard glare. "I'm worried because whether we like it or not, we're in this together. This is bigger than any little argument you two may or may not have had. It's even bigger than this period of time. We're currently fighting a war that spans thousands of years, and if you don't get your act together, you could put the entire world at risk. Think about that." Putting his mask back on, Moon Fox signaled with one hand and disappeared in a flurry of leaves. Tuxedo Mask frowned even more before turning and walking away. As he did, Sailor Mars stood next to Sailor Moon and placed her hand on her shoulder, causing her leader to look at her. "Thanks for helping me out there. You guys really nailed that muscle monster." Sailor Moon nodded, showing that she had heard, but looked sadly at what he had said. However, they both wondered what their blonde companion had meant. Scene change. Tsukino residence. Moon Fox reappeared at Tsukino's attic, surprising Chibiusa, who was already in bed. The clone in the room quickly dissipated, telling her everything was fine on his end. When he removed his mask, she asked, "What happened?" Naruto sighed as he changed out of his shinobi attire and into his sleepwear as he said, "I was right. The invaders had attacked and I had to help the scouts. Nothing they couldn't handle on their own, but as they say, better safe than sorry. Tux boy is starting to really get on my nerves." Tilting her head in confusion, she asked, "What do you mean?" Naruto shook his head and said, "Well, for starters, he's lying to himself, but eventually he'll have to see the truth. I'm going to bed. I have to submit my report tomorrow and something tells me I'm going to need everything else I can get for it. Good night, good night," Chibiusa said before Naruto got under the covers and the two went to sleep. Scene change. Hikawa Shrine the next day. Naruto had left Chibiusa doing aerobics with Chad and Grandpa while he headed into the forest behind the shrine. Once he was far enough away from prying eyes, he placed his backpack on the ground and pulled out a flat metal plate with seals covering every square inch. Setting down the plate, Naruto ran chakra through the seals, and a holographic image of the Hokage's desk appeared. The chair behind the desk swiveled around, revealing Minato. "Report." Naruto nodded his head in respect and said, "There are no problems joining the princess, sir. However, we have had multiple contacts with the invaders. First they sent someone to kidnap the princess, which Sailor Moon and I were able to avoid. Then they went after the crystal nucleus of Crystal Tokyo. When that attempt failed, they focused instead on the star points in the city. So far they have attempted to turn 2 of the 5 areas into focus points to gain negative energy, but were repelled by the scouts both times, the last being at Hikawa Shrine. For unknown reasons, they never attempt to attack the same area twice. Additionally, I need to have a seal placed on me that will allow my clothes to be changed in a faster manner than usual. Do you have any ideas?" Minato nodded and studied his blonde companion for a moment and said, "What's up, Naruto?" Naruto sighed and said, "Nothing could ever happen to you, Minato-sensei. It's Mom and Dad. For some reason, he broke up with her even though it's obvious to me he didn't want to. He said he didn't want the past to rule his future, but I know he's lying. However, I can't understand why he's doing this. It's obvious he's hurting both of us. Why would he do this?" Minato frowned and said, "That's strange. Still, since you're still there, it's obvious that they'll get back together eventually. For now, I would try to figure out what you can do without looking too hard. In the meantime, continue to do a good job and report back in the next month if something important doesn't happen before then. As for the seal, I should have something for you in the next few days. I'll send it through your communications seal." Naruto nodded, and the hologram disappeared. Kneeling down, he placed the plate back in his backpack and began walking toward his sister, tightening the straps of his backpack, ready to confront the invaders threatening his home. Chapter 8. Wiseman's Return. This is a way into the future of time-traveling Prince, but I wanted to show you anyway. Enjoy. Konoha. It was almost morning in Konoha and Kushin and Namikaze was getting worried. Her 16-year-old semi-adopted Jounin son, Naruto Tsukino, wasn't awake as he usually did for his morning routines, and now that she was at his bedside she could see why. His crescent moon mark that marked him as a member of the Royal Moon Clan was showing and his eyes were darting all over the place under his eyelids. Something tells me this isn't just a regular conversation with his grandmother like the one he had a couple of years ago. Kushina thought with a frown as she watched the blonde, dream landscape. Naruto looked around and noticed what looked like a city being ripped apart by explosions as fires raged and screams tore through the air. Then, one particular scream caught his ear and made him spin. "Help me, brother!" Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he saw the Crystal Tokyo Palace Tower on fire. Konoha. Naruto's mark disappeared as his eyes shot open and he stood up and shouted, "Sister!" Breathing heavily, Kushina put her hands on Naruto's shoulder, getting his attention, and said, "What is it? What did you see?" Naruto got his breathing under control before saying, "I have to go see Minato-sensei. Crystal Tokyo is going to be destroyed." Scene change from the Hokage's office. Minato frowned at one of his best jounin and said, "Are you sure about this? Wasn't it just a nightmare?" Beside him, Kushina shook her head and said, Minato, I saw his mark appear. I don't think it would only appear if it was a random nightmare, right? Minato grimaced and said, Point taken. Still, they haven't contacted us saying they were under attack or anything, and we don't expect our regular contact for another month. Best play this on the safe side. Naruto, I want you to gather your year's teams as well as Guy's team and take the Chinook to Crystal Tokyo and make sure everything is okay. Take the Anbu squads as well. While you're there, you'll be in charge of our forces, understood? Naruto bowed and said, Yes, Hokage-sama. Chinook base hidden in the Hokage monument. When Konoha and Crystal Tokyo became allies, it became apparent that they would need a way to cross the massive ocean that separated them, as it was certainly not a problem for the technically advanced people on the other side of the ocean. Asking any shinobi who could walk on water that far without interruptions was like asking a person to go swimming in a volcano. So the royal family had engineers at Crystal Tokyo rebuild one of the modern marvels of the 20th century for use by the shinobi, the CH-47D Chinook. The Chinook was a 3-crew, twin-rotor overhead helicopter that could carry up to 55 passengers or 28,000 pounds of cargo. Its length was just over 98 feet with a rotor diameter of 60 feet. Including the rotors, it stood 18 feet, 11 inches tall. The thing weighed 23,400 pounds empty, and fully loaded was 26,680 pounds. Its power plant could probably power the entire village for a year with its two Lycoming T55 GA712 turbo shafts pumping out 3,7750 HP each. The Chinook was also no slouch when it came to performance. Its top speed was 196 miles per hour, while its cruising speed was around 137. Its range before refueling was 450 miles, with a ferry range more than 3 times that. The service ceiling peaked at 18,500 feet, with a climb rate of 1,522 feet per minute. Statistics found on Wikipedia. To keep hostiles out, the royal family allowed engineers to put a machine gun turret on each side, as well as one on the cargo ramp, as they did in the 20th century. And as an added bonus, this Chinook was also modified with storage seals that attached directly to the fuel tanks so it could make the trip to Crystal Tokyo and back at least twice before needing to be refueled again. The hangar itself was a modern marvel, also considering where it was located. Buried beneath the monument was a cavern large enough to contain the Chinook itself, as well as a fuel storage area far enough away to cause no damage to the bird if it were to explode under a retractable roof that was hidden from any outsiders coming up the mountain by seal-powered genjutsu. It took nearly 2 years to prepare everything for the Chinook, and almost as long before Tenjounen and Anbu could be trained enough to be trusted to make the flight. One of those pilots was currently in the pilot's chair, while his scarecrow, a sensei, was in the co-pilot's chair, both with helmets and earpieces in their ears going through their final checklists. Clicking on the radio to speak to his engineer, Naruto said, All green on our side here, Sasuke, how's yours? The Uchiha heir pressed the last switch and said, All pre-checks are green. We're green to initiate the rotors. Understood. Rotors start running. Above, the rotors begin to spin slowly before picking up speed. As they did, a thunderous sound began to fill the cavern before turning into a roar. This is 47D, requesting the opening of the hangar roof doors. The voice of Jounin Commander Shikaku Nara came over the radio. Roger, that's 47D. The roof door will open shortly. Good luck on your mission. Completed. Copy that. Over and over again, the lights in the hangar cut out, leaving the Chinook in darkness with only the roar of its rotors accompanying it, and its passengers until a line of light appeared as the roof opened and the two pieces began to slide on their tracks. Once they had enough clearance, Naruto increased the rotor speed, and the Chinook lifted off from the helipad and out of the hangar. Using the compass to orient the helicopter, the two pilots then set a course for Crystal Tokyo and took off in a moderate climb to reach a higher altitude to take advantage of the higher wind currents. At the Hokage Tower, the Namikazes watched as the Chinooks took off towards their ally. Stay safe, Naruto, Minato said as he held Kushina close to him. Crystal Tokyo Diplomatic Air Base 17 hours later. Due to the constant shifting of tectonic plates, Crystal Tokyo and the elemental nations were much further apart than Japan and Europe in the 20th century. So it's understandable why Naruto decided to land the Chinook in the first landing area Crystal Tokyo allowed foreigners to land in, so they could stretch. However, as the rotors began to stop spinning, both pilots noticed that no one was coming out to greet them. This, combined with the fact that they couldn't make radio contact, worried them both. Pressing his radio towards Sasuke, Naruto said, "Sasuke, keep us warm. Something isn't right." Sasuke frowned, but since his engineering station didn't have a front view like the pilot's station, he simply clicked on his radio and said, "Will do, Naruto." Naruto and Kakashi exchanged glances as the rotors stopped spinning, but they were in a stage of preparation where they could be ready to take off at any moment. "I have a bad feeling about this," Naruto said. Kakashi nodded before the two unbuckled their harnesses and left their seats. As they walked through the Chinook, where the others were also unbuckling their harnesses, Chuji said, "Finally, I thought it would never end." "Are we there?" His friend Shikamaru shook his head and said, "It's too early. We're probably at the first diplomatic airbase, so we can stretch our legs a bit." Chuji's face fell, but he stood up with the others while his sensei and another teammate, Asuma and Ino, simply chuckled. As the two pilots reached the hatch in the center of the Chinook, Naruto began to open it, earning a raised eyebrow from Kakashi. Seeing him, he said, "I'll go check things out. Keep everyone else inside until I get back, except for one of the Anbu squads to keep an eye out. Prepare to get out of here as soon as possible." Kakashi nodded as everyone else began to mutter to themselves, wondering what was going on before sitting back down as the hatch opened fully downwards and Naruto jumped out. He was quickly followed by an Anbu squad who took up positions around the Chinook to stand guard. Naruto nodded to the nearest one, which was returned as the five quickly got out from under the helicopter, and the Anbu got into position as Naruto ran towards the large building that was the only structure in sight on the field. Arriving at the building without any problems, Naruto crossed his fingers and shouted lightly in a low voice, "Shadow Clone Jutsu!" 5 clones instantly appeared and nodded to their creator before entering the building and beginning a search. 10 minutes later, they all dissipated, and Naruto didn't like what he saw. The two Abus guarding the front of the Chinook didn't know what Naruto's clones had seen, but they certainly knew when they dissipated. Naruto's face took on a look of horror before he ran toward the Chinook so fast they almost thought he was teleporting away. "Everyone in!" Naruto yelled as he dove under the helicopter and belly crawled to the hatch as fast as he could and then shot out with the Anbu right on his tail. "What's wrong, Naruto?" Kakashi asked as Naruto ran towards the cockpit with Kakashi right behind him. "The whole place was destroyed. You don't even want to know what they did to the people who were there. We have to get to Crystal Tokyo as soon as possible. Whoever did this really means business," Naruto said as he began to flip the switches overhead, and the rotors began to spin. 30 minutes later, the Chinook roared over a burning Crystal Tokyo as it circled across the city to help slow its run to try and make it on time. What the shinobi in the helicopter saw was a daunting sight. Fires raged across the city, sending huge plumes of smoke into the sky. Nearly every building showed some damage, and some looked like a giant had just stepped on them. The palace that helped give the city its name was just as bad. Small fires could be seen from all sides as Naruto made a complete circuit around the city, and there were also massive holes in the tower. If the shinobi were going to search for him, they would have to use their chakra abilities to do so. After a second circuit around the city to see if any survivors would try to get his attention for easy pickup, Naruto landed the Chinook in the most open area he could within the palace walls. Letting the Chinook cool down, he clicked his radio and said, "Let it power down completely, Sasuke. We could be here for a while." "Understood," the engineer said as he flipped his own switches, causing most of the lights in front of him to change from green to red and then turn off. Once the ramp was down and everyone was outside, Naruto began assigning orders. "All right, guys. Spread out across the city and see if you can find any survivors. Whoever attacked seems to have disappeared a long time ago, but stay alert anyway. Team Asuma, I want you and my team to help me search the palace. Maintain radio contact at all times. Do you all understand?" "Hi." Naruto nodded and dismissed the teams that took off, besides Team Asuma and his own, which consisted of him, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura. The two teams turned toward the burning palace and began walking, hoping to find not only survivors, but also answers. Change of scene, northeast sector. "Man, I don't think I've ever seen anything that bad, have you, kid?" Kiba Inuzuka asked his large canine companion, Akamaru, who grumbled negatively as they and their teammates walked past burning buildings and corpses that showed some of the people of Crystal Tokyo had died some truly gruesome deaths. Hinata Hyuga barely held it in her stomach as she walked past a person whose intestines had been ripped out, and it was impossible to tell if that was before or after they were burned alive. Unfortunately, that wasn't the worst cause of death her activated Byakugan could see at the moment. Whoever these people were fighting was a truly slimy enemy, Shino said as his bugs buzzed through the streets, peering through the smallest spaces so his master couldn't see if there were any survivors buried under the rubble. Yeah, no kidding. Something tells me they were fast too. If what Naruto says is true, these guys could never send us a message, at least not conventional. Shino agreed as they continued walking with their teacher, Kurenai, having been silent the entire time contemplating who would commit such acts against people. Crystal Tokyo Palace top floor. It had been 2 hours since the Konoha shinobi had landed in Crystal Tokyo, and Naruto was starting to lose hope that anyone from his birthplace would be found alive. They had already found his parents, who appeared to have been tortured before being killed, and Kakashi didn't know how much more his blonde student could take. His team was reaching the last room, a large open dome that allowed them to see the entire city when Ino's scream was heard. Naruto! Naruto was in the room in an instant, his katana ready for a fight with the rest of his team behind him. What they saw instead was Team Asuma staring at a pink-haired figure encased in crystal surrounded by small piles of dust that held precious jewel-like stones. Naruto's eyes widened as his sword fell from his hands before he stood at the crystal studying the figure inside. Oh Naruto, I'm so sorry. Who would do such a thing to a person? Ino asked as she stared at the glass in horror. Naruto shook his head and said, No, it's not what you think, Ino. This crystal is the only thing keeping her alive, look! Everyone moved quickly and studied the figure in the crystal, which they recognized as Naruto's sister from when he had visited her a couple of times over the years. She was in her princess form, but you could tell she had been struggling by the way her arms were at unnatural angles, as well as all the cuts and bruises located along her body. There were bruises around her face, and Naruto also saw a large cut on her forehead. Looking down at her chest area, he winced when he saw a rib sticking out. Turning to Kakashi, he said, I can't get her out of there without Lady Tsunade by my side ready to start healing her. Kakashi nodded and Naruto looked around at all the dust and said, I'll give him this, he didn't go down without a fight. He must have crystallized himself as a last resort, and then sent me the message. What do you mean she didn't go down without a fight, Naruto? Shikamaru asked. Naruto knelt down and picked up some of the dust surrounding the crystal and said, There's dust everywhere. Do you really think there would be that much dust in a palace that was as technologically advanced as Crystal Tokyo? Not likely. Besides, most of my parents' enemies actually turned to dust when she used her moon powers against them. There are also these stones. I've seen them before. Considering how much dust there is here and we found my parents 10 levels down, who do you think turned these? They crawl into the moon dust? The radios crackled before they heard. This is Crane, sir. We found something. We came across the body of Sailor Mercury. It appears she was trying to leave a message on her computer before she was killed. Naruto frowned and raised a hand to his radio and said, Understood. Make sure you take it with you when you get back. Keep me updated. Yes, sir. Groan. Naruto sighed before looking around again. Turning back to the glass, he placed a hand on it and said, Don't worry, sis. We'll get you out of here. Shikamaru sighed and said, Troublesome. Listen, Naruto, I don't hate to burst your bubble or anything, but how do you plan on doing that? That crystal is fused to the floor. And even if it wasn't, we're on the top floor of the tower. I hope you don't expect us to carry it to the helicopter. I'm sorry, but that's not possible, even for a ninja. Naruto turned around with a smile and said, Shikamaru, you're forgetting who you're talking to. I'm a member of the Moon Clan. We don't exactly do things like normal people do. Just after he finished speaking, Naruto's crescent moon mark appeared on his forehead as he was covered in white light before slamming both of his palms onto the ground. The light shot out from where Naruto's palms touched the ground, shooting towards the crystal dome that allowed them to see the burning city below them while covering the crystal that kept his sister alive. Once the light dimmed enough for the others to see, their jaws dropped at what they saw. Chibiusa's crystal was now raised on a low crystal platform that could be lifted to allow for easy transport. But what really got the other shinobi was the fact that the dome was retreating into the ground. After a minute, the canopy had completely disappeared and they now had more than enough room to bring the Chinook in and lift the glass platform through the hatch in the center of the helicopter. Smiling at the Nara air, Naruto said, You meant it? Shikamaru simply grunted a troublemaker. Scene change. 2 hours later, Naruto wasn't sure how much more he could take as he stood beside his sister's crystallized form, while the Anbu codenamed Crane and his squad stood beside him as he read the message Mercury had left for the shinobi. It seems not all of the invaders had been dealt with as completely as they had thought. And now, Crystal Tokyo had paid the ultimate price. Turning to Crane, he said, "Gather everyone. As soon as we have my sister secured, we'll return to Konoha." Crane bowed, and his team left the room. Naruto took one last look at his sister before following them. No offense to his teacher, but he didn't trust anyone to pilot that plane when it came time to bring her aboard. 30 minutes later, Chibiusa was safely aboard, and the Chinook was pushing every inch of its 196-mile capacity to reach Konoha as quickly as possible. There would be no breaks this time, not with things as urgent as they were. Scene change. Konoha Hospital 10 hours later. Naruto, Kakashi, Kushina, and Jiraiya were waiting outside the emergency waiting room as they discussed what the shinobi sent to Crystal Tokyo. "So you're sure this was done by Wiseman?" Minato told Naruto. Naruto nodded and said, "Mercury seemed to think so, and considering all the dust and stones with the Dark Moon clan symbol that were around the sister when we found her, I think it's a fair bet. It's also likely that she'll come after us next." Minato nodded, but before he could say anything, the light above the operating room door went out, and the doors opened as Tsunade and the other doctors walked out tiredly. As the other shinobi turned to her, Naruto said, "Lady Tsunade, how are you?" Tsunade sighed and said, "I'm not going to lie to you, Naruto. She was close. I don't think I've ever seen anyone that close to death and actually survive the transport. The only reason she survived was because you put her into stasis by the silver crystal. She had multiple broken bones including a couple of ribs, a punctured lung, her heart was badly damaged, and both of her arms were broken at least twice, as well as a massive concussion. For now she's stable, but we're nowhere near finished working on her. It'll be another 2 days before she's remotely ready for any sort of activities." "I see," Naruto said softly. "Do you think I'll be able to see her soon?" Tsunade studied the blonde for a moment as an internal struggle raged within her. The doctor in her told her that no one who wasn't medically trained should be around that girl for at least a week. But the more human side of her said the young man in front of her had just lost his parents, and almost his only sister as well. Tsunade sighed and nodded before saying, "Okay, Naruto, but only for a few minutes and only until she's taken to her room. She's really going to need her rest." Naruto nodded and gave a quick bow and thanks before quickly walking into the room where he saw Chibiusa looking confused until her eyes met his and she smiled. "You came. Even though I don't know why I seemed so relieved, I knew you would. You always look out for me." Naruto smiled and ran his hand over his sister's face, causing her to close her eyes and sigh in content before opening them again. Naruto then frowned and said, "Sister, Crystal Tokyo has been completely destroyed. Aside from you, there were no survivors." Tears began to form in Chibiusa's eyes before she began to gently wipe them away and said, "It was Wiseman, wasn't it?" Seeing Naruto's nod, he got up in his bed with Naruto's help and said, "They came out of nowhere. Hundreds of ships tearing through our defenses, dropping troops. There were no lines to resist, just fighting on every street, in every building. We couldn't contact anyone outside the city either. They must have been interfering. Probably. Though when we stopped at DB1 on the way to Crystal Tokyo, everyone there was dead too, so they probably decided not to take any chances," Naruto said. Chibiusa nodded and said, "I held them off as long as I could. The jutsu training you gave me to boost my moon power seemed to really make a difference in my fights, but there were just too many of them. Eventually they pushed me to the top of the tower where they forced me to do the same thing Mom did 11 years ago and send that message to her." Naruto frowned as he considered what his sister said before he suddenly brightened and said, "Hey sis, you probably think I'm crazy, but I think I know how to get Mom and Dad back." Chibiusa's eyes widened as she looked at Naruto and said, "How?" Scene change. Konoha Council Chambers. Naruto was currently standing in front of the entire Shinobi Council telling them his plan to return Crystal Tokyo to what it once was. "So let me get this straight," said one of the lesser clan heads. "You want to summon your mother and her royal court from the past here and teach them how to channel their powers into a semblance of jutsu like you did with your sister in the hopes that her present self will have a better chance and survive?" "In a nutshell, yes," Naruto said. "It worked the first time, it should work this time too. And even if it doesn't, Crystal Tokyo is already gone, so what's the risk? The counselors looked at each other, murmuring to themselves, before Hamura said, Very well, Tsukino-sama. You have our approval. Now then, what can you tell us about this sage? Scene change. 1 year after the events of Star Wars. Usagi was dreaming about her future wedding to Mamoru when her crescent moon mark suddenly appeared on her forehead. Dreamscape. Hokage Monument. Suddenly, Usagi found herself on top of a mountain looking down on a large village. Whoa! Usagi breathed as her eyes opened. Awesome, isn't it? Usagi turned around and saw a 16-year-old boy walking towards her with blonde hair, blue eyes, and 6 whisker-like marks on his face. Usagi's eyes opened again and she said, Naruto? Is that you? Naruto smiled and said, I'm my mother. His smile turned into a frown and he said, Listen, I don't have time to explain everything right now, but we need your help and the other scouts' help. Wiseman came back with another army and we need them to come to Konoha so we can stop him from wrecking the place. Usagi frowned and said, Why can't explorers from your time do it? Naruto sighed and said, Because everyone except Chibiusa is dead, mother. Usagi gasped, but Naruto continued, Gather the scouts and have Pluto bring them to Konoha. With any luck, we can prevent this from happening. I'll see you soon, mother. Chapter 9. Thunderstorm vs. Maelstrom. Beginning of the story. Tsukino Residence Rooftop, 2 a.m. Naruto sat on the rooftop copying a seal on the inside of his backpack that projected his communication seal. He had already applied the seal's companion to a piece of paper which he then taped to his back to transfer it to his skin. Finishing the backpack seal, Naruto put it on his back as he stood up and pushed chakra into the seal on his back. He was surrounded by a quick burst of smoke that soon cleared and revealed him in his moon fox attire. Naruto looked down at himself and thought, Perfect. Pushing chakra through the seal on his back a second time, Naruto changed back into his pajamas and bent down to grab his communications seal before heading back into the house. Scene change. Enemy base. Rubius stepped through one of the mirrors that allowed travel between rooms in his base and frowned as he heard the 4 sisters under his command arguing once more. Sighing, he said, Now. The sisters shouldn't fight. With their attention successfully captured, Rubius smiled as he floated in front of the raised mirror and said, This is no time for petty bickering. I have a new plan to expel our victim. What is it? The 4 sisters asked. Rubius's smile grew as he said, Princess Serenity's greatest fear is thunder. The eldest of the 4 sisters, the green-haired pets, smiled as she said, Good idea. Create enough thunder to scare her and the rabbit into the opening. Exactly, Rubius said, and I have the perfect person to help implement your plan. Leave it to me, Pet said as she turned and walked toward one of the mirrors in the room. Fading away, she said, You won't be disappointed. Change of scene. Tokyo cityscape. It was a relatively cloudless day in Tokyo, so people were confused when dark storm clouds suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grew, covering the entire cityscape. Everyone flinched when lightning began shooting from the clouds and slammed into various spots throughout the city. Within the clouds, Pets emerged from a particularly nasty-looking cloud. He placed a finger to his forehead where his dark moon symbol glowed as he said, I call upon the services of Droid Thunderclap. Static electricity converged on a central point in front of Pets as a figure with gray hair, a unicorn horn on its forehead, and a large drum strapped to its forehead appeared and shouted, Thunder, ma'am! Pets smiled and said, I want thunder and lightning. And torrential rain, pouring down for days and nights. You got it! Ha ha! Thunderclap roared as he began to bang his drum, causing electricity to arc, increasing the fury of the storm they found themselves in. Scene change. School indoor pool. A bolt of lightning struck the skylights above the indoor pool and all the kids taking swimming class looked up. Naruto frowned and thought, Where did this storm come from? A high-pitched whistling noise caught his and everyone else's attention as the lifeguard yelled, Everyone out of the pool! As all the kids scrambled to get out, Naruto sighed and thought, And here I was hoping I could relax today. Everyone change, and we'll do some cartoons while we wait for your parents. The swimming instructor said as the boys and girls headed to their separate changing rooms. An hour later, parents began arriving with umbrellas to take their children home. Chibiusa and Naruto stayed inside with another boy and a girl while the other children hurried under their parents' umbrellas and began walking home under the temporary shelter the umbrellas provided. Naruto frowned from where he was looking through a window at the storm alongside his sister and muttered, What's with this storm? There's no way a normal storm could appear out of nowhere like this and be so powerful right away. And we should have at least gotten a warning from the weather station. Chibiusa frowned before the two turned at the sound of a door opening. Seeing the other girl's mother at the door, the two returned to the window. They both flinched when a particularly bright bolt of lightning struck the ground somewhere nearby, and the lights flickered before coming back on. As the lights flickered, Chibiusa grabbed her brother and began to hold on for dear life. Naruto frowned as he wrapped his hands around her. His frown grew as Chibiusa's shoulders began to shake and he heard his sister mutter, "Make the storm stop. I can't take all of this. I want to go home." Another bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and Naruto groaned at how tightly Chibiusa began to hold him. Ignoring the pressure on his ribs, he began to comfort his sister as best he could while frowning at the storm. Naruto held his sister for another 30 minutes, comforting her every time a bolt of lightning flashed overhead. When it became clear no one was coming for them, he frowned and thought, "Wasn't Usagi supposed to come looking for us? Well, we know our way back, so there's no point in staying here anymore. Sis really isn't going to like this, but we need to get back to the Tsukinos soon." Letting go of Chibiusa and taking off his backpack, Naruto took out the poncho he kept there and handed it to Chibiusa. Chibiusa frowned as she took it and said, "Do you want to go out?" Naruto nodded as he put his backpack back on and tightened the straps. Seeing this, Chibiusa's frown grew and she said, "What about you? Don't you have a second poncho?" "No," was Naruto's indifferent response as he began walking toward the double doors that led to the school's front courtyard. "But you'll catch a cold," Chibiusa said as she reluctantly followed her brother. Naruto laughed as he turned his head and pointed at the whisker marks on his left cheek. Grinning, he said, "Remember advanced healing? I haven't caught a single weekend bug since QB marked me. Now come on, the sooner we get to the Tsukino, the sooner I can put on some more dry clothes when I get out of this rain." Naruto opened the double doors and ran out into the rain, and Chibiusa hurried after him, leaving the school empty except for the custodian who watched them from a second-story window. Shaking his head as he leaned against his broom, the custodian said, "That kid's crazy, going out into the storm without a poncho. Oh, well, I'm not the one who's catching a cold tonight." As the two ran, Naruto tilted his head up and frowned as he saw the storm clouds seemingly darken even further as more lightning bolts came out. Is this storm even natural? It sure doesn't feel like it, Naruto thought as he continued to look up. Then, a flash of lightning within a nearby cloud briefly revealed the silhouette of a figure beating a drum within the cloud and Naruto's eyes went wide. What the hell? Don't tell me an invader is causing this storm? Naruto winced as he felt a phantom pain that was like a certain redhead hitting the back of his head and thought, I can't believe I'm still getting those. Shaking his head, he thought, alright Naruto, focus. What could the invaders possibly gain by creating such a huge storm? Could they be planning to flood the city? Another bolt of lightning struck a lightning rod on the building they were passing and Chibiusa screamed in fear. Naruto looked back and frowned as he thought, Sis is going to have a heart attack soon if this continues much longer. Wait, could that be why they're doing this? To force Sis's moonbeam to activate instinctively because of her fear? But why would they need to find her anyway? It's not like she knows any of Crystal Tokyo's secrets. Well, she might be useful as a hostage, but still, how could capturing her justify such a huge storm? Forcing the moonbeam to activate instinctively because of her fear? But why would they need to find her anyway? It's not like she knows any of Crystal Tokyo's secrets. Well, she might be useful as a hostage, but still, how could capturing her justify such a huge storm? Forcing the moonbeam to activate instinctively because of her fear? But why would they need to find her anyway? It's not like she knows any of Crystal Tokyo's secrets. Well, she might be useful as a hostage, but still, how could capturing her justify such a huge storm? Naruto looked back at the storm clouds and thought, well, there's only one way to find out. But there's no way Chibiusa will be anywhere near me when I try. I just hope my moonbeam summons the scouts even though I'm not the heir apparent. I don't want to fight someone who can control the weather myself. But first, I have to make sure Chibiusa gets back to Mom's house safely. Naruto looked around before turning into a nearby alley. Chibiusa followed him while hiding behind a dumpster. When she caught up with him, Naruto said, Listen, sis, I'm going to make a clone that will take you back to the Tsukinos. I want you to do exactly what it says, okay? Chibiusa frowned and said, But why can't you stay with me? Because this storm isn't natural, someone is making it and I believe they are using it in an effort to lure you out. If so, then they are probably hoping your moonbeam will guide them to you like last time. If that's the case, I'd rather draw them in with you safely in a completely different location. So go with the clone and I'll be back as soon as I can, and don't activate your moonbeam, no matter what. Naruto said as he had the shadow clone himself. Chibiusa nodded, and the clone stepped out from behind the dumpster, as she followed behind him as the two went for another run. Naruto watched them go before shooting out of the alley and starting to run toward the park. When he came across a pedestrian bridge across the street, he saw a figure in a green raincoat crossing beside him. Seeing the blonde hair under the hood and recognizing the chakra signature, Naruto smiled and thought, "And my luck just kicks in again." Climbing the stairs in front of him, Naruto crossed the figure's path before running off down the other side. He turned his head towards the bridge when he heard his name being called and the figure running after him. He snapped his head back and thought, well, that's one Sailor Scout ally I can count on. I just hope the rest are close by. Speeding up, Naruto crossed the next street intersection as he continued running towards his chosen battlefield. 20 minutes later, Naruto stopped in one of the many clearings in the park and looked around. As expected, there was no one in the park due to the storm that was still intensifying. Running a hand through his soaked hair and pointlessly wringing out the collected water, Naruto thought, well, I guess it's now or never. Naruto's crescent moon mark appeared, and he closed his eyes as he concentrated. In the next instant, a wide beam of light shot out from the symbol into the sky, piercing even the clouds looming overhead. Scene change. Sky over Tokyo. A bright light pierced the darkness of the skies above Tokyo, causing Petsa's head to turn where a beam of light shot into the sky. Smiling, she said, "Got you, little rabbit." Pointing at the beam of light, she shouted, "There, Thunderclap! There's your prey! Now bring me that rabbit!" "Yes, ma'am!" Thunderclap shouted as he launched himself at the moonbeam. Pet smiled and thought, "Soon I'll bring that pesky rabbit to Rubius and my sisters will see that I'm the best." Change of scene, park entrance. Usagi passed through the gate leading to the park and stopped running. Bent over with her hands on her knees, panting, Usagi thought, I'm sure Naruto got in here. How can a 5-year-old run that fast? Better question, where is Chibiusa? Naruto rarely lets her out of his sight. She was pulled from her thoughts when a beam of light shot into the sky somewhere deeper within the park, causing her eyes to widen as she thought, wow, that's Naruto's energy I'm sensing. What's going on and how do I know who's sending it? Usagi began to run towards the light as she thought, when this is all over, I'm going to have questions for that kid. And I'll be damned if he doesn't answer them. A minute later, she saw Naruto standing in the middle of a clearing with his eyes closed, and the beam of light coming out of a symbol that was extremely familiar to her. She only had time to think, what the hell? Before Naruto's eyes flew open and he shot to the side, avoiding a blast of electricity. Naruto jumped 5 feet away from his original position before landing on a handspring that carried him another 5 feet before spinning in the air and landing in front of his attacker. Naruto growled as he said, "You know, I really don't like people sneak attacking me. Where's the rabbit?" His opponent asked, clearly ignoring what Naruto said. Usagi frowned from her position, wondering why this creature was looking for her when Naruto tilted his head back and laughed, confusing her. Controlling his laughter a moment later, Naruto glared at the other person and said, "Do you really think I'd be stupid enough to have her anywhere near this fight? I won't let you or any of the invaders touch a single hair on her head." "Invaders?" Usagi thought before her eyes widened as Naruto's crescent moon began to glow. "In fact, a friend of mine, and I will make sure that you are no longer a threat to her." "Moon flare!" Silver light burst out from Naruto's mark, causing the enemy in front of him to scream in pain as she closed her eyes. Usagi slammed her own eyes shut as the light filled the entire clearing, clarifying every detail that could normally be seen. When the other 2 occupants were finally able to open their eyes and see, Usagi's jaw dropped at the sight of Moon Fox standing next to Naruto, as if she had always been there. Moon Fox stared at the person in front of him for a moment before turning his head to Naruto and saying, "You called me Prince? Prince?" Usagi's eyes widened as she thought, Naruto is a prince? But that means the brat is a princess. She sure doesn't act like one. "I did it with my friend. It seems this punk in front of us is after my sister. I was hoping you could help me show him the error of his ways," Naruto said with a smile at the end. Moon Fox bowed his head as he said, "But of course, my friend. After all, it is my duty to protect you and your sister while you're here." He turned his head toward his opponent and said, "I'll take the right, you take the left. Just make sure you don't get hit." Naruto laughed and said, "Thanks for the advice." He then dashed to the left as Moon Fox mirrored his actions. Usagi watched with wide eyes as the two approached their opponent, making hand signs as they went. Her opponent hit his drum twice, causing electricity to arc before she pointed her drumsticks at the two, sending electricity crackling at the two. The two shot to the sides, avoiding the blast as Naruto thrust his hand at his opponent and shouted, "Moon Wave!" While at the same time, Moon Fox finished her hand signs and shouted, "Wind Style, Wind Bullet Jutsu!" A burst of silvery white energy shot out of Naruto's hand and raced toward his opponent, expanding along the way into a 5 by 10-foot wave of lunar energy. At the same time, Moon Fox spat out 2 bullets of compressed air that were nearly impossible to see due to the ongoing storm. Her opponent scoffed at the 2 attacks rapidly heading towards her as she bent her knees and leaped into the air, allowing the 2 attacks to pass harmlessly past her as she began to fly. Laughing, she roared, "You think such weak attacks work well against a mighty thunderclap? Let me show you a real attack!" She brought her 2 drumsticks down on her opponents again, and even larger blasts of electricity shot at the 2 blondes, forcing them to leap around with chakra and back into 2 new 5-foot wide craters in the ground. Note to self, don't let those things get near you. Naruto muttered and Moon Fox nodded. Back in her hiding place, Usagi shook her head in surprise and thought, "I need to get the girls here." Flipping open the cover of the watch on her wrist, she began speaking as the 2 blondes in the clearing dodged another blast of electricity. Naruto rolled to the side, avoiding his opponent's 3rd attack. Coming out of his roll with his hand shooting out to his side, Naruto focused the lunar energy that was his heritage and fired it out of his hand to form a sword which he used to catch the next lightning bolt. Gritting his teeth as some of the electricity leaped out of the energy sword and into his hands, he swung the sword in an arc towards his opponent, while shouting, "Moon Wave!" The sword erupted into a much stronger wave of lunar energy, and had the added benefit of sending his opponent's attack straight back at it as the wave was still surrounded by electricity. As the attack was launched, he saw his partner finish his own hand signs and shout, "Lightning Style, Static Pressure Jutsu!" Naruto wondered what his partner was thinking, sending a lightning-style attack at an obvious electric user, but he understood when the static electricity caused Thunderclap to flinch just as she went to avoid his lunar wave. That flinch bought enough time for his electrified attack to hit her, and she yelped as the lunar energy passed through her and surprised her in the process. When it cleared, Thunderclap was smoking slightly, but otherwise seemed unharmed. Naruto felt a small bead of sweat appear on his forehead when Thunderclap laughed as she yelled, "Did you really think such a weak attack would work against the mighty Thunderclap? I'm an elemental droid. We're on a whole different level than common droids, and I'd better not be taken down by some weakling like you." Thunderclap suddenly stiffened as a sword pierced his chest, and he heard, "You talk too much." He looked behind her and saw Moon Fox holding on to one of her shoulders with one hand, her legs against his back as she held the hilt of her sword with the other, as blades rained down around them. Moon Fox pulled the sword out before releasing her opponent's shoulder and spun through the air, slamming a chakra-covered foot into Thunderclap's head, sending it tumbling to the ground. Moon Fox was surrounded by spinning blades again before she reappeared next to Naruto. "Well, that was easier than expected," Moon Fox said. Naruto opened his mouth to reply, but the small crater Thunderclap landed and suddenly exploded as lightning bolts rained down into the sky. Thunderclap floated out of the crater with fury in his eyes as he shouted, "You think a pinprick like that will stop me? I'm lightning incarnate! You can't possibly hope to defeat me, or not!" Naruto said before the two were forced to jump back and then separated as their opponent launched lightning after lightning at them. This continued for another 30 seconds before they heard, "Moon Tiara action!" and a bright spinning disc slammed into the back of Thunderclap's head, sending her stumbling forward. Turning around with a grunt, Thunderclap yelled, "Who did that?" "I did," Sailor Moon said as she stood 30 feet away with the rest of the scouts on either side of her. "If you think we're just going to stand by and watch you destroy our city with this storm, you're crazy," Sailor Moon yelled, and the other girls nodded before Sailor Jupiter said, Yes, you're making this city miserable with this storm and we're going to stop it. I'd give up if I were you. You're outnumbered 7-1, and even you can't resist those odds. Sailor Venus said confidently. Not that anyone could blame her, considering it was 5 scouts, 1 shinobi, and a moon droid against 1 elemental. No one would have bet on Thunderclap with that kind of opposition. Thunderclap obviously didn't care, as she said. 2 or 7, I don't care. You'll all fall to me, ugh! Thunderclap was cut off from her statement as a spike of earth shot up from the ground behind her and pierced her back. You still talk too much, Moon Fox said as she dropped her hands from the last sign she had made. Thunderclap growled and spun around to face him, breaking off the rock tip as she reached for the hairdryer beside her and said, I've almost had as much of you as I can handle. Take this. The nozzle of the hairdryer glittered before a massive wind shot out and blew Moon Fox into a nearby tree which groaned in the wind and began to be uprooted. Moon Fox struggled against the wind before a shout of Venus Crescent Beam tore through the air and a laser in the shape of 2 crescents slammed into Thunderclap's back, sending her flying and stopping her continued attack. Thunderclap got up and turned to attack the scouts, but never got the chance as Mars used the distraction Venus just provided and dashed towards his opponent, and jumped as she slammed an axe into his back and brought her back to the ground. It didn't end with just pushing her opponent to the ground and smashing her drum at the same time. Mars clapped her fingers with her fingers pointing towards Thunderclap's head and said, Mars, fire, ignite! Fire shot out of Mars' fingers and slammed into the back of Thunderclap's head, causing her to scream in pain as the fire burned her. Mars smiled as the fire burned, but her eyes widened when Thunderclap roared and grabbed her by the waist and threw her towards Naruto and Moon Fox at what seemed like Mach 1. Grab her! Moon Fox yelled as she dove to the side before doing a 90-degree turn after 5 steps and launched herself above Mars' flying form, while Naruto turned to the side and braced himself as he shot an arm out from under her chest just under her extra body padding and brought his arm up, flipping Mars over and catching her in a bridal clutch even as he was forced to slide a bit to the side due to the momentum of the throw. Mars opened her eyes that she had instinctively closed and looked at Naruto, who set her down on the ground. Whoa, who's he related to, Hulk? I never would have thought he could catch someone 3 times his size so easily. Mars thought as she sent a quick nod of thanks to Naruto before she turned her attention back to the fight when she heard Water Style, Water Bullet Jutsu. Moon Fox had taken the time Thunderclap had used when he threw Mars and then rushed to put out the fire on her head to get within 3 meters of her and slammed 3 water bullets into Thunderclap's now unprotected stomach that sent her flying back towards the rest of the scouts. Mercury was ready to take advantage of the fact that her opponent couldn't properly defend themselves at the moment, as she shouted, Mercury, shine Aqua Illusion! Jupiter was quick to act and shouted, Jupiter Supreme Thunderclap! The 2 attacks merged together just before they slammed into Thunderclap's form, and she screamed as the icy water increased the lightning's damage and electrocuted her more effectively. The lightning bolt slammed Thunderclap to the ground where she groaned as she tried to push herself up onto her hands. Her arms shook as she slowly stood up, but that didn't stop her voice from remaining strong as she said, Do you dare continue to resist me? I will burn your bodies to ash and scatter them to the 4 corners of this world. Nothing will turn me from my mission, not even you. You still talk too much, Naruto said as he bent his knees and thought, Time to see if I've grown enough to use this. Naruto then launched into a jump that took him at least 20 feet into the air as a silver glow surrounded his body and crossed his arms. Hovering in the air, Naruto closed his eyes as his hair began to whip around his head as if in a light breeze. The silver glow turned into a silver cloud that surrounded him as his eyes snapped open and he yelled, Lunar Storm! As his opponent at high speed slammed into his body and the ground threw up a massive cloud of debris and ripped a scream from his lips, Naruto fell back to the ground and instantly dropped to his knees gasping. He raised his head as the cloud of debris settled and saw that Thunderclap wouldn't be getting up anytime soon due to the 10-inch holes in his body that the 10 crescents that had been on target had ripped through. As he watched, Thunderclap attempted one last gasp through his torn windpipe before he burst and fell to the ground as nothing more than moon dust. The clouds above parted as the storm finally ended and sunlight once again shone down on the city. Whoa! Mars muttered wide-eyed from her spot beside the kneeling mole as she and the rest of the explorers looked where the ground was marked with 10-inch wide crater-like cracks. Moon Fox shook her head as she turned and walked over to Naruto. Standing in front of Naruto, who was looking down at her, Luna Fox said, "Forgive me, Prince, but I think you've been watching a little too much Digimon. Seriously, an attack that looks exactly like Renneman's Diamond Storm?" All the explorers, besides Moon, felt their eyes widen as they all simultaneously thought Prince. Naruto chuckled and said, Are you just jealous that you can't use such a cool attack? Now if you'll excuse me, I think I'll pass out now." His eyes rolled into the back of his head as his exhausted body finally couldn't perform its highest functions, and he fell to the ground, his crescent moon mark disappearing from sight in a flash. Moon Fox shook hers again with a sigh before turning to Sailor Moon and saying, "Usagi, would you mind taking him back home with you?" "I would, but I'm afraid I'd be a bit overmatched considering how similar the prince and I are." Every sailor's eyes widened when the said explorer asked, "What did you call me?" Moon Fox's stance took on an annoying hint as he said, "I called you by your name." "Do you know who you were born as? How did you know his name?" Mercury asked, looking at him with his head tilted in curiosity. "Do you know any other blondes with 2 bows in their hair and still manage to fit that skirt? And considering the fact that the prince and princess are her descendants, it's pretty obvious." Moon Fox said in a tone of voice that suggested at least one eyebrow was raised. "What do you mean, descendants? She's not even old enough to have her first child." Jupiter asked while Moon blushed bright red at the implications of having descendants, and Jupiter's statement brought to mind certain activities that would be required to have said descendants. Moon Fox sighed and muttered something under her breath before turning to Mars and saying, "Remember what I told the Tux boy back at the temple? About how this war spans thousands of years?" When Mars nodded, Moon Fox turned to Jupiter and said, "This whole mess started when a group of invaders attacked 30th century Tokyo. Naruto and Chibiusa, the lunar prince and princess of that time period, were sent back in time to protect them. Konoha, my home village, is one of their allies, so I was sent back as well to keep them safe. However, we were followed by a group of invaders who wished to capture Chibiusa, either to use her as a hostage or in the belief that she might be holding secrets about how Tokyo is defended. So far they don't seem to realize that Naruto is their brother, though I can't. So Naruto and Chibiusa are actually royalty?" Venus asked in surprise as she looked at Naruto's unconscious form still lying on the wet grass. "Brat certainly doesn't act like her. You'd think a princess would be taught better manners," Moon muttered under her breath. Moon Fox laughed, surprising her, as she didn't think anyone would hear her as the masked figure said, "Normally she is much more polite to His Highness. It seems that for some reason she seems to dislike him greatly." Turning to the forest, she said, "I trust you can bring the prince back to his home safely. Now if you'll excuse me, I must return to patrolling the town until the prince or princess calls for me again." And with that, as by your leave, Moon Fox shot off into the forest in a blur, leaving the girls to talk about what they learned even as Moon walked over and picked up Naruto's unconscious form. As the girls dropped their transformations and walked towards the park entrance, they never noticed Tuxedo Mask leaving the forest from the other side, as he thought so Naruto and Chibiusa are from the future? That would certainly explain how they appeared so suddenly without any evidence of them ever existing before in the public records office. But why would this place of Konoha send someone so young to look after them? Shaking his head of those thoughts, he dropped his own transformation and began walking back to his apartment with more questions than answers. Moon Fox shot under a bridge near the clearing he'd just fought in, thinking, "I'd better tell my brother what happened." There was a sudden pop beneath the bridge before a puff of smoke billowed out from beneath as the reinforced shadow clone dissipated. Scene change. Path leading to the Tsukino residence. Usagi walked down the path leading to her home with Naruto on her back. Hearing the boy groan, she turned her head to see his blue eyes opening and looking around as he assessed where he was. Seeing that his soon-to-be mother was carrying him and that they were almost at her house with only the two of them on the street, she muttered, "Dang, I guess Minato-sensei was right. I still need to wait a while before I can safely use that attack." She then tilted her head as the memory of her clone's actions after fainting made herself known and sighed. Shaking her head, she said, "You can put me down now, Usagi." Usagi stopped walking and knelt down, allowing Naruto to slide off her back. Turning around to look Naruto in the eyes once more, Usagi asked, "Naruto, why didn't you tell me you were from the future?" Naruto sighed and said, "I wanted Usagi, but you needed to know. And you didn't. Besides, would you have believed me if I told you?" "Well," Usagi began uncertainly before sighing and saying, "I guess not." Tilting her head to the side, she said, "Well, could you at least tell me why your sister is so stubborn about going after the silver crystal?" Naruto raised both hands in front of him in the universal find me gesture as he said, "I don't even know why she's after him. She told me the silver crystal in our time period disappeared, but I don't know what fixes getting one from this time period." Usagi sighed before standing up and starting to walk toward her house. Naruto walked beside her and the two traveled in silence for a moment before Naruto said, "You do know that my sister doesn't know that you and the others are explorers, right?" Usagi looked surprised at the question and said, "But if you two are from the future, how can you not know?" Naruto chuckled and said, "Let's just say sister refuses to see what's right in front of her. She knows what the Sailor Moon of this era looks like, but she refuses to make the connection between you and your sailor form. But she's going to have to eventually. And when she does, she'll yell at me for not telling her." Naruto chuckled again to himself before tightening the straps of his backpack as the two passed through the gate of the house and walked down the driveway. It would be quite a conversation when his sister finally made the connection, but he would be ready for it. Chapter 10. False Charms. Author's Notes. Hey guys, just a quick announcement before we get to what you really want. I realized I made a mistake when I called Prisma Pets. That's actually her Japanese name, not her English name. From now on, Pets will be called Prisma. Sorry for any confusion this may have caused. I'm also sorry for how long this has taken. Murphy's Law did its best to make me its itch. I lost a month when my power cable fried. I had a minor virus that resisted all the bug sweeps, and I had to put my computer through a 48-hour defrag and purge cycle, and then I lost this chapter 3 times. Needless to say, I've since tracked Murphy down and subsequently gutted him, set him on fire, and then decapitated him. I'm planning on starting the next chapter immediately after this is posted. Story start. Enemy base. Prisma grunted as she looked through a mirror that showed a view of Tokyo while saying, "I hate being stuck here in the past. It's all so primitive. Why can't Rubius take us home to the future anymore?" "Stop complaining, Prisma, we have work to do here. Besides, why are you complaining? You don't have anyone waiting for you there," her sister Avery said with a smile. "Can Avery?" Prisma growled at her sister. Birdie looked across the room and laughed at them and said, "Fight, fight, fight, that's all you two do." "Oh Prisma, just because you haven't had a date since we got here," Avery said. "I've been too busy working," Prisma cried as her right eyebrow twitched. Rubius appeared in view in a mirror and stepped out as he said, "You sisters again?" "Rubius," the 4 sisters said as they turned to him, "if you really want to go back to the future, then you'll capture the new crystal point I just found." Change of scene. Park. Naruto and Chibiusa walked through the park to where the girls were meeting for a shopping trip, doing their best to ignore the 2 boys following them. The 2 went to the Tumo's school and had been bothering them ever since they found them. When they got to the fountain, Chibiusa looked back and said, "We told you 2 to leave us alone, now get off." The smaller of the 2 boys ran in front of them and said, "Not until you tell us how that ball floats, and what's in the backpack." "Yes." The other boy, one who reminded Naruto of a gorilla with his large, boneless frame and goofy stare, said as he moved to stand behind the smaller one. Chibiusa snorted and said, "You know, I can't seem to figure out which of you 2 is the stupidest, the big gorilla or the little rat." Naruto chuckled, but soon gave up when the small boy yelled, "What?" The big boy seemed to take offense, so he pushed the small boy away and said, "I'll take care of this." But as he bent down to grab Chibiusa, he saw Naruto grab his right arm before suddenly being thrown into the fountain behind Chibiusa. As he came spitting water, Naruto glared at him and said, "If you ever try to touch your sister again, I'll break your arms, understood?" The boy nodded his head in fear before running away from the fountain, screaming for his mother. Naruto turned his gaze to the smaller boy, who gulped as he said, "Are you still here?" The boy went after his friend, looking at Naruto in fear. Naruto sighed as he turned to his sister and said, "I hate guys like that." Chibiusa nodded before they both looked up when they heard a voice above them say, "Wow Naruto, you really showed them off." Minako and Makoto were standing behind them with smiles on their faces. "Yeah, but those 2 aren't that stupid, they knew when to run," Makoto said with a small smile. Minako leaned over and stroked Chibiusa's hair as she said, "Are you okay, Pumpkin? Those kids might have been a little mean, but I think I might have a crush on you." Naruto snorted as Makoto said, "Are you crazy? That kid is nothing but a mushroom. I think you've been reading too many romance novels. Look who's talking." Minako shot up. You think Paperboy likes you just because he passes by your door every morning? Makoto put her hands on her hips as her left eye twitched, and she said, Oh, come on, Minako, you're jealous. Minako closed her eyes and stood up as she said, You're freaking out. Why would I be jealous of you? Opening her eyes and turning to look at the brunette, she said, I'm perfectly happy with myself just the way I am. Sure, lonely heart, there's more to life than collecting boyfriends, yeah? Makoto asked, entering Minako's personal space. Naruto could see that sparks were about to fly, so he jumped between the two, pushing them away from each other as he said, Calm down, you two. The two girls took a few steps back as Naruto continued, You two need to take a chill pill. I mean, what's wrong with you girls? I know you two have some issues when it comes to romance, but you don't have to bite each other's heads off. The two girls looked at Naruto and both bowed while simultaneously shouting, Who asked you? Naruto's eyes narrowed before he jumped up and flicked both girls' foreheads, making them yelp and jump back, rubbing them together as Naruto landed and said, No one asked me, but you two are driving me crazy. Who the hell cares if Makoto likes to read romance novels or if Minako is super confident? You two are fighting like a bunch of kindergartners. Geez, if my teachers saw you two fighting like that, they'd handcuff you both and throw you into a room and lock the door for a week until you've gotten over yourselves. Both girls blinked at this as Naruto turned away with a huff and walked over to the fountain and sat down. He felt his eyebrows rise when Chibiusa started talking about one of the two girls dating Mamoru and sighed as he thought, if only her sister realized who that guy was, she wouldn't be so eager to offer him up to the others. He heard Usagi yell at him for listening in on a phone conversation before seeing her chase after the younger rabbit, and sighed again when Makoto and Minako started arguing again. What I wouldn't give to have another guy here to talk to. Shingo's okay, but he knows even less about what's going on than the girls. She thought as she watched the drama unfold. She heard Usagi yell at Chibiusa to let her hair down, and flinched as she saw Chibiusa use Usagi's hair as a swing that threw her to the ground as she landed, and said, Didn't anyone tell you to be careful what you wish for? Naruto sighed again, and shook his head in frustration. Scene change, enemy base. So, which of you will take over the last crystal point? Rubius asked as the hologram of a charm shop appeared. It's a small charm shop that sells tiny crystal charms and jewelry. It's very popular with young children. Jewelry, that sounds like fun. Birdie said, I could use a new charm bracelet. Katsi mused to herself. So why is it so popular? It must be junk if kids can afford it. Prisma said with a sniff. Who knows, it's just the last straw for these humans. Rubius said, waving the question dismissively. They seem to think these charms have positive energy and will bring them good luck. Pile of garbage. Avery said with a mocking smile. Maybe so, but it's important that we take control of this location. So I want you to devise a plan to take over that store and capture the customers. Rubius ordered. Count me in, Rubius. Avery snarled. I've never set foot in a place that doesn't sell anything less than high-quality jewelry. I can't believe this. Prisma said as she looked at her sister. Avery's eyes turned to her sister, and she said, I'm not Prisma. Tacky jewelry isn't my thing. Bye now. And with that, she floated away and disappeared. Avery! Come back here! Prisma yelled, but he was already gone. Avery reappeared in another part of her base that seemed to have absolutely no gravity, as the pillars floated. Sighing, she said, A kid's got to maintain her standards, but it would be a shame if I lost all those bonus points I got. Cupping her hand, a wine glass appeared in her hand. It began to ripple as she said, Droid Chilix! The wine began to swirl around the glass before shooting into the air, expanding as it went. 15 feet away, it coalesced into a humanoid shape that said, Do you need me, Commander? Avery smiled and said, I certainly do. I want you to see Rubius. Tell him that I'll be taking the quest to the jewelry center after all. You missed the train on that avenue. A voice said behind her. Turning his head, Avery saw his sister Birdie and said, What do you mean? I mean, it's too late. Birdie said as he floated sideways in a large circle around Avery and the droid. Prisma's already gone. Pulling himself upright and stopping her from floating, Birdie smiled and said, You blew it. Rubius said if he'd known what a Donna you were, he wouldn't have brought you. He did, didn't he? Well, now I'll have to change that impression, won't I? Avery asked before her, and the droid blurred out of the base. Birdie waved and said, Bring me a present. Goodbye now. Change of scene, Market District. The girls walked down the street with Luna on Usagi's shoulder, and the twins hanging further back in the street. Usagi sighed as she turned around and started walking backwards, saying, Come on, girls, can't we just make up? We can't shop if we don't talk to each other. Makoto and Minako crossed their arms and closed their eyes as Makoto said, I'll forgive her if she apologizes. Nothing to apologize for, Minako said. Usagi laughed nervously as beads of sweat formed on her and Luna's faces. They're becoming as stubborn as Usagi, Luna said. Usagi was about to nod absent-mindedly before suddenly falling flat on her face. The other two girls gasped and moved to help her up as she stood up, saying, That hurts. Why didn't you warn me about that? Usagi's eyes lit up when she saw a shop she hadn't seen before and said, Ooh, what's that? It's a charm shop, Makoto said, crossing her arms again. It's supposed to sell charms that will bring you luck with boyfriends, better than Rei's charms? Minako asked. What are you waiting for? Come on, let's take a look. Usagi called from the entrance of the store. This could be great. Wanna come in? Minako said, turning her head toward Makoto. Makoto hummed in agreement before they both opened their eyes and remembered who they were talking to. They both gasped and turned their heads toward each other, turning up their noses. Naruto sighed from where he was leaning against a building and said, I really wish they would drop this silly argument. Looking around the corner he was leaning against, he said, Is there a reason you're hiding there? Chibiusa frowned as she leaned towards him and said, I don't like the feeling of that place. It feels wrong. Naruto frowned and looked towards the building the two inner scouts were heading towards and said, So you felt it too? I was wondering when you would start developing an energy detection ability. He saw Chibiusa nod, causing him to look back and see her frown as she said, Why couldn't the others sense it? Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, Is there any reason they should? I wonder if she's found out who the girls really are. He thought to himself, wondering if he was going to have that conversation he talked about with his mother soon. Chibiusa blushed a little and said, Well, it seems like they should be able to. I can't really explain it. Naruto hummed in thought before looking back at the shop and closing his eyes in concentration. Focusing on sensing the energies around him, he studied the energy coming from the shop for a minute before opening his eyes again and saying, The energy seems to be designed for those older than us, with a bit more focus towards women. It probably has some way of avoiding detection by those without our lunar senses. Still, I would have thought that at least Mother would have picked it up. Could it be that she can't sense energies like we can? But that doesn't make sense. Lunars are supposed to gain that ability when we reach the age of 10. He was brought out of his thoughts when he felt a familiar chakra signature approaching from behind. Without turning his head, he said, You know, Mamoru, we really should stop running into each other like this. Mamoru laughed at his future son as Chibiusa hugged his legs with delight. Smiling at her, he said, So, what are you two doing here? Naruto spoke before Chibiusa could even open her mouth. We were just following some of the girls on their little shopping trips since we had nothing else to do. I probably shouldn't tell her Usagi was one of them. He thought bitterly as he avoided frowning at his father. Mamoru frowned and said, Why were you following them? Didn't they invite you to join them? Naruto shrugged as he turned and said, Sure we were, but have you ever gone on a shopping trip that a girl described as a shopping spree? Naruto shuddered as he said, Thanks, but I'd rather have a few buildings separating me from that kind of browsing. Mamoru laughed again. He opened his mouth to say something when the three of them turned their heads toward the tent the girls had entered when they felt an unidentifiable pressure filling the air. Someone's having a temper over there, Naruto said as he turned around and took advantage of the fact that the street was pretty empty due to the warm weather, and that he was facing Mamoru and crossed his hands creating a shadow clone behind the corner of the building they were standing on. I'll say it, Moon Fox said as she stepped out of the shadows, almost scaring Mamoru as he jumped and looked to the side. Chibiusa also flinched, but she was able to control her reaction better since she had seen Naruto's hands move. Where did you come from? Mamoru asked as he held his heart, giving it one last struggle to jump out of his chest before calming down. Moon Fox bowed his head and said, I come from Mom and Dad. Where do you come from? Naruto snorted before beginning to openly laugh at the boy as innocence his clone put into his tone even as Mamoru sputtered and said, I didn't mean that answer. Chibiusa tilted her head in confusion as she wondered why her brother was being so mean to the man she seemed to have gotten along so well with before. Moon Fox shrugged before turning to Naruto and saying, "Did you call me sir?" Naruto nodded and hooked his thumb over his shoulder at the spell shop as he said, "Looks like some of those idiots are in there. Can you take a look and make sure no one we know gets hurt too badly?" Moon Fox nodded before disappearing in a vortex of leaves. Naruto glanced over his shoulder at the spell shop one last time before suddenly grabbing Memora's wrist and with surprising strength for a 5-year-old began dragging him towards the thin ally as he said, "Now that that's out of the way, I have a bone to pick with you, Mamoru." "Wait here, sister." Mamoru felt himself tremble for some unknown reason, while Chibiusa tilted her head in confusion. With Moon Fox, Naruto's clone reappeared on the roof of the spell shop behind the sign at the front of the store. He glanced around to make sure no one saw him, flipped through 6 signs with his hands, and thought, underground fish projection technique. Immediately afterward, Moon Fox's body fell through the roof like water. He landed on the 2nd floor and sent out a quick pulse of his chakra to check for any presence. Sensing nothing, he quickly found the stairs and went downstairs. He peeked his head around the doorframe and blinked when he saw fog drifting through the room and a female voice shouting, "Tell me where they are!" Seeing the screaming invading woman torturing Sailor Jupiter while she was held in midair, her legs spread by what appeared to be a shape-shifting droid, and Sailor Venus and Sailor Moon being choked by whips held by another woman, Moon Fox sighed and thought, "It's never simple anymore, isn't it?" She then spun around the doorframe, her hands flashing through signs as she yelled, "Hey, fashion disasters, huh!" Everyone looked towards the door at the sound of her voice as she finished signing with her hands and shouted, "Lightning style, static pressure jutsu!" The air flared once before all the static electricity in the air suddenly shot at the woman who shocked Jupiter. The woman screamed in pain as the electric current from the jutsu collided with the current she was sending to Jupiter, causing her body to begin to seize up. "Prism!" The other woman screamed before crying out in pain, and Moon Fox appeared beside her in a vortex of leaves, her sword already piercing her side at the beginning of her left hip. Gently sliding the blade out, allowing it to fall to the ground, Moon Fox turned to face the droid and said, "And then there was one." The droid snarled at the clone and tensed its body in preparation for an attack, but Moon Fox was only slightly faster. The droid suddenly felt its head explode as a bullet of air tore through it. Its body ruptured, allowing Jupiter to hit the ground. It fell to its knees, shaking as it tried to control its body. Meanwhile, Venus and Moon had quickly removed the whips from around their necks and were heading to check on their friend. However, the clone ignored them as he watched the droids reform. Sighing, he thought, he really should have stayed down. Moonwave. He thought the last part almost casually as he raised his left arm and a small bullet of white light shot out and slammed into the droid's face, turning it into moondust. "I'm glad the explorers weren't paying attention," the Moon Fox thought as he clasped his hands together in an unconscious act of finality. Moon Fox then turned toward the tent entrance and said, "You two really need to work on your time." The 3 explorers turned toward the entrance to see who he was talking to and saw Mars and Mercury standing in front of the door, looking at Jupiter with concern. "Sorry, not all of us can be psychic," Mars said as Mercury rushed over to Jupiter to check on him. "No, but you can all be dead," Avery yelled as she wrapped her whip around Moon Fox and quickly yanked it back, shredding Moon Fox into pieces of flesh. The girls gasped in horror as Avery laughed while struggling to stand. However, that laughter was cut short when they all heard, "Was that supposed to be something clever?" Everyone's eyes shot up to the ceiling above Avery, where Moon Fox was sitting Indian style. Their eyes shot down to the floor where a mangled log lay. "Gotta love the substitution jutsu," Moon Fox said before stopping the flow of chakra connecting him to the ceiling and allowed gravity to grab him. Avery had no chance to dodge as Moon Fox's sword flashed, and she screamed as her back opened up like a giant zipper going down a little to the right of her spine. Moon Fox stumbled as she landed and quickly thrust her sword back before stabbing into her opponent's right thigh, causing him to scream even louder before she hit a chakra-powered kick to his thigh, sending even more pain through her body as she was thrown against the room and landed next to her sister. "Avery!" Prisma cried as she struggled to get up with her still shaking hands. Looking at the clone, she said, "This isn't over." Then she placed her hand on her sister's stomach, and the two of them vanished. Moon Fox continued to stare at where they had been for a moment before sighing and saying, "It won't be over for a long time." Turning his gaze to the scouts staring back at him, He nodded before a sound was heard and he disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the scouts to transform back into their civilian forms in relative privacy. With Naruto dragged Mamoru until they were 5 feet from the other end of the 50-foot mini-alley before stopping. Letting go of his future father's hand, he turned around and forced himself not to scream as he said, "What the hell is your problem?" Mamoru blinked and said, "What do you mean?" Naruto growled and said, "Don't give me that shit. What do you mean by bullshit? You know perfectly well what I'm talking about. You all got all smitten with Usagi when my sister and I first got here, but suddenly you can't see her. So what the hell is going on here?" Mamoru frowned and said, "I don't see how that's any of your business." Naruto snarled as his crescent moon mark appeared on his forehead. Subconsciously letting loose with a small amount of killing intent, he said, "It's my problem, Tux, because I personally want to be born sometime in the future and you're one of my ancestors. Or did you forget the little detail about me being from the future and a member of the Moon Clan when you spied on us during our fight with that elemental? I know for a fact that you'll be marrying into the Moon Clan sometime in the future, and since there's only one Moon Clan member in this time period, it's pretty obvious who you're marrying. So why the hell are you acting like this?" Mamoru had taken a step back from the killing intent and took another when he snapped a little at the end of Naruto's little rant. Looking down at the ground so as not to meet Naruto's eyes, he said, "You wouldn't understand. I can't believe I'm letting a 5-year-old scold me." Naruto's eyes narrowed as he said, "Try me." Mamoru sighed and said, "I'm doing it to save her." Naruto's eyes narrowed even further as he said, "How are you breaking her heart over and over again? You're doing the exact opposite. You keep this up and that girl is going to be emotionally dead. And our powers draw strength from our emotions. You're going to get her killed when her abilities eventually become useless. You know this, and yet you keep killing her little by little. Save her? It seems like you want to kill her in the cruelest way possible." That did it. Mamoru had been under a lot of stress since he started having visions of a glass city and Usagi's death. Hearing the young lunar man almost scream that he wanted to kill the woman he loved finally made him snap. Looking at the boy, he yelled, "It's better for her heart to be dead than her whole body. And if I marry her or even stay with her, she'll die." Naruto's eyes were nothing but slits now as a flash of light reached him and transformed him into his true form due to the great amount of anger he felt as he said, "Do you really expect me to believe that bullshit? What could possibly be a part of you marrying Usagi makes her die? Huh! Last time I checked, you couldn't kill yourself for the thrill of love. I don't know how," Mamoru cried. "But every time I close my eyes I see this glass city exploding with her trying to stop it, and it's all because I'm marrying her." Naruto blinked before growling and said, "A vision? You're doing all this for a vision?" Naruto jumped, and when he was level with Mamoru's head, he threw him against the wall to his left. Landing, he said, "What kind of stupid imbecile moron allows his actions to be controlled by a vision? Even if the visions aren't sent to you by an enemy to make you shit yourself, but are actually real, there's no guarantee that anything you do will prevent them from coming true or even make them come true depending on what you want. I respected you when I first came here, but now I'm wondering how you managed to pass the first grade." Mamoru stood up holding his jaw, which looked like it was broken. The only reason he didn't was because Naruto still had a slight control over his perfected shinobi strength, even in a form he'd only used once before. He opened his mouth to say something, but Naruto held up his hand and said, "Save it. Nothing you can say to me will make up for what you're idiotically doing. Until you act and fix things with Usagi, you're dead to me." As Naruto dropped his true form and walked past him to join his sister, Mamoru felt a surge of pain in his heart and gasped as his knees hit the concrete. Chapter 11. Food Fight. Beginning of the story. Roof of Sakino's house, 7:30 p.m. "You told your father what?" Minato asked, his eyes wide. Naruto sighed as he opened his eyes from where he was lying on the roof and said, "Minato-sensei, I was breaking Mom's heart over a vision." Minato blinked and said, "A vision? What kind of stupid moron believes in them to that extent?" "My thoughts exactly," Naruto said as he closed his eyes. He had called Minato to give his report on the attack on the spell shop, and they ended up discussing the problem between the young prince's future parents. Minato frowned and said, "Be that as it may, you shouldn't have declared your father dead to yourself. From what I understand of you Celestials, a father having one of his children declare such a thing could potentially land them in the hospital. Even if he doesn't know who you really are to him, this could seriously affect him. Naruto sighed again as he said. And yet that's exactly how I feel about that asshole right now. I can tell that the Tux kid hasn't regained all of his memories of the Silver Millennium if he's willing to do this to Usagi. That boy isn't behaving like my father would if he had a vision like this. Minato sighed and said. You're right about that. Unfortunately, your father is too busy helping defend his kingdom to join you in the past and make sense of his past life. And as much as I'd like to do the same, even if I could come, I'm needed here in case the invaders decide to focus on the elemental nations. Minato closed his eyes and began rubbing his temples in thought. After a moment, he opened his eyes and locked them with Naruto's as he said. Unfortunately, the only thing we can do now about that situation is wait, and hope that Mamoru eventually comes to his senses. Continue to protect your sister and keep an eye on her. That was what you were sent to the past to do, and that is what you need to focus on. Do I understand? Naruto nodded and said. Perfectly, sensei. Minato nodded as well, and the hologram disappeared. Naruto sighed as he stood up. He then walked over and picked up the communications disc, putting it in his backpack before turning and walking toward the attic balcony. As he passed his sister's bed and went down the stairs, Naruto heard his sister yell. What? Why? You promised. Frowning, Naruto continued towards the first floor when he heard his grandmother say, We're so sorry, but we have no choice. His grandfather said. Naruto walked into the family room and saw his grandparents sitting on the couch looking at his sister across the table, while Shingo stood a little behind and to one side of her with his arms crossed. Naruto leaned against the doorframe as Shingo said, You know, kids get hurt when adults break their promises. Naruto smiled as Chibiusa nodded. Mom, is dinner ready? Usagi asked, peeking her head around the doorframe. Naruto shook his head and said, I think dinner will be a little delayed, cousin. Huh? Why? Usagi asked. Naruto simply gestured towards the room and Usagi noticed the tension in the room. Usagi tilted her head as she walked in and said, Huh? What's going on? You all look very serious. That's right, we have Usagi, Kenji said, looking as if his problem had been solved without him having to give up anything. We should ask Usagi to leave, Ikuko said, smiling in relief. Huh? Usagi asked, tilting her head even more confused. The thing is, next Sunday, the kids in Chibiusa and Naruto's class and their parents will make curry together. I forgot about that, Naruto said, closing his eyes as he thought, although can anyone blame me considering what's going on around here? Everyone looked at him before his grandfather finished his wife's sentence. But some urgent matters came up that we have to go to. Usagi smiled as she closed her eyes and said, So, you want the trusty big sister Usagi to go to your place, right? No! If Usagi is leaving, I'd rather no one went, Chibiusa yelled, looking at Usagi and pointing her finger in the air in an act of finality. Seeing Usagi looking at her sister, and knowing it would probably start an argument, Naruto said, Well then it's lucky that, as the youngest of us, it's not your decision to make. When he saw everyone looking at him, Naruto pushed off the doorframe and entered the room to stand next to Usagi and said, As the oldest of us by 10 minutes, I'm using the big brother privilege of final decision and saying she's coming with us because Aunt Ikuko and Uncle Kenji can't. After all, we can't go to the grocery store on our own, and I wouldn't mind her company, Chibiusa growled and said. I don't care what you say, Naruto. I'll go alone and make the curry if I have to, but I don't want her there. She then ran out of the room, pushing Usagi out of her way, earning an indignant "Hey!" from Usagi as she ran up the stairs. Naruto sighed and said, Well, that went well. Let me go see if I can talk to her. He then followed his sister while Ikuko and Kenji looked at each other worriedly for their supposed niece. Naruto followed his sister's chakra to her attic room and found her crying on the balcony. Sighing when he heard her say she wanted to go home and that she wanted her parents, Naruto thought, This will be an actual kunai up my ass, I can tell. Shaking his head free of that thought, he walked over and leaned against the railing beside her. Looking up at the stars, he said, You know, Kushina-sensei always said that crying over things never made them better. Silence was his response, causing him to sigh before he reached out and flicked his sister's ear, eliciting a squeal from her and causing her to rub her head. Looking up at him, she said, What was that for? Naruto continued to look up at the stars as he said, That was for throwing a pity party for you and ignoring me. Here I am trying to help you through all of this and you're ignoring me. It makes me feel unwanted. He tore his gaze away from the sky and turned to face his sister and said, Now let's take this discussion somewhere else. His crescent moon mark briefly flared and Chibiusa saw white as her consciousness was pulled from her body. Change of scene, lunar landscape. Chibiusa blinked against the bright light and gasped as she looked around. They were currently in the courtyard of a white marble building that had large pillars with water flowing from the top into a large pool. Looking up showed her the planet Earth, allowing her to quickly identify where they were. This is the lunar landscape. Chibiusa exhaled in awe. She'd been told about the place where a mole could converse with others regardless of distance or even time, but she'd never been able to reach the place alone. Something her brother clearly had no trouble doing. She then looked down and noticed that she was in her princess form. Looking at her brother, she blinked in surprise as she saw his true form for the first time. He had white pants that reached his ankles, touching what Chibiusa could swear were white shinobi sandals, except the toes were covered. He had a long-sleeved white shirt that mimicked what jounin shinobi usually wore, as well as a forehead protector with the lunar symbol of a crescent moon. To finish the look, he had a short-sleeved jacket that hung loosely around him and ended at his waist with yellow polka dots at the bottom. Naruto smiled at her reaction to his new form before they both heard a voice that was very familiar to Chibiusa saying, That's right, my little angel. Chibiusa turned around in shock, her eyes widening as she saw her mother standing in front of them with a kind smile on her face. Chibiusa immediately dashed toward her, yelling, Mommy! Queen Serenity knelt down and instantly caught her, wrapping her in a hug as she said, It's good to see you again, little one. Looking at Naruto, who was calmly walking into her own embrace, she smiled and said, As it is to see you, my little ninja. With a growing smile, she said, And I must say, you continue to impress me. I only gave you that book on lunar abilities a month before you left our time, and you're already utilizing our more advanced lunar communication ability. Naruto blushed and rubbed the back of his head before being wrapped in a one-armed hug which he happily returned as he said, It's good to see you again, mother. Coming out of the hug, he said, I was hoping you could talk to your sister. She seems to be having separation issues, and I thought you might be able to help. Chibiusa stuck her tongue out at her brother before burying her head in her mother's embrace. The queen smiled at her son as she said, Of course. Looking down at her daughter, she said, What would you like to talk about, sweetheart? Naruto smiled as two of the most important women in his life began to talk. He blinked when he saw his mother make a shooing movement toward the palace, and his smile turned into a grin as he turned and entered the moonscape building. He made his way to the throne room of the artificial palace and leaned against the back of a column as he thought, I guess mother wants me to have another conversation with her now. His mark lit up before the 20th century version of Usagi Tsukino suddenly appeared in the center of the room in her princess form. Usagi blinked as she looked around and said, What am I doing here? Continuing to look around and seemingly not seeing anyone, she said, Mother? Are you here? I'm afraid Queen Serenity, who is your mother, isn't here right now, Usagi. Naruto said as he pushed past the pillar and walked around it. Usagi's head jerked toward his voice, and her eyes widened as she looked at his royal form. Naruto allowed a small smile to cross his face as he said, I think we need to talk about Usagi, and what I have to say is definitely not something that would be heard in your parents' house. Okay, Usagi said slowly as two cushioned benches appeared between them. What's up? Naruto walked over to his bench and sat down. He waited for Usagi to sit across from him before saying, I've noticed that your so-called Sailor Moon attacks are a little different from what I know to be normal. Tell me, what do you know about lunar abilities? Scene change, enemy base. Rubius looked through the mirror he was about to pass through and saw Prisma and Avery in the holodeck. He raised an eyebrow at Prisma demolishing a rather large cake, while Avery seemed to be sticking something to her face and making faces in the mirror. So much for them acting dignified at all times, he thought, recalling what the sage had told him about the two. He was brought out of his thoughts when Prisma asked him, What are you doing with Avery? Avery turned around and said, I'm just trying out these human beauty masks and potions that are supposed to make me look younger and prettier. I don't know if they'll work, but if they get men to flock around me then hey, why not? Good luck with that, Rubius thought with a snort. Prisma turned her head away from Avery as she turned up her nose and said, I can't stand men who think appearances are the most important part of a woman, and yet you constantly ask me what you look like. Hypocrite much? Rubius rolled his eyes at the thought. Sure, but at least a woman should try to look her best. I mean, if she doesn't care about herself, then why should a man care about her? Obviously you agree, Avery said as she crossed her arms and took a few steps closer to her sister. The cake fell to the floor as Prisma stood up and snarled at Avery. I think this has gone on long enough. Rubius thought as he stepped out of the mirror and said, Now girls, try to be nice. He saw Avery hurry to take out the 3 objects Rubius suspected were sliced fruit, when Prisma said, Yes, Rubius. Opening her eyes because she had closed in annoyance, she said, I just located another crystal point. Where is it this time? Prisma asked. The hologram projector turned on in response to Rubius's nonverbal command, and an image of a supermarket appeared. It's located in a supermarket right there, Rubius said, pointing to a spot on the hologram as it transformed into a map of Crystal Tokyo with a flashing red light right next to his finger. Interesting. Well, you can lend me this, Rubius, Avery said. On my way, sister, Prisma said behind her, making her turn around and watch her jump through a mirror. Prisma, wait, this isn't fair, Avery yelled as she ran toward the mirror and jumped in as well. Rubius sighed and thought, why did I have to stay with those girls? Turning around, he studied the hologram as he thought, where could our next target be? Scene change. Tsukino Home's kitchen. Time jump 4 hours. Usagi walked into the kitchen, still thinking about what Naruto had said. She planned to eat some cookies before returning to the argument she'd had with Luna about moles. She blinked in surprise when she saw Naruto coaching his sister on how to make curry with a cookbook on the counter in front of him, and her swirling a large pot filled with water and rice. Hearing Usagi walk into the kitchen, Naruto tilted his head and said, Shouldn't you be asleep, Usagi? It's almost midnight. I should ask you to that, Usagi said softly, not wanting to wake the others as she walked over to the sink. Chibiusa tilted the pot to drain the water, but some of the rice started to leak out. But before more than a few grains could escape, Usagi had a hand on the side of the pot, tilting it to the proper angle. Chibiusa looked at her for a moment before murmuring a soft thanks. Usagi watched the water drain for a moment before saying, You know, I was thinking. Seeing the 2 boys look at her, she continued, I think we could get Mamoru to help us with this. He's become a pretty good cook since he's been living on his own. Naruto's lips twitched as Chibiusa snorted and said, You just want to use us to get back on his good side. Usagi snorted and turned her head as she said, I wasn't thinking that. She then frowned and said through gritted teeth, Well, maybe a little. Naruto sighed as he pulled the book closer and said, In that case, there's no reason for us to stay up so late then. Good night. He jumped off the stool he'd been using and left the kitchen, drawing confused looks from the 2 girls, both wondering why his voice seemed so cold. Change of scene. The next day, on the way to the supermarket, Naruto ignored the fact that his father was on the other side of Usagi, holding his sister's hand as he absent-mindedly stroked Luna, who was dazed in his arms. His father, and he was now using that word in the lightest sense, had almost shut the door in Usagi's face when they went to her apartment. Only the sight of Chibiusa kept him from barring entry, and the argument that followed was just as unpleasant. But he couldn't help but let out a small smile when he saw his sister holding Usagi and Mamoru's hands with her eyes closed, obviously reminiscing about happier times. Looking at Luna, he said in a whisper, Those 3 almost look like a real family, don't they? Luna blinked as she heard Naruto talking to her before looking over her shoulder at the 3 of them and saying, You know, they really do. She looked up into Naruto's face and said, It would be nice if you could keep this up, though I doubt it would last. Naruto let out a small laugh and a soft, Yeah. As he continued walking, they were proven correct when Chibiusa opened her eyes and suddenly remembered where she was. Looking at Usagi, she frowned and pulled her hand away as she said, Usagi! You're not allowed to hold my hand. As the 2 girls started arguing with each other, Naruto and Luna sighed before Naruto grabbed Usagi's arm and pulled her to his other side as he said, I can't believe I have to separate you 2. Usagi, are you 4 or something? You can't be so immature. Usagi stumbled before she regained her balance and looked at Naruto, but the boy didn't notice as he shot his sister a stern look and said, And as for your sister, you were the one who grabbed Usagi's hand, so don't go blaming her. You need to start taking responsibility for your actions, young lady. Didn't Mom and Dad teach you better? Chibiusa looked down, avoiding her brother's gaze, as she muttered something, causing Naruto to snort before shaking his head in disappointment, causing a pained look to pass over his sister's face. She opened her mouth to say something but gained a confused look when Naruto suddenly stopped walking, a faraway look in his eyes. Usagi and Mamoru also noticed, and the two stopped walking and turned to him when Usagi said, "Naruto? What's wrong? Can't you feel it? That huge feeling of evil coming from over there?" Naruto asked while trembling and pointed at the supermarket that was still about 300 meters away from them. The other three looked towards the supermarket and Usagi and Chibiusa's eyes narrowed slightly as they both tried to sense what Naruto was feeling. Mamoru frowned, feeling nothing, but jumped when Usagi gasped and said, "What's that?" Finally combining the energy, feeling, with what he had felt at the spell shop, Naruto growled, "Invaders." Turning to Chibiusa, he said, "We're leaving now. We can get most of the ingredients at that corner store on the way home." Chibiusa nodded, not wanting to argue with her brother when he said that. Naruto turned back to the supermarket and frowned before setting Luna down, turning his back on her, and starting to walk towards Akino's house. Luna glanced around the supermarket before following after the two children who decided to make sure they got home safely. Mamoru and Usagi frowned as they watched the two children and a cat walk away. After a moment, Usagi turned back to the supermarket and bit her lip before running into the supermarket, opening her watch and putting it in her mouth as she ran. Mamoru frowned as he watched her go. When he reached the entrance of the supermarket, he sighed and muttered, "Damn my heart!" and ran after her. However, Naruto saw none of this, as soon as he and Chibiusa turned a corner on the street, he took off running towards the corner market with his sister and Luna quickly matching his pace. As they ran past an alley, a puff of smoke appeared before a figure shot down the alley in a blur of speed, with Moon Fox clone. Moon Fox ducked into the back of the supermarket and instantly wrinkled her nose as she smelled the absolute stench of everything in the store rotting. Coating her nose with chakra to help filter the scent, the clone took a deep breath and smiled, as she barely smelled anything before passing through the loading dock and slipping into the supermarket. He quickly locked onto the chakra signature of his creator's mother, and made his way over to where she was crouching behind a shelf full of pots looking around. She noticed him and gave a quick, "Come hither," motion as she began to transform. Moon Fox watched as his sailor form appeared before sensing a presence behind him and turning with his sword pointed at Sailor Mars. He blinked at her cross-eyed stare as she stared at the end of the blade that was positioned at the tip of her nose before sighing and sheathing his sword and made a shushing motion with his hand and walked over to Sailor Moon who had seen the encounter and was looking at him in amusement. Joining the old mole squatting against the shelf, he said, "What's the situation?" Sailor Moon shook her head before pointing at the pot in front of him and then placing her hand on it. Moon Fox felt his eyes widen as the pot blackened for a second and then disintegrated. He heard Sailor Mars gasp behind him as Moon said, "Everyone here seems to have been turned into some kind of zombie that can make everything rot with just a touch. There are 3 of those Niga on the other side of the tent in the production area. I've already called the other scouts, but besides Sailor Mars here, everyone is at least 30 minutes away. Then we'll have to do this without them. The sooner we get rid of the invaders, the sooner we can get everything as close to normal as possible," Moon Fox said before frowning and expanding her senses as she said, "Where's the Tux boy?" "The prince told me he came after Usagi," Sailor Moon frowned and said. "As soon as he entered, he went to the produce section. I told him to wait, but he didn't listen," Moon Fox sighed and said. "And since I can still feel that sensation in the air, it means he's failed, which also means we now have to save his ass as well. Not to mention the fact that our enemies will now be on their guard." He then blinked as he felt 2 familiar signatures and let a dark smile form on his face as he said, "Though I don't particularly mind in this case. Looks like it's time for round 2. She ignored the confused expression on the 2 sailors' faces as she began to make her way through the tent. The 2 explorers shrugged at each other before beginning to follow. As they passed one of the unconscious zombie civilians, Moon Fox saw Mars shudder at how sick the person felt and frowned as she thought, "These invaders are really starting to piss me off with everything they're doing to the people of this city." Once they reached the last aisle at the edge of the open goods section, the 3 of them crouched down and headed toward where the 3 invaders were. As they stared at the island-themed droid, Moon Fox felt her right eyebrow begin to twitch rapidly as she thought. Is this a combat zone or Malibu Island? He shook his head free of such thoughts as he took in the bruised, battered, and most worryingly, extremely burned form of the Tuxedo Masked figure lying unconscious on the ground behind the droid tossing a coconut in its hand in apparent boredom. Fortunately, the clone caught the sight of the young adult's chest bobbing up and down, telling him he was still alive. He tore his eyes away from the sight to look at the other two invaders and saw them leaning casually against a stand for something called dark fruit, apparently having some sort of discussion about food consumption. He heard Sailor Moon gasp behind him and shoved his arm against her stomach to keep her from covering herself. Turning and pushing her toward the hallway, he hissed, "Take one more step toward them without proper planning and I'll knock you unconscious. Do you understand?" "But Tuxedo Mask dash," Moon said in a strained whisper. "He'll still be alive after we've come up with a plan on how to properly handle this," Moon Fox said before her posture softened, and she said in a much gentler tone of voice, "I know you want to go help him as soon as possible, but going in there half-cocked will only land you on the floor next to him in just as bad a condition or worse, maybe even dead." "Sailor Moon's right," Mars said, placing a hand on her friend's shoulder. "We need to come up with a plan to take care of those Niga creeps without getting hurt too badly, and then we can help him." Sailor Moon looked like she wanted to argue before gulping and nodding. Now certain that her creator's future mother wouldn't go halfway, Moon Fox gestured for the other two to follow and moved to the center of the hallway where they were less likely to be seen. Crouching down, he said, "Okay, obviously we can't just go running there since the Tux kid might get hit in the crossfire. That's the case, if we can lure one of those invaders into an ambush, we can draw the fight away from him and increase our chances at the same time." "True, but who will be the bait? And where do we ambush them?" Sailor Mars asked. "Well, unless any of you have been trained in evasive retreat tactics, then I think I should be the runner," Moon Fox said as she looked around considering the layout of the supermarket. "But you're just a kid," Sailor Moon said before Moon Fox turned her head to her, and the two Sailor Scouts could swear she had a raised eyebrow as she said, "And your point is?" Yasagi opened her mouth to say that she shouldn't endanger him, but Sailor Mars beat her to it and said, "Besides the fact that you're over 5 years younger than us? Still, if you think you can do it." "I don't think so, I know." Moon Fox cut him off. Sailor Mars sighed as she said, "Fine. Well, anyway, I think we should take them to an aisle where they can't maneuver to. I'm thinking the frozen food section since the refrigerators would be harder to get past if they decide to go down the aisles." The clone shrugged and said, "Works as well as any of the others, I suppose. All right, you two take up position at the end near the back of the store. I'll give you 5 minutes before I bring you in." The two explorers nodded before heading off to the frozen foods section. The clone watched them go before returning to the produce section and mentally counting down from 300. When he reached 0, he circled around the end of the aisle and jumped onto the nearby banana stand, shouting, "Hello, fashion disasters!" Avery and Prisma stopped arguing at the semi-familiar voice and hurled insults only to be thrown back as the water bullets hit their faces. The droid slammed into the wall. Smoking from the wind-enhanced fireballs sent its way. As the two sisters scrambled to their feet, growling, Moon Fox tore off his mask and gave the girls a glimpse of a blurry face before placing a finger over his eye and lowering it while sticking his tongue out at them. The next instant, his mask was back on, and he was stalking through the supermarket toward the frozen food section. "After him!" Prisma roared as the three invaders rushed after the disguised Anbu shinobi. Said Ninja laughed as he wrapped a hand around a support survey and slid in a circle across the frozen section with the Black Moon Clan members no more than 15 feet behind him. They passed through the hallway and quickly backed up only to find him already halfway there. The droid threw a coconut, which the clone dodged when he felt it and the disguised bomb explode. He looked over his shoulder and saw them gaining ground no more than 10 feet behind him. Pushing chakra into his legs to give him a burst of speed, he took 5 more steps before dropping to his knees and shouting, "Now!" Sailor Moon and Mars spun towards the end of the hallway with their attacks already charged. The two took a split second to line up their shots properly before unleashing their attacks. Moon Fox watched rings of fire and a small wave of lunar energy shoot up above her head before spinning onto her back and firing an air bullet at the two attacks before sliding between the two scouts. Wind took the fire attack and turned the 5 red rings into spinning blue wheels of death that instantly impaled the droid a second before Sailor Moon's new moon wave attack slammed into the 3 invaders, turning the droid into moon dust and throwing the 2 sisters back down the hallway and into the wall at the front of the market. Moon Fox rolled onto her back and glanced at Moon, who was panting from the strain of using her lunar energy in an unknown way, before looking back down the hall and knocking it over with the intention of finishing what she started in the enchantment shop. Said sisters had barely gotten up before they were both thrown back into the wall as Moon Fox planted her feet on their faces before pushing off and flipping back through the air to land on the floor 3 meters away. Moon Fox didn't give them a chance to recover a second time as she dashed forward with her sword popping out of its sheath as she closed the distance. She saw both sisters' eyes widen before he suddenly broke his charge and jumped to the side as a blast of ice fire scorched the floor where he was about to take his next step. As he landed on a stall with bagged sweets, he looked back at the invader who had decided to join the party a little late. "Katsy!" Avery cried with apparent relief, obviously glad to not feel the pain of the mini shinobi's sword again. The purple-haired sister looked at Avery and Prisma before looking back at Moon Fox and said, "I have a score to settle with your fox." "I imagine so, Miss Tutu," Moon Fox said as she turned her head and saw Sailor Moon and Mars running out of the hallway they were in. They both stopped when Mars's eyes turned into slits as he looked at the one who had led the attack that had nearly killed his grandfather. Katsy also noticed the 2 explorers' location and smiled as she said, "Ah, Mars, what a pleasant surprise. Are you ready to finish what we started at that garbage dump the foolish primitives call a temple?" "I'm more than ready," Mars growled at him. "What are you doing here, Katsy?" Prisma asked with a growl in the back of her throat. A cruel smile appeared on the tutu-wearing invader, and he said, "Rubius didn't come away with much confidence the last time you 2 worked together, so he sent me to make sure you didn't screw things up when the Sailor Scouts eventually arrived to arrest you. And it seems it's a good thing he did," Prisma growled in her throat. But just as she opened her mouth to yell at her younger sister, a sludge ball the size of a grapefruit decided right then and there to take up residence in her open mouth. All of the other females present stared in astonishment for about 10 seconds before one turned to look at the source of the sludge ball and saw Moon Fox practically radiating smugness as she said, "Mutz ball jutsu in the mouth, 10 points." The sound of someone choking drew everyone's attention to Prisma as she struggled to get the mud out of her mouth. After a few seconds, she was finally able to spit most of it out. Looking at Moon Fox, she shouted, "That's it! I'm going to kill you!" She launched a lightning bolt at Moon Fox, who almost lazily jumped aside to avoid it. That seemed to be the cue for everyone else to get moving as Mars dodged a blast of blue fire from Katsy, and Moon fired a moon wave at Avery. Moon Fox launched another lightning bolt to the side with her wind-covered sword before spinning in a full circle and unleashing hurricane-force winds at her opponent, who was struck by the attack and slammed into the wall for the 3rd time. Meanwhile, Mars rushed over to Katsy and went toe-to-toe with Mars, who had the clear advantage thanks to her years of karate study. Meanwhile, Moon had retreated to the frozen section with Avery hot on her tail, trying to hit Moon with her whip, though the narrow hallway was limiting her options. However, Moon Fox saw none of that as she was currently trying to get close to Prisma with her sword as the Black Moon clansman leaped across the store, doing her best to avoid the screeching blade in the young man's hands. Or at least she was until the shinobi disappeared in a flurry of leaves and reappeared behind her with his sword already lodged in her right thigh. Prisma gritted her teeth at the pain that refused to scream out, only for that will to disappear as the blade switched from channeling chakra of a wind-slashing nature to a blazing fire nature that made her suddenly feel as if molten steel was being poured down the inside of her leg. Her tortured screams filled the supermarket before Moon Fox pulled out her sword and spun around it to strike a chakra-infused blow directly into her solar plexus. Prisma's eyes opened before they dulled and closed as she fell unconscious. The invader collapsed from Moon Fox's grasp and fell to the ground in a heap as she cut off the flow of chakra to his sword and sheathed it. A look at Mars' struggle showed that she seemed to have everything under control, so he went to where he could sense Moon and hoped that she had given up trying to use Lunar Wave and instead started using the attacks she could actually use without killing herself from exhaustion. As it turned out, Moon had stopped using the attack she just learned she could do the night before. Instead, she'd taken advantage of her currently cramped surroundings and went back to using her tiara. And if there was one thing about her creator's future mother that he'd be forced to admit, it would be this: Sailor Moon knew how to use her tiara like it was nobody's business. The glittering tiara bounced off refrigerators, the floor, the ceiling, and even the back of her hand as she sent it hurtling toward Avery without giving her the chance to use her whip to attack the Sailor Scout leader. It reminded him of Captain America in a slightly twisted way. Moon Fox shook her head of those thoughts before leaping to the top of the right row of refrigerators and sprinting down its length until she reached the spot right behind where Avery was standing and launched herself at her. Her kick to the back of her head was hard enough to send her stumbling a few steps, which placed her directly in the path of the glowing spinning wheel of death. The tiara slammed into her stomach, and she screamed in pain as the attack hit her before it hurled her back at Moon Fox, who hurriedly dodged the ballistic enemy as she flew about 30 feet and landed in a crumpled heap at the beginning of the hallway. Meanwhile, the tiara bounced off a nearby refrigerator and returned to Sailor Moon, who caught it by hooking her index finger inside. "Your skill with that is impressive," Moon Fox said as she walked towards Sailor Moon, who smiled at the praise she had been given since Moon Fox had never praised her before. However, that smile was wiped from her face when a loud bang shook the supermarket as an explosion of blue and red fire erupted from the checkout lanes. The two Lunars exchanged glances before running off to the front of the store. When they arrived at the front of the store, the sight that found them could best be described as a war zone. Most of the checkout lines were burned beyond recognition, and destroyed cash registers littered the floor as Mars and Katsi shot at each other with seemingly wild abandon, even as a zombie civilian obliviously paced around the ice chest near the double-door entrance, less than 20 feet from them. Moon Fox sighed and said, "I thought we were supposed to keep the damage to a minimum? I don't think there's such a thing when it comes to two fire users fighting each other," Moon said, tilting her head as she looked up, obviously recalling some past event. Period. Moon Fox said before doing a quick set of hand signs and said, "Earth style, Earth spear jutsu." As soon as the last word left her mouth, a rock spike shattered the floor tiles behind Katsi and shot straight through her back, completely tearing through her large intestine and stopping a foot past her front. Katsi's eyes widened as her mouth opened in a silent scream before she suddenly fainted from the pain. Meanwhile, the two sailor explorers could only stare in horror at the sight. A moment later, Katsi's body was surrounded by a pitch-black light before there was a bright flash and her body seemingly vanished into thin air. Moon Fox tilted her head as she thought, the enemy must have had something that would take them away if they were seriously injured. I wouldn't be surprised if the other two were gone by now as well." Both Sailor Scouts were brought out of their horrified state, and Moon practically screamed as she said, "How could you do that to her? You could have killed her." Moon Fox tilted her head and said, "Moon, I can respect the fact that you've been at this without any training since 12, but you've got your act together, sister. This is war, and during war, you do your best to kill your enemies. Those droids they like to use are a little easier to take out, which is why they've only gotten killed so far. Which might point to you girls doing the same thing as me, but they're not even human," Mars said as he looked at the mini Anbu look-alike. Moon Fox shrugged as he started walking over to where Tuxedo Mask was standing and said, "For all you guys know anyway. Moon, I'd recommend holding off on using that crystal of yours to reverse all the damage until I get Tux Boy out of here." He didn't bother waiting for a reply as he walked out of the checkout cash and into the produce section. Grabbing the older man and throwing him onto his back in a fireman's lift, he disappeared in a flurry of leaves, leaving the scouts to stare after him before they both snapped out of their stupors and got to work repairing the shop and its inhabitants. Scene change. Mamoru's apartment. Moon Fox and her charge appeared in Mamoru's bedroom, and the shadow clone wasted no time tossing the unconscious body onto the bed. Staring down at him, Moon Fox muttered, "I should leave you like this as a lesson not to be a team player, but even dead to my creator, you're still a human being. That being said, I hope you appreciate this when you wake up." Reaching out to place her hand on the teen's forehead, the clone channeled all of its remaining chakra into Mamoru's body, changing its neutral nature to healing as it flowed out, causing Mamoru's body to take on a greenish glow for a moment before the clone dispersed. As the smoke cleared, Mamoru groaned as he opened his eyes and sat up looking confused, wondering how he had gotten back to his apartment, and why all of his wounds were already half healed. Scene change. The next day, Mamoru's apartment, 7 p.m. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the drop on his plate that Usagi had made. According to the others, it actually tasted quite good. Good enough for his sister to tell their expectant mother to come back at least sometime, and even for Mamoru to agree. but he still had reservations. Shrugging, he scooped out some of the supposed curry and put it in his mouth, wondering if it would be her last meal. Only to discover that the taste had absolutely nothing in common with her sad appearance. Figuring there was still hope for his mother, he quickly took some more. Now, if only they could make it look presentable for Sunday. End of chapter. Omake 1. Communication between generations. Scene change. Time, 30th century. 1 week after crystallization. Location, lunar landscape. Neo Queen Serenity walked along the edge of the pool in front of the palace as she tracked the lunar presence that had called her here. As she walked, she tried to determine who it was that was calling her. He felt like her son, but he also seemed to burn with an inextinguishable fire. As she entered the palace's entrance hall, her steady footsteps stopped as she blinked in surprise. Standing in front of her, with her back to her, was a blonde teenage girl who appeared to be about 18 years old. Her hair was in the usual lunar clan odangos, though instead of 2 pigtails running down her back, the 2 separate strands were intricately braided and ended just below her shoulders. She wore a white dress that was similar to what she herself wore as a princess, with one key difference: a red and white crest on the back of her dress that resembled a fan. Shaking her head in shock at the knowledge of that symbol, Serenity coughed lightly and said, "May I ask who summoned me?" The princess of the future turned around and blue met crimson as she said, "My name is Princess Celine, Your Majesty. And how can I help you with Celine?" Serenity asked, tilting her head. Celine bit her lip before sighing and saying, "I need the knowledge of the ancients." Chapter 12, Yin vs. Yang. Author's note: Hey guys, before we get to the part you've all been waiting for, I'd like to show you a review someone left that I think really brings the anime versus manga argument to the forefront. From guest: Hello, I have a question. When Neo Queen Serenity and Endymion made the alliance agreement with Konoha, how old was Naruto when he was sent to Konoha? As Chibiusa's twin, and despite their young age, both of them had to push 400 when the Dark Moon Clan invasion happened. I think they always said that Chibiusa was somehow locked in the body she was in, which was the main cause of all her angst, because no matter how many years passed, her body never aged so she can be as tall and graceful as her mother. But it wasn't after the Dark Moon fight, and her becoming a Sailor Senshi herself, that whatever block she had on her body finally broke and she started to physically age after 400 years of being trapped in her current child body. LOL. So how old was Naruto both mentally and physically when he was sent to Konoha? And did he have the lock that Chibiusa had on him, or was it broken while he was in Konoha? Now, if this story was based on the manga, then all of those questions would be very good. However, considering I think the manga is a complete chicken scratch when it comes to Rini/Chibiusa's age, I think it's doing us a favor by doing it in the show. I mean, if Chibiusa is 400 years old, why does she have almost no common sense most of the time and still act like a kindergartner? If she was 400 years old, she should have been as mature as Ami, but she's obviously not. Also, I seriously doubt it would take her 400 years to unlock her explorer form when it only took Usagi to say 3 words Luna said to her while holding a locket. Now, even if there is a so-called lock, I think it being in there for 400 years is stretching the limits of believing in the facts of the story quite a bit. That's why I'm. Now, with all that out of the way, Naruto was sent to the Hidden Leaf Village when he was 3 years old. He was marked by the QB 2 months later. With all that said, let's begin. Beginning of the story. Tsukino household rooftop, 12:15 a.m. Naruto scanned the cityscape with his new toy binoculars that he had sealed the ever-loving hell out of. They had originally been the cheap $10 kind that could be found at any general store, but Naruto had turned them into a Black Ops agent's wet dream with the seals that gave him infrared, night, and X-ray vision, as well as making it possible to zoom in on an object that was 20 miles away, making it as good a scope as any 20th century sniper. Most Anbu in the elemental nations carried binoculars with the same types of seals, and Naruto immediately wanted a pair when Jiraiya showed him his telescope that had the same spy seal on it. He was pulled from his free entertainment when a house-shaking scream came from the second floor as Usagi discovered Chibiusa sleeping in her bed again. Sighing, Naruto got up from his prone position on the roof and jumped onto the attic balcony before heading inside to try playing peacemaker again. Sometimes he wondered why he even bothered since those two were constantly bickering. He was walking down the attic stairs when the hairs on the back of his neck stood up, causing him to stop and look out the now closed glass doors. Turning to face them, he put his binoculars back up to his eyes and scanned the cityscape. but saw nothing in any of the scenery that jumped out at him as if centered on him. Frowning, Naruto let the binoculars rest against his chest with only the cord attached to them to keep them from falling out, and continued down the stairs. Scene change. Enemy base. Rubius stood in front of the base's hologram projector and watched as a figure appeared into view. A large purple cloak hid everything about him, but his constantly changing, multicolored hands from view. Soon, a crystal ball appeared before him, and its arms began to constantly move around it as it said, "I've had 2 more visions, Rubius. The princess will appear today near the 10th Street Bridge, so will the crystal. I want that girl, and the captured crystal. Do you understand?" Rubius put his hand to his chin and said, "I'll put the sisters on it, Wiseman. We'll complete our work by the end of the day. I'd better run out of patience." Wiseman snapped, making Rubius flinch a little. "We'll all be glad when we can leave this prehistoric dive and go home. And by the way, Wiseman, how are things going in the future? Have you conquered any more crystal points there?" "No, we haven't," Wiseman said, a slight growl in his voice. "It doesn't help that you haven't managed to capture any crystal points yourself. I don't understand. I thought the fight was going better?" Rubius asked. "It was, until we decided to launch an all-out attack on a crystal point near the royal palace. We've never encountered such resistance. Our forces were held back by a strong energy force field. We couldn't even get close. And the energy force field? Where did you come from?" "Nowhere. Who?" "For warrior women swore to defend Crystal Tokyo and protect the royal family. The strong warriors sound very familiar. They must be the Sailor Scouts from the future. We've had trouble with them here too. They always appear at the wrong time and blow us out of the water. They and this Moon Fox character who recently started chasing the sisters whenever they tried to take a crystal point. Get rid of them, all of them, Rubius. Here, now, in the past. We don't need their interference in the future." "Of course, Wiseman." Rubius bit his lip before saying, "Sir, if I may, did you say you had 2 visions?" "I did, and the second one relates directly to your mission. As you know, the Prince of Crystal Tokyo was sent to one of the Elemental Nations countries as part of an alliance. However, our spy hasn't found a hiding place or a hair of the brat for quite some time. But now I know why." Wiseman's orb glowed, and another holographic image appeared at the top. Rubius saw the inside of a room with a blonde-haired boy walking toward a set of stairs. Just as he began to walk, he tensed and turned toward a set of double-glass doors. A nightlight that was nearby to illuminate the stairs revealed the boy's blonde hair and 6 whisker-like markings on his face as the boy put a pair of binoculars to his eyes and began scanning the room. Apparently not finding what he was looking for, the boy frowned before continuing down the stairs. Rubius blinked and said, "Was the prince sent back in time too? But there's been no indication he's here." That wasn't entirely true. There was evidence of a rather strong, if slightly inexperienced, mole at the site where Thunderclap had been destroyed. But that was believed to have been done by Sailor Moon, because really, who would believe a 5-year-old could take down an elemental droid, even with help? He's clearly been using the 2 years of training those deplorable shinobi gave him quite well. Wiseman snarled as the hologram of the room faded. "I also want that brat, Rubius. He could provide a wealth of information on that damned Leaf Village, as well as where the other hidden villages are located, in addition to being a valuable hostage. Of course, I'll be sure to tell the sisters to make sure they grab it as well, Wiseman. It'll be done by the end of the day," Rubius said. "See that you do it," Wiseman said before his own hologram faded away. The sisters are going to enjoy this task. They've been waiting to get revenge on the Sailor Scouts for a long time. And I'm sure they'll enjoy killing that brat Moon Fox when he shows up, too," Rubius said as he walked over to one of the mirrors surrounding the room. Scene change, Tsukino home. Naruto snapped his head back from his binoculars as he felt his sister's chakra leave the house and head towards the street. Sighing, he got up from his prone position on the roof and shot out towards his balcony while thinking, "I knew I should have gone downstairs when Shingo and Usagi started talking about Chibiusa and me. Now I have to go make sure she doesn't do anything stupid." Before taking the 2 flights of stairs inside, Naruto jumped over the balcony railing and dropped to the ground below. Landing in a crouch, he shot through the house and out the front door, dodging Usagi, causing her to jump in surprise as she ran after her sister. Ignoring her shout to go back to the house, he sped up and approached Chibiusa. she said. Lunar jumped in surprise when she saw her brother catch up to her so quickly when she knew for sure that he had been in the attic when she had seen him 5 minutes ago. Smiling, he said, "You can't lose me that easily, sis." With a serious face, he looked ahead and said, "We have to stick together, sis. You're still a high-value target, remember?" Chibiusa gulped nervously at the fact that she was still in danger even now, and quickly nodded. Naruto saw this out of the corner of his eye and nodded as the two continued running, temporarily leaving the drama of living in his expectant mother's house behind. Scene change. 10th Street Bridge. Chibiusa sighed as she sat with her back against her brother's laden book bag as he pulled out different experimental elemental seals and a small paperback that she wanted to get her adoptive father's opinion on the next time she made a report. The two were currently sitting on the landing between the 2 flights of stairs leading to the bridge with a shadow clone watching over them on top of the skyscraper to their right. She was now contemplating the stupidity of an action she had almost taken. She had almost used her time key to try to return to the future in a fit of nostalgia, and the overwhelming need to see her friends again. However, that notion was quickly blown out of the water by Naruto when he somehow used his own key to temporarily short-circuit hers before the ring of pink clouds that began the time travel process had a chance to form. Her ears were still ringing from the tirade he had given her about using such an absolute magical item in such a public place. She was brought out of her mental scolding of herself when she felt Naruto suddenly stiffen and begin cursing up a storm. The next thing she knew, her brother was pulling her down, and she was in his arms as he turned and began running to the bottom of the stairs. Only for him to stop at the sight of a blue-haired woman in an outfit that could pass for a gymnast's routine attire. Said gymnast didn't care what others thought of her. Are you leaving already? We haven't even had a chance to introduce ourselves to each other." Naruto took a step back at the ice-cold voice of the woman before hearing. "Back off, birdie! I saw them first." Naruto looked over his shoulder to see the tutu wearing one coming down the stairs. Allowing himself one last curse under his breath, he said, "Chibiusa, use lightning." He didn't have to be told twice, and within 2 seconds, the sky lit up as the lightning announced far and wide that a lunar heir was in trouble and asking for help. "Nice little brat show. Too bad it won't help you at all," Katsi said with a smile as she started down the stairs. "Careful, Katsi, one of your laces is loose," Birdie said as she too started up the stairs. "Nice try, but I'm using my 4-inch pumps. Shopping vouchers for catching these 2 brats. I said hands off, Birdie." While the 2 sisters were talking, Naruto looked around and noticed with relief that there were no cars on the street or pedestrians on the bridge. Thanking fate that he chose to do this during work hours, he left his sister for a moment, and made 2 shadow clones. Twin puffs of smoke caught the 2 sisters' attention as a clone appeared on either side of Naruto, facing the sister at either end of the staircase. "That's a neat trick," Birdie said, tilting her head curiously as she looked at the clone in front of her. "It gets better," Naruto said before the clones were covered in smoke and reappeared as Moon Fox. Katsi's eyes widened before she yelled, "Are you the Moon Fox? I'm going to kill you, brat." Naruto frowned and said, "You can try." Turning to Chibiusa as her half-moon appeared, he said, "Sis, close your eyes and turn your head." Doing as her brother told her, Chibiusa felt Naruto gather his lunar energy before hearing him shout, "Lunar flame!" Chibiusa felt a stabbing pain as the bright light pierced her eyelids and heard the 2 strange women scream in pain. The entire city block disappeared as Naruto pumped as much lunar energy into the flare as he dared before picking his sister up again and dodging as fast as his small, chakra-laced legs could carry him. His 2 clones launched themselves at their enemies and began attacking them, hoping to buy off their creator at some point. Naruto heard the sound of fire and running water and looked back in time to see a cloud of steam covering the bridge, even as he felt his clones disperse and send their memories back to him. Well, that didn't work out as planned, Naruto thought before disappearing in a shunshin to gain more advantage over the 2 invaders. Scene change. Abandoned construction site. Chibiusa moaned in pain as Naruto's green-coated hands gently pressed against her eyes, healing the damage caused by the flare. After a minute, her moans stopped and Naruto removed his hands, allowing her to finally open her eyes. She saw nothing but white for a few moments before she blinked and shadowy outlines began to appear around her. "Sorry about that, sister, but I couldn't let those 2 catch you, and that was the only way to make a clean break with minimal risk to you," Naruto said as he leaned against the pipes that would one day be buried underground as part of the unfinished building's plumbing. "It's okay, Naruto. At least we got away from them, Chibiusa said as she continued blinking, trying to focus her eyes better now that the painful light was gone. Looking around, she frowned and said, Where are we? I know you were running for about 10 minutes, but I don't remember seeing any construction sites on the way to the bridge. Naruto shrugged and said, Yeah, well, I did a shunshin near the bridge to get away from those two monsters. We're actually about 1.5 miles from the bridge right now. He decided to leave out the part where he had deliberately crossed streets in full view of Usagi, who had been wandering down a different street 5 blocks away. He knew for a fact that she was at the construction site with them since he could feel her chakra hiding behind the other side of the pipes. Chibiusa stood up and walked over to him, sitting down with a sigh. Her ever-present lunar pea ball bounced in her lap, and Naruto tilted his head as he looked down at it. Raising an eyebrow, he turned his head toward his sisters and said, By the way, when were you going to tell me that thing had a teleportation function? Chibiusa frowned in confusion and said, What do you mean? I mean, as soon as I came out of the shunshin, it was right next to me. I'm sure you didn't bring it with me since I was too busy carrying you. So it must be able to teleport. Chibiusa blinked as she looked down at the robotic sphere as it spun in her lap to reveal its smiling face. Shaking her head, she said, I didn't know I had one either. Sailor Pluto just told me how to use its shape-shifting function and that she had some sort of written protocol so she could protect me somehow. Naruto hummed and thought before shaking it out of his mind and standing up as he said, We'd better get moving. Even as far from the bridge as we are, I doubt those invaders will give up the search. He stiffened as he felt the two's presences enter the construction site along with 2 other very familiar ones and said, Crop, they're here. That's right, you little brat. The 2 sisters from before and 2 others Naruto was very familiar with teleported 20 feet in front of them. End of the line, kids. Now come quietly and we won't beat you up too much for what you did to us. Katsuki said as the 4 sisters looked at Naruto, who had pulled his sword out of his backpack with his right hand and formed a moon blade in his left, and got into a defensive stance in front of his sister. I have a better idea. How about I kick all your asses back to the Stone Age? Naruto asked, putting on a tough act to hide how nervous he was. Do you mind if I join you on that? Sailor Moon asked as she jumped over the pipes behind them and landed in front of them in a crouch. Chibiusa flinched at the sight, but Naruto was glad his expectant mother had joined them before any attacks started flying. He perked up as he felt 4 more familiar chakra signatures enter the construction site and turned his head towards the entrance as he heard, Good idea, Sailor Moon. I feel like beating up some nigga. Jupiter and the other 3 Sailor Inner Scouts walked side by side with a determined look on their faces. Sailor Moon's eyes lit up with relief as she saw how the numbers game was now in their favor. However, Naruto sighed as a thought suddenly popped into his mind. This place will be nothing but rubble. Those poor construction workers, I'd hate to be them when they walk in on Monday. For some reason the sisters did nothing as the boarders approached and took places in front of them with each scout facing the sister of the same element as them. It reminded Naruto of a Western standoff and he let a nervous gulp go down his throat at all the high-powered attacks that were about to fly less than 20 feet away from him. He then quickly discarded his moon blade and sheathed his normal sword as he spun around and grabbed Chibiusa to protect her as a blast of blue and red fire slammed into each other and tore chunks of rock and dirt from the ground and threw it in all directions. Taking that as their cue to begin, the other 3 opposing pairs unleashed their own attacks and the air was filled with the sounds of roaring fire, rushing water, crackling lightning, and the cracking of 3 whips as each fighter fought for mastery of their element. Naruto let go of his sister and turned to take up a defensive stance next to his expectant mother, who was crouched and ready to grab the 2 and pounce or jump into one of the fights if necessary. When a particularly fierce blast of electricity from Prisma exploded into Jupiter's own lightning bolt, it bounced back toward them. Sailor Moon grabbed them both and jumped out of the way, but as she pulled him up, Naruto blasted the bolt with a supercharged lunar wave that negated the negative energy with his positive lunar energy. The bolt immediately shrank to a small thread of static electricity that passed harmlessly beneath Moon's feet as she cleared the immediate area with the twins in her arms. Moon landed with wide eyes staring at where the once deadly attack left nothing but a faint scent of ozone before looking at her future son, who smirked and said, What? You've never seen an attack neutralized by the infusion of yin-yang energy? Moon blinked in confusion, but before she could open her mouth and ask Naruto what he was talking about, she suddenly felt another energy signature appear, and a blast of energy knocked her off her feet and seemed to come out of nowhere, slamming into the ground, not even 6 inches behind her. Naruto grunted in pain as the side of his face slammed into the ground and swore he could hear one of the bones in his expectant mother's arms groaning, ready to snap under the force it had just been subjected to. Pushing his mother off of him and to the side showed that Chibiusa was unconscious with a rather worryingly large cut on her forehead above her right eye that was only just starting to bleed. Looking over at his mother to assess her injuries made him wince at the smoke rising from the back of her armor, and the back of her limbs had second-degree burns. Suddenly, Moon groaned as her eyes slowly opened and Naruto sighed in relief before a cruel laugh caught the attention of both conscious Lunars, and they looked up to see a man floating in the air. Smiling at the Lunars, the red-haired man said, "How weak! I don't see how the sisters could have had any trouble with that brat." "You're nothing but weak trash," the man teleported to the ground in front of them and said. "Give up the brats, Sailor Moon, and I promise I'll make your death quick and relatively painless." "And no way!" Sailor Moon flinched, and to Naruto's surprise she began to stand up, though her limbs were shaking so much that the power was also made of rubber. "I'm not going to let you take them!" Sailor Moon yelled as she locked her knees and glared at the man. The man frowned and held his hands in front of him as he said, "Fine. Then I'll just have to tear you apart and pull the children from your rotting corpse." Energy balls formed in his hands and he threw them at Sailor Moon's head, only for an overloaded lunar wave to overwhelm him as they were halfway towards her, causing an explosion and leaving a 3-meter-wide crater between the two groups. The man's eyes opened as the cloud of debris cleared and he looked at Naruto, who was standing in front of Moon trembling with anger, as he glared at the person who dared to insult his mother like that after attacking her from behind like a coward. And worse, he had hurt his sister who couldn't even defend herself yet. The man shuddered as an oppressive feeling of someone wanting to kill him in the worst way imaginable filled the area, causing everyone to stop in their fighting and look at Naruto, whose chakra was becoming visible from his anger. And then Naruto became real. Naruto's crescent mark appeared as the blue chakra shell around him changed into pure white lunar energy that rushed around him, making him look like he was in a miniature tornado, as his clothes changed and a forehead protector appeared out of thin air and covered his crescent mark. But what truly scared everyone was the fact that his eyes started glowing with a silver light as Naruto allowed his lunar energy to flow freely. "Naruto?" Moon asked, trembling at the killing intent that still filled the air. Naruto looked at her over his shoulder, and she flinched at the silver eyes staring back at her. The eyes seemed to soften for a moment when they saw this, but then hardened again as the boy turned on his opponent. Rubius frowned as he saw those eyes upon him again, but before he could say anything to his target, the boy shot his arm forward and shouted in a dual-toned voice, "Lunar Bolt!" A 2-foot-long, 3-inch-wide crossbow bolt of lunar energy shot out of Naruto's palm and slammed halfway into Rubius's leg, causing him to cry out in pain as the area around the wound began to smoke as the lunar energy violently disagreed with his negative energy. Rubius ducked and ripped the bolt out of Naruto's leg, gritting his teeth in pain as it began to burn his hand as well. Tossing the bolt aside, he raised his hands to attack Naruto, only to blink when he was no longer in front of him. A shout of, "Hey, filth nigga!" made him look up, and his eyes widened as he saw Naruto floating in the air with his limbs stretched out, his body literally glowing with the silver stuff, and even more hanging off either side of him in 10-foot-wide clouds. And then the wind picked up around the blonde, gaining an evil grin as his hair and clothes blew into a miniature tornado. The young lunar man said, "Enjoy the light show, nigga creep. Wind style, lunar storm." The blonde threw his arms forward and the miniature tornado broke into several crescent blades that shot at the 2 energy clouds and surrounded the forming lunar blades an instant before all 60 blades shot out of the remaining wisps of lunar energy and slammed into Rubius' position before exploding into gusts of wind, throwing up dirt and debris as Rubius's pain-filled scream filled the air. As the dust cloud began to clear, Naruto's body fell to the ground, landing on all fours before his elbows lost all ability to stay upright and his face abruptly kissed the ground. Struggling to his knees, Naruto looked down at his opponent and saw that the man had holes in all of his limbs, as well as a section of his chest taken out just below his heart. However, the real gut punch was the fact that Rubius was literally semi-armed as his right arm was 5 feet away from the rest of his body. "Rubius!" The four sisters shouted as they abandoned their fights and grabbed Rubius and his arm and teleported away. Naruto watched them go with a detached air about him before the silver glow in his eyes receded and the clothes he was wearing seemed to shatter like glass, revealing his usual t-shirt and jeans combo as well as his backpack. Immediately after he returned from his semi-forced royal state, Naruto's eyes rolled into the back of his head, and the boy slumped back into the world as his body began to recover from the drain that was easily 3 times harder than when he fought the elemental. "Naruto!" Sailor Moon screamed as she took 5 painful steps and collapsed beside him. The other 4 scouts quickly rushed over as she turned him over, and they all sighed in relief as they saw his chest rise and fall slightly. Seeing that the younger blonde was relatively okay, Mercury walked over to Chibiusa and transformed back into his civilian form. Turning the younger rabbit onto his back, Ami winced at the wound above his right eyebrow and immediately pulled out a small first aid pack from the right pocket of her dress and began cleaning the wound. Meanwhile, the other inner scouts had also dropped their transformations and watched as Moon was quickly healed by the silver crystal before she dropped her own transformation and pulled Naruto closer as she checked him for any injuries. Seeing none, she sighed and said quietly, "You overdid it again, kid." Ray looked around the construction site and frowned as she said, "Where's Moon Fox? She's supposed to be protecting Naruto and Chibiusa, but she never showed up." "That's because Naruto is Moon Fox," Luna said as she jumped from the top of the fence directly in front of the girls. The girls noticed she was blinking a lot but didn't question it. Instead, they focused more on what she had said. "How is that possible? We all saw Naruto fight alongside Moon Fox against that lightning elemental," Ami said as she walked with Chibiusa in her arms, a gauze patch taped over the cut on her forehead. "He seemed to make 2 solid copies of himself earlier on the bridge where he and Chibiusa were when they were first attacked. He probably used whatever technique he could to make everyone think he and Moon Fox were 2 different people," Luna said as she walked over. The scouts exchanged glances before looking at Naruto in a new light. Tilting her head to the side, Makoto asked, "How many of these clone things do you think he can make?" "He can make 3 of them," Chibiusa said as her eyes slowly opened as she regained consciousness just as the more talented scout asked her a question. All of the older women's heads turned to her as she groaned and placed a hand against the bandage on her forehead. Pushing herself into a sitting position, Chibiusa said, "His chakra reserves are large enough that he can make 3 shadow clones and still fight effectively." Looking up from the ground and towards where she thought the sailor scouts were, she blinked when she saw Usagi and her friends. Looking around in confusion, she said, "Where did the sailor scouts go?" Said scouts exchanged quick glances before Minako said, "They went after those strange sisters when they left with their leader after Naruto literally disarmed the guy. They said something about finally finding their base. We were nearby and they asked us to keep an eye out for you too, since they knew you were Usagi's cousins." Chibiusa seemed to accept this as she stopped searching for the scouts. Instead, she focused on Naruto and frowned as she said, "What do you mean, literally unarmed?" Each of the girls let out a nervous giggle as Ray said, "According to the scouts, your brother used an attack that took off the leader's right arm." "Oh," Chibiusa said, turning slightly green at the image that said that sentence. An awkward silence filled the area for a few minutes before Makoto huffed in annoyance and grabbed Chibiusa and put her on his shoulders, much to the young rabbit's surprise. Heading to the entrance of the construction site and starting to walk, the taller scout said, "Come on, let's get these 2 back to their place, Usagi." Usagi followed Makoto's example and picked Naruto up piggyback style as she said, "Good idea. Yeah, we really should get Naruto to bed," Ami said as she and the rest of the girls walked beside Makoto as they began to head back to the Tsukino residence. None of them noticed Tuxedo Mask watching them from atop the unfinished building. Scene change. Location, unknown time, somewhere in the future. Wiseman stared ahead as he mused to himself. "I'm starting to think the Sailor Moon plays a big role in all of this. She might even be the key to the whole mission, and in that case, she'll have to be eliminated." He was cut off by the dark chuckle he gave as the top of a small pillar in front of him suddenly lit up and an image of Neo Queen Serenity formed. "Wait a second, of course! Why didn't I see that before? She looks just like the Queen of Crystal Tokyo. So the children, they could be her son and daughter." Wiseman's covered head leaned forward in thought as he mused to himself. "The princess was sent back in time to be protected by her past incarnation, and the son was sent as well. Interesting. This reveals a lot of thought on the matter." Scene change. Time, current location, Tsukino's home. A ray of sunlight filtered through the double-glazed doors leading to the Tsukino house's penthouse balcony, and Naruto groaned as it hit his face. Turning his head and opening his eyes, he said, "Man, I feel like Kushina-sensei just put me through one of her hand-to-hand combat training sessions. Considering how much lunar energy you used yesterday, that's not really a big surprise." Naruto's head snapped to Chibiusa's bed, where Luna was sitting staring at him. Pushing himself up into a sitting position, Naruto glanced at a clock on the nearby nightstand and saw that it was already 3 in the afternoon. Blinking in surprise at that moment, he turned to Luna and said, "I've been out for 27 hours? Luna gave a soft HM in agreement before tilting her head and saying, "So, when were you going to tell us you were Moon Fox?" Naruto said elegantly as he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment before muttering, "I was hoping I wouldn't have to." "Why?" Luna asked with an arched eyebrow. Naruto snorted and said, "How many people do you know in this era who would willingly let a 5-year-old child fight monsters from the future, even if said child has received 2 years of training from some of the strongest soldiers in a military establishment?" "Touché." Luna muttered as she had to admit that it would be very difficult for Naruto to convince them to allow him to continue fighting alongside them. She only wondered if she could even allow Naruto to disappear from their sight now to ensure he didn't try anything reckless when their enemies attacked again. She was pulled from her thoughts when Naruto got off his futon and walked over to his closet and began changing out of his old clothes and into some new ones. Seeing this, she turned her head to give him some privacy. Hearing him finish and cross the room, she saw him digging in his backpack that was next to his futon as he muttered, "I have a report to give Minato-sensei." Luna raised an eyebrow at the strange phrase before blinking at the metal disc the blonde pulled from his bag and set it down. The runes began to glow blue, and a hologram image of the Hokage's office filled the room. Naruto frowned at the empty desk and said, "Anbu." Luna blinked once more in surprise as a man wearing a mask that had a falcon's head painted on it rose from the ground and stood at attention as he said, "Yes, Prince Naruto? Is Lord Hokage somewhere in the tower right now?" Naruto asked. The Anbu nodded and said, "Yes, Your Highness." "I'll go get him, thank you," Naruto said. As the man sank to the floor, he sighed and muttered under his breath, "I hate it when people get formal around me." Silence was his only response as Luna decided to jump up and take a closer look at the communication device. A few minutes later, the lunar cat and Luna heard the sound of a door opening and saw Minato enter the hologram image and sit behind his desk. He pulled his chair closer to the desk and said, "Report." As Naruto gave his report, Luna watched him with a calculating look as she thought, "He's going to be something when he grows up. I just hope we can keep him out of any more fights until he grows a little bigger." Mentally huffing to herself as she walked back to bed, she thought, "Yeah, right, who am I kidding? That guy will be with the scouts every step of the way, no matter what they try." End of chapter. Omake 2. A lack of communication. Last time, shaking her head in surprise at the knowledge of that symbol, Serenity coughed lightly and said, "May I ask who summoned me?" The princess of the future turned around and blue met crimson as she said, "My name is Princess Selene, Your Majesty. And how can I help you with Selene?" Serenity asked with her head tilted. Selene bit her lip before sighing and saying, "I need the knowledge of the ancients." Serenity blinked and said, "If you need the knowledge of the ancients, why did you contact me? The ancients were ancient before my 10 times great-grandmother was born." Selene's lips twitched before she frowned and said, "You were the most distant person I could reach." That information made Serenity frown. Lunarscape was done with a lunar seeking the advice of another who came before them in mind. However, unlike what most celestials who knew of the technique thought, it didn't actually allow lunars to reach more than 1,000 years through time without serious consequences. 1,000 years was the safest amount of time a lunar could extend their presence through time without falling into a coma afterward. Really strong lunars could go further with slightly fewer consequences, but the furthest was 3,000 years, and the lunar who made it fell into a coma for a year immediately afterward. He had to pull his son with him after gaining the information necessary to pass it on. To counter this, once he recovered, the lunar, who records claimed was called Solaris, whether that was his real name or a title was still being debated, had developed a way to modify the lunarscape and make it possible for lunars to stretch themselves even further. The end result was a new building behind the palace that was seemingly straight out of the X-Men movie depicting Professor Xavier's brain chamber, only with a rather large gyroscope on the outside of the one room which, when the room was in use, acted as a focus on stretching through time, eliminating all inefficient use of energy, as well as giving the lunar consciousness thread for all intents and purposes a spinning rifle effect that made its path to its destination time even more precise. "What happened to Solaris's camera?" Serenity asked. Celine shuddered and said, "The reason I need the knowledge of the ancients made sure I couldn't contact them. He did it so thoroughly dash." Celine shuddered as she began walking toward the palace, calling over her shoulder, "You have to see the destruction to believe it." Serenity followed her to the back of the palace and stepped outside before stopping abruptly and paling at the destruction before her. "Oh, that's going to be a problem," she breathed. The building looked as if a 21st century air fuel bomb had detonated in the center, with no less than 1,000 pieces of the rifle effect gyroscopes scattered all over the place, with quite a few of those pieces stuck into the palace walls. One corner of the building simply wasn't there, and the roof had also collapsed with holes in the walls. But even worse than that was the white void that began at what used to be the back of the building that stretched out into the seemingly endless expanse of the moonscape. Turning to Celine, she asked, "Who did this?" Sighing, Celine formed two chairs that wouldn't look out of place around a campfire and said, "You'd better sit down, Your Majesty. It's a difficult story."
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.